Hey, what's up? We watching some pro touring here. Let me see. Starting a little bit early today. All these pro tours to watch. Let's go pop into the Twitch channel. Official du Magique. It's day one of Aether Drift. Here we go. Oh, let me just get my mic off the screen. Yo, Joe, how you doing, buddy? Hopefully the weekend looking good. Starting a little bit early today, but wanted to get into these. These matches. So they're playing limited, and Aether Drift Limited has been pretty good. I don't know David Freischer, but Martin Juza is a longtime pro, super hardcore grinder, really good at limited. So I could turn the volume up a little bit here. Is this Cheon doing commentary again? Yeah, it sounds like Cheon. I guess they got him back in. Nice. Anyway, Dujio, hopefully you're well. I'm waiting for my goddamn hard drive to arrive so that I can play some other games to get this PC up and running. But hold on, let me just see. I was messing around with the camera here. There we go. That's better. Busy weekend, nice. Going out with the family to dinner, nice. Friend from out of town. Tomorrow, a friend are coming by to crack Pokemon bags. Hell yeah, playing so. Oh man, you get to play Pokemon like any card game. You get to play in real life with other players. Sounds awesome. I'm gonna have a pretty crazy weekend too. We've got. Well, hopefully this hard drive arrives today. That means tomorrow for new game day, bam, we get to get into some AAA nonsense. Get to start playing all the crazy games that I've been missing. Sunday, I've got a Magic tournament, standard, that I'm going to be playing. And then, depending on how we do, I might stream some non-Magic games after that as well. So I'm going to be streaming 7 days this week. And the Magic tournament coming up, I'm not even sure what I'm going to play yet. So today I might be... I'm thinking I'm going to play that blue-white combo deck. So I might play a little bit more of that today and just get some more reps in. But it's going to be a busy weekend for me too, just streaming the whole weekend basically. So join me if you can, pop in and say hi. I'll say hi to your friends if they're over, and you know if I'm on the screen, I'll definitely ask them how their packs are going, how any money. I don't know what set are you cracking? Hey Daza, what's up? Which combo deck? I mean, are you talking about the Monument combo decks? I've seen those. I played the blue-red Monument, you know, Artist Talent one. It was kind of whatever. Pro Tour hype, Christmas. How you doing, buddy? Hopefully the weekend is going to be awesome. I don't know what you have planned, but so let's just you know, I joined this just now, halfway through this game, so I you know, it's tough to really say what's going on. I mean, Martin has no cards in hand. Yeah, this is where limited is unfortunately not the best viewing experience because not a lot of people are familiar with all the cards in the set, and right now my untapped overlay will not show you. You know, you can't hover over these cards. Wow, he plays Thunderhead Gunner, no discard. Yeah. What does he have in hand? I don't know what he has in hand there, but... Lotus Boomobile, no! Daza, I haven't seen it. List me, bro. List me. I love getting listed. List me so hard, daddy. Give me a list. Job, how you doing? Probably pop in and leave your stream on. Nice, cool. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. We need to buy them? Oh, okay. I know, dude. Everybody, like... You know, again, the shop owners that I'm friends with are telling me, you know, Magic, Final Fantasy is now big hype. But other than that, Pokemon is like the last few sets, Aether Drift, like Pokemon is what people are wanting to pre-order by the whatever they can get. Cases, master cases, like whatever they can get their hands on, they want the new Pokemon stuff they're trying to pre-order. But the allocation is so small for that stuff. A lot of stores are struggling to meet demand. So hopefully, I don't know, I hope you find some good stuff, but I know a lot of the really popular Pokemon stuff that's coming out is just like pre-ordered, spoken for. Like, and if you don't pre-order it, you're never getting your hands on any kind of thing. Not much? 40,000 gold? On Arena, you mean? Okay, you're like me, you play so many games, I'm like, are you talking about Path of Exile here? Diablo or some other game? I know Gil is Final Fantasy. They don't use gold, but are you pumped for the Final Fantasy Magic set, Jub? I imagine you'd be one of the people that is exactly what that set is. You know who they're kind of going for there, and yeah, it's okay on Arena. Okay, cool. I have 40,000 gold. God damn, save it. Even new stuff, yeah. I mean, the Final Fantasy set coming up is already pre-ordering for like 180 a box for Magic. Not even I don't know what Pokemon. Pokemon's typically 140. I mean, I remember the days of paying 90 bucks for a booster box of Magic cards. Like it just feels like ancient history now. It's wild. Okay, nice. It's in the Pro Tour. Whoa. In the other category, I'm assuming. Let's take a look. I've got Arena open. I'm just gonna watch. This is 4 life, 5 life. This game's just about over, and then we'll pop over to Arena, and I'll copy and paste that list. Thank you, by the way. I love because I don't see, you know, I glanced at the lists, the archetype breakdown. I posted it in the channel. I looked at the other category. They do break it down there, but I'm just like skimming. Oh yeah, there's the Omniscience deck. Oh, there's a blue-eyed control. Okay, 7 people playing that. Great. Let's see if that puts up a, but I didn't click on every single list, so I definitely didn't see that one. So thank you for bringing it to my attention. Any spicy combo deck I'm always interested in. Hey, Mr. Hyde. Emmett Cell card, yeah. And Keep It Always, are you a big... See, that's a character that I have no familiarity with because I stopped playing Final Fantasy after Final Fantasy X. That was the last one I played. I don't even think I finished that one. So I have no idea who that guy is. So that's a card that I don't mind at all playing because I don't have any association with it. But like Cloud Strife, I haven't looked at the spoilers yet. I know they spoiled some stuff, and people are like Cloud Strife X Soldier, and it's like all capitals. I remember vaguely in Final Fantasy VII, Soldier was the name of the military kind of force that was ruling and occupying Midgar, right? But oh, Final Fantasy 14 Online, okay. Best villain ever. Oh, wow. Sweet. In a glass case. Bulletproof glass case. Nice. First set since I started playing Magic. I'm very excited. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and in that regard, The Universes Beyond is obviously going to be a big hit. I don't think anybody, even the people, like, I complain about what it's doing to the game that I love, but even me, even the most hardcore critics can't deny that it's going to be a huge cash cow. It's probably going to make up 1/3 of their revenue or more this year, just the way it did with Lord of the Rings. They posted over $1 billion in revenue for the very first time that year that Lord of the Rings came out. This is shaping up to be bigger than Lord of the Rings, which is wild. So yeah, it's a no-brainer for them, but it does feel like we're losing something with Magic. I don't know. I mean, I would love to see these sets come into Magic and just be casual only. I think that's really the big complaint. I don't care about the IP in casual formats. That's where it belongs. Let people have fun in Commander with it. But Standard and Pioneer and Modern and like that's where it gets like, I don't know. But what's scary, Dugio? Spider-Man art? Yeah. Hopefully they get some like actual comic book artists back. Can you imagine if they did that? I would love to see some old, artists come back and do work on a Magic set. They probably have to pay them too much though, right? Summon Shiva. Okay, we'll check it out after this. I'm just.
Yes, he can. Can he attack back for
4, 5.
He needs 5 mana to grow.
The Sky Streak no, he's 1 mana short. Because Scrap Compactor is 4 mana. Sky Streak Engineer is 5 mana to activate.
Yeah, I think he needed to
Or
go
life.
upstairs with that activation. Is there a Bestow Greatness perhaps off the top?
I think that was a Rover Blades.
You're right, it was. Nothing
Rover Blades. Double Strike?
And Martin has to win this turn. He's at 1.
Yeah.
There's an Outpace Oblivion in play on David's side.
He's got the land drop. Yeah.
Not
So he goes.
He had some outs.
Isn't that equipment? Doesn't that give double strike? Or what equipment am I thinking of? The Rover Blades. He's got a flyer. But the problem is everything has reach in this format. So, that big 4/5 on the other side of the battlefield has reach, I believe, right?
Yeah, you can kill the 3/2 here, but then the
FF7. Oh yeah. Oh, the scary that it's gonna be. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Yeah, I mean, I believe it. Final Fantasy, Lord of the Rings is huge. But but in pop culture, you know, it's been a while since Lord of the Rings has been relevant, right? Like the movies came out a long time ago. The license, the IP has got sold a couple times now. The last company that was holding the IP put out a ton of garbage. Have you seen the Mines of Moria Golem game and all the shady Lord of the Rings garbage that they pumped out? Now the IP has switched hands again. Oh, there he goes. He wins. Okay. So a couple things I want to check first. Let's just pop into Arena. I'm going to copy and paste this list in here that Daza posted. Blue-red combo. Check it out. I'm talking with a friend on the Una card. Be able to ETB search your library for a summon and put it in your hand. Oh, because she's, yeah, right. She was a summoner. I mean, so wait, now we're speculating on what the cards do. That is I think it's fun as a thought experiment, but I never really engage with that because it's impossible to know, and people are usually way off, and yeah, they never do what you expect them to do. So 24 lands here. It's a Simpson deck, repurposing Bay, of course, and yeah, this is very similar to the list. Oh yeah, I saw somebody playing this yesterday on the ladder, actually. I beat them with the combo deck, with the Omniscience deck, and it wasn't even close. But yeah, this is exactly the deck I saw them playing on the ladder. You're sacking Extruder with Repurposing Bay to get the Simpsons into play. It looks sweet. I love this kind of synergy-based deck. I've loved this card for a long time. I've been playing tier 2 decks with this card for quite a while. But is this deck good? Is it good? Pyroclasm, yeah, I forgot about that card. That's legal now in Standard. And then Akal Pakal for the slow matchups. Some Maze Mines. 4 Spider, not 4. This seems like it was always one of the best cards in the Simpson deck. I think this looks sweet. I'm gonna play something like this at some point. I just don't want to craft all these mythics. I just don't have enough wild cards to craft 4 of these idiots. I guess I'm missing 1 now. And this, I have 0. And Boom Mobile, I have 0. And this, I have 0. This is a weird one, too. Is there... Oh, to any target. Oh, so you're Radiant Lotusing and then sacking all of your artifacts to make, like, 30 mana and then just Boom Mobile them to death? That's the combo, I guess, right? That's kind of interesting. It's too fragile. Yeah, I was going to say. Well, when I was playing against the deck, it was the same kind of thing. Yeah, you take out a couple key pieces like Repurposing Bay or a Simpson, and then they're just like, these cards don't do a ton, right? But I see, it's Lotus into Boom Mobile, right? Dome you for, like, infinite. That's a spicy one. They're back into the next match here. I'm going to bring up Mythic Spoiler. I want to take a look at the latest FF stuff. Manus, what's up? FF7 The Zodiac Age is by far my favorite FF. Whoa, I don't think I've played... Oh, FF12. Sorry, not 7. Yeah. Oh, interesting. I see, I never played any of the ones after 10. For Arena to Pro Tours, the Paper Magic's hard to see. Well, the drafts are tough. In Standard, you can actually see what's going on, but you're right. Like, the big hurdle they haven't been able to ever... Like, no technology exists that can overcome it yet, is having people be able to watch the games and just click on a card that's on the tabletop and have it pop up on my screen. Just the way you guys can, when I'm in Arena with Untapped, the Untapped overlay can display all the cards that are on the field, even if I'm not hovering over them. You guys can actually hover over them and see what they do. That's what they need for this. They have this thing where they'll, pick one card and put it up there, but that's obviously too slow. The users, the viewers need to be able to do it in real time. As soon as that happens, then yeah, this is much better. But for a viewing experience, Mr. Hyde, yeah, you're right. Arena's better. That said, I don't ever want to see them do Pro Tours on Arena ever again. It was a disaster. But just with regard to just the viewing experience, you're right. It is much better on Arena than with real cards. This has been the issue since 1993. When was the first Pro Tour? 94, right? Yeah, every single time they've done stuff like this. I mean, they televised some of those early Pro Tours in the late 90s and stuff on ESPN, and that was the big issue. Nobody could follow what's going on, because if you're watching it on TV or like we are now, like, I can't see these cards. The font is too small. I can't read them. I need something that lets me zoom in like this, but it has to be under my control, not just them putting stuff up. Because, yeah, But your favorite's FF10. Interesting. Yeah, I can check out some of the cards here. We'll forget about the limited for now. Limited is, you know, who cares anyway. That's the constructed I want to check out. Sephiroth's already in here. He's blue-black, of course. Cloud is red-white, 3 planets champion. So they're going to have multiple Clouds, I'm guessing. I hate this set symbol. It's so weird. I see the FF, but it's really, it looks like they're trying to cram a bunch of stuff into the one little logo. So Cloud, during your turn, as long as he's equipped, God, the red-white equip stuff, when will they drop it? So this is unplayable. As soon as I see anything to do with equipment on a card, it's just unplayable. Forget it. It's commander only. Equipped abilities that you activate, yeah, 2 less to activate, sure. Never going to see play in constructed, competitive constructed. Sephiroth, Planet's Heir, 6 mana, 4/4, Vigilance. When he enters, creatures get -2/2. Whenever creature opponent control dies, he gets bigger. Yeah. Yuffie? Are these... I can't tell. Is this a real card or is this a commander card? Commander Ninjutsu? I'm assuming those are commander cards. The Chocobos are here. 1 mana, 0/1, yeah. Step Links, but in green. Landfall is coming back? Oh, that's a big deal. Landfall is back in Final Fantasy. Stiltskin. 1/2 lifelink. Target opponent gains control of another target permanent you control. If they do, you draw. Yeah, so people are going to start trying to brew with this, and Demonic Pact and all that. That stuff's never good enough. Cecil. 2/3 Death Touch. I remember this guy. Wasn't he like a soldier in... Oh, I don't remember Cecil. Maybe I'm not thinking of the same guy. What is Darkness? 2/3 Death Touch, Darkness. When Cecil deals damage, you lose that much life. Then if your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, untap it and transform it. Oh. Okay. Huh. Oh, is this the other half? Oh, they put it beside it. I thought that was a different card. Okay, that's the transformed side. Protect. Okay, very interesting. Let me see. Emmett. Yeah, there's Emmett. You can use IA to do that with IRL card while the game is going. Really? With IA? What is IA? I have no idea what that is. No app I've used has ever been able to do that. You can do it on Spell Table, but you can't do it on Twitch. The only apps that you can use on Twitch to show viewers, to allow them to hover over cards, are the ones that access the API, the like Untap.gg, you know, Cardboard Live, you know, there's a bunch of them. Stream Decker. But if I'm watching a stream of the Pro Tour, there's nothing I can enable that'll let you guys hover over cards and see them. But you can do it with Spell Table, I know that. Yuffie's already exists, they just put her art on it. Oh, okay. Yeah, Cutdown's going to be legal for quite a while still, I think. Sin Spira's Punishment, no idea. 7 mana, 7/7 flying. Enters or attacks, exile permanent from your graveyard at random. No good. Garland, Knight of Cornelia. 2 mana, 3/2. Cast it on creature spell. Surveil 1. That's pretty powerful. And it transforms into a demon. Chaos the Endless. Interesting. I remember the names. Garland, yeah. I remember that guy, but I don't remember which game he's from. This guy I've never seen before, but I saw that guy already. And oh, and he transforms into Hades. Okay. Yeah, right. The Yogg-Will. Tonberry? I remember this guy. Okay. Nice. First Strike and Death Touch is very tough to beat in combat. That's actually a pretty good black 1-drop if you're in an aggressive black deck. But it comes with a stun counter on it. So it doesn't come in tapped. So you can attack with it, but then the next turn it won't untap. Then you can untap it and attack with it. So yeah, I'm going to get to Shiva here. So 5 mana, 4/5. Oh. It's a creature saga. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Shiva. So 4/5 enchantment creature. So it's going to be a creature in play as well as an enchantment. Neo, it's okay, bud. And it immediately does Heavenly Strike. So you play it for 5, it's a 4/5 that ETBs and then taps a creature and stuns it. And then the next turn, it stuns something else for free, gets to attack. And then third turn, draw a card for each tapped creature your opponents control. And then you sacrifice it? Oh. Well, that's not... I mean, that's fine in limited, but that's not a very good card. Side quest? See what I mean? Like, it's too on the nose. You don't put the actual side quest, like, as the name of the card. Shouldn't it be a type? Jester, how you doing, buddy? Becomes a creature of some kind? This? I don't understand. Final Fantasy's the only set that give me hype. Yeah, a lot of people are saying the same thing. Yeah, a lot of people love Final Fantasy. But as a Magic player, it gives me zero hype. And I played lots of Final Fantasy games back in the day, but then I just stopped playing after. I played Final Fantasy 1 through 10, and then I stopped playing Final Fantasy. So the lore isn't, it's cool. And, if I love Final Fantasy that much, there's a Final Fantasy TCG you can play. But, okay, it's in Magic now, I guess. This is weird. Can someone explain? This is sacrifice after 3. So you're sacrificing the whole thing. It's not staying behind as a creature, right? Pappy, what's up? Thank you, buddy. You too. It's a 4/5, but it dies. It gets sacrificed, right? I don't understand. So, like, you play it, it's a saga that can block, and then it attacks on turn 2, and then on turn 3 it dies, right? You sacrifice, just like all sagas, they get sacrificed when you go to 3. This says sacrifice after 3. So you're only getting a creature for a couple turns. It's very weird. The Cactuar is warping tons of formats. Okay. I don't believe that for a second, but if you can prove that like, show me something. Nope. 7 mana, 1/7. That's a commander card. And even in commander, that's not killing anybody. People are thinking that this is going to combo kill people. Commander has enough answers that this doesn't matter. But anyway, it's cute. It's a meme. It's a meme card. It's Yargle. That's how I see it, but yeah, I don't know. I don't ever see this being good enough. Even in Commander, I don't know what kind of Commander decks you're playing. They have a scale now, right? If you're playing on the very bottom end of Commander, where it's like no infinite turns, no blah 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 blah, whatever it is, maybe this guy, yeah, you can fling him, sure. Isn't there a million other ways to kill people in Commander, or ways to stop this? I don't know. Maybe this is relevant. It's just so expensive. Competitive constructed, it's irrelevant. But in Commander, I would never fear a card like this in Commander. Are you kidding? But I play pretty powerful Commander decks, so I don't know. I guess in base level Commander, pre-con Commander, maybe it does something. The flavor's cool. It's ridiculous. It's a meme. This is Magic now. Every card's an unhinged card. There, it's been like that for many sets. We don't even need Universes Beyond to get silly. But yeah, I don't think any of these cards are good enough. I think the black 1-drop is interesting. If there's an aggressive black deck, maybe that sees play. This guy's really good. 2 mana with the passive ability to just surveil. That's the Dragon Rage Channeler or whatever's ability. That's very powerful. Dragon Rage is a 1-drop, not 2 colors. So if you want that effect in older formats, you'd probably never play this. But in Standard, maybe that could be a thing. The scale, I know. He's a 1/7, but yeah, the art is wild. I just love his little mustache. That was always the best part about the Cactuar. You think Emmet will see play? Yeah, the backside of Emmet could be powerful. Yogg-Will is very powerful. It's on a creature, so it's much easier to kill. Much easier to deal with if you're the opponent than if they just cast Yogg-Will and now all of their spells get flashback. But this guy's the stay and play. Okay, well, you can still get a very powerful effect off it if it lives. 3 mana 2/4 with Vigilance is also pretty good in the early game as a good defensive body. And then being able to attack while also playing D so that it triggers its ability and then still gets the block with that nice 4 toughness. That could be good. Yeah, this card is interesting. But, there's no deck that wants this right now. I don't know if the blue-black control deck... Again... this could be good with maybe like the Monument that just got spoiled that cares about discarding. It's just weird to look at these cards and think, these don't matter for many months. This set comes out in June. Why the fuck are we even looking at these cards? There's a whole other set that comes out before this. Dragons of Tarkir or whatever. Dragonstorm. I haven't seen a single spoil. Has there been a spoiled card from that set? I don't think so, right? So it's crazy that we're like, I get it. It's Final Fantasy. They want to start pumping the hype, but okay, sure. Maybe in a few months I'll care about some of this stuff, but it's just weird. I can't care about this for Constructed. It's way too far down the road. Looks interesting though. Let's get back to the action. Oh, they're not doing anything. So let me catch up. A huge meme, yeah. The game it will see play. Channel kill, yep. The Saga. It's 5 mana though. How are you stemming the tide on 5? Like stemming the tide starts on turn 1 and 2, not on 5. You want to stem the tide? Play the 2 mana Octopus from Aether Drift. That's a 0/8. That stems the tide. The tide's already washed over you by the time you get to casting that card, right? Yogg Will on a creature easy to kill, right? That's true. That is true, Lost Queen. You get it multiple turns. If you have a way to protect it, that's even better. Yeah. A Narset, yeah. You've seen... Oh, there is? I haven't seen a single one. Is there one? Which card have they spoiled? I haven't seen a single card from Dragonstorm. Why are we talking about Final... I get it. People love Final Fantasy, but like... I'm playing an RC in May. I'm going to go to the regional championship. I want to know what's coming before that. Final Fantasy doesn't matter to me at all right now. It's way too far away. There's a set coming out in 2 months, way before the RC, that's going to make a big, well, maybe make an impact on the RC. This guy, rolling up those flood pants or whatever. Dear God. Oh, there's a Narset. That's what you're talking about. Oh, the Narset was the card from Dragonstorm? Can I see it? Where is this card? I was just on Mythic Spoiler. I didn't see it. Narset Dragonstorm. Let's see if I can Google it. All right, this is limited still, right? Narset Transcendent. Oh, I think maybe I did see this when they first spoiled it. This was a while ago. I think they spoiled when. Oh no, it's a reprint. That's the card? No. Narset Transcendent is from the other Dragons of Tarkir. Where did they show the... I can't find any info on that. If you guys find a link to that card, I can't find it. I don't know what it's called. Jeskai Waymaster? Hold on, let me look again. Where did they spoil that? I've never even seen that card. Narset. I'm just going to search Narset here, see what comes up. Enlightened Master, Narset Transcendent, Enlightened Exile, Parter of Veils, Ancient Way, Channeled Force. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, because it's not officially spoiled. It was leaked. Oh. Some randos. Okay, well, I don't talk about that shit. That could not even be a real card. That doesn't mean anything. It's a picture of a card that looks like a photocopy. I don't talk about leaks like that. Fuck that. That might not even be a real card. It's happened so many times. I just don't even fuck with it. Nope. There have been no spoilers. Some rando said they found a card. No. It was an official leak? No. As Wizard said? Did Wizard say it was an official card from their set? If they haven't said it, then no. I don't care. I don't care what some rando says. The person who spoiled it said it's an official leak? Okay. If it's not official, means Wizards has acknowledged it. So Wizards acknowledged it? If that's the case, then it's a real card. That picture looks like a random, I'm surprised there's no gnarly fingernails in that pic. Anyway, if Wizards said... God, the quality's atrocious. What I'm seeing here is shared to the Magic subreddit by rando guy. That's all I'm seeing here. There's no talk about VIP anything, so... Anyway, okay, maybe it's real. Whatever, I'll wait for official spoilers. But yeah. Yeah, okay. It's a photo from an event that somebody says they took at that event. You're still going by the word of mouth of the person who took the photo said it's from that event. It might not be. Maybe they made it up. Yeah. and this person was able to get a picture of it, okay, if they say so. I'll wait for the... If Wizards has said, yup, that's one of the cards, then it's a real card. Others at Wizards? I don't care who verifies it. If it's not Wizards acknowledging it, it's not a real official. Official means the company who makes the game acknowledges it. The new Narset. I'll wait. Not even gonna look at it. Anyway, Dragon's Storm of Tarkir, whatever. Dragon Storm. Hopefully we start getting some real spoilers for the actual Magic set that's coming out very soon. Which is crazy because we just got a Magic set last week. But in a few short weeks we'll have another one. I can't wait. Carlo shared the new Narset? Oh, really? Wait, that's not his picture. What did he share? You guys are losing me here. Did Carlo take a picture of one of the cards and share it? Or did Carlo share the picture that somebody else said they took at the event? I don't know what's going on right now. Okay, good. But again, when somebody posts it, A, the person could be there. B, they could have seen real cards. But C, they could just make up bullshit and say, this is what I saw. Again, until Wizard says it, it doesn't mean anything. The people could have been there. They could have seen actual cards. But that still doesn't mean that's one of them. Like, you know, people do this shit. You think, and you might say, why? Why would somebody do that? You know, human nature? Have you not seen people, you know, fiending, simping for attention online? They'll make up people have done it many times in Magic with fake spoilers. Even if they were people who were at events where there were real cards being spoiled. I'll wait. It's one card. Who cares? We'll talk about it when it actually gets spoiled. But I want to see actual spoilers. Like, we've got, I don't know, a dozen or more Final Fantasy cards? Why? Why are we not getting Dragonstorm already? It's weird. Okay. No. No, Acute. I don't want to talk about that card at all. Spoilers are... I'll wait for the official spoilers. Final Fantasy is interesting, but it doesn't really matter. We're way too far away. We're still in limited here, so we could keep watching this match, or we could play some matches of our own. At least there's no fat on this broadcast anymore. They cut all the fat. So they're saying Luna drafted a gross deck, green-black deck? No one cares about Dragonstorm, I know. It's crazy. Well, and this is the problem. Being a competitive player, you know, who's playing in the RC coming up, I care. A bunch of us care. But the vast majority of casual players don't care. So, yeah, and especially after Aether Drift, a lot of people were pretty underwhelmed with Aether Drift, so I don't think hype is very high for the next Magic set. But Universes Beyond is, yeah, for sure. Yeah, Arena Direct? No. But I could play a draft. I could do some constructed. I'm playing in a tournament this Sunday. MTGA tournament. MTGA Circle, MTGA Zone, whatever it's called, tournament. And I don't know what I'm gonna play yet. I think I might play the Omniscience deck, because I'm not interested in playing one of the Dimir, Esper, or Gruul decks that have been around forever that are the best decks in the format. Could play Domain, but I think I might just play combo. That's a good question. Round 3. It says in the bottom here. I'm covering it up, but round 3 draft. So this is the last round. So after this, we'll be getting into some constructed, hopefully. So you know what? Yeah, maybe we don't care about this. Let's just play some Magic. So I was playing the Omnitel deck. I didn't love Templock. I'm tempted to, like, change some of the temp locks in the sideboard. I'm just not even siding them in. I never see Jeskai. That's really the only reason this is here. It's okay. It's good against Gruul, but they can blow it up. I could try Split Up. This is better against Gruul because it hits the Innkeeper's Talent. It exiles the Heartfire hero without taking damage. So, I don't know. I could try leaving them in. I want to cut one of the defabs, I think. And I could play a second Negate here. But also play a Spell Pierce. Actually, because I did play one match yesterday where I wanted to side in a Negate and have one in my board still to fetch. And I wasn't able to because we just had the one. Could try that. Open tournament, yeah. I don't know. Go on MTG Melee. Search for MTGA Circle. Oh, MTG Melee is just not even. It's just error 404 over here. Really? Oh. Hold on a sec. Yeah, there we go. Okay. MTG Melee. Oh, I can't even copy the link to this stupid tournament, really? It just takes me to the player portal. There, finally. 5 clicks later. That's the tournament I'm playing in on Sunday. 50-something players registered. Should be good. Yeah, I want to see the deck list for the Omni deck. They're not going to be much different than what I'm already playing, but yeah. Melee.gg, yeah. I don't know what it was going. It was going to like melee.com or something there, but at RCQs or on Arena. Oh, you haven't lost to it? Really? I've beaten everything. I've beaten all the different archetypes in Standard. I've lost to many of them as well. I think aggro is probably the closest deck that's the only deck that really can race in game one. I feel like Omniscience, my game one win rate is like 90%. I'm winning almost every single game one in every single match. And then it just comes down to, do they find enough graveyard hate to stop me in the post-board games? Extra Humor, how you doing, buddy? It's going well, thank you, man. Hopefully you're doing well. Oh, man. I don't want to cast a bunch of creatures. Okay. Yeah, I find 50 new cards. Okay. They completely changed the sideboard? The main deck's pretty locked. I think you could maybe... There's like one slot that... It's all 4s. Like, I don't know what you could take out one of the things for 4 of something else, but... I don't know. We'll see, though. Like the Omni combo. It just dies, yeah, but it's easy to protect, right? You just need a counter spell in your hand or whatever. I'll keep this. Again, like, watch me play the deck. You can see some of the videos on YouTube. There's been many times where my opponent has removal. It's not good enough. They just lose to... If removal gets countered, and then I win. Or I just go Omniscience into Omniscience, and they lose. You know, like, that's another way to do it. Okay, so this is a turn 4 kill. I just need to find white mana. And the, whatever it's called. But again, even if I don't have Invasion of Arcavios, it's not that important. As long as I have a few ways to dig. Like, if I can dig 12 cards deep, the chance I find the invasion is pretty high. So, let's see if I can find it here. I've got the riddle up. White-green is just cold. In game 1, there's not a chance in hell this deck... Their win rate against my deck has to be, like, sub 10%, right? They just don't have anything that actually can interact with me. Extra Humor! Thank you for the sub! Extra Humor! You're a legend! Thank you, buddy. Yeah. I think we can go for it here. I've got the invasion off the top. GG. They tell me it's a fragile deck. Nope. Nope. Invade. Show me your removal. No. Scoop it up. Thank you. Game 2. Like I said, 90% in game 1. The only deck that gives me a 50-50 chance of losing is Gruul. If they win the die roll, then it's close. I can still win those games, but yeah. This deck, I don't know what I want to side in here. They're going to bring in Ghostbacks. They're probably going to bring in the Frillback, but Frillback's too slow. I'm comboing off on turn 4. They have to have it on turn 4 with, you know, double green up or whatever. Templock's probably good here. I like Misstep or even Defab to counter Rip. Misstep to counter Ghost Vacuum, Defab to counter Rip. But Templock actually eats the Rip as well. The only issue with Templock is they can kill it. Green-white, they have a million ways to kill enchantments. Get Lost and whatever else. Exercise or something, I don't know. But I'll bring in Defab here. And then Exercise is probably going to be good against them as well. Again, killing Rip, killing their random artifact cages and whatever. The green-white cage deck, they're just hoping to play against the Esper decks and Dimir decks and stuff, right? That's why this deck exists, I think, in Standard. Am I gonna bring in? I'm taking out the bounce spell because single target bounce is not exactly great here. But let me catch up. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Every card is like this in every set now. It's all just puns and throwbacks and call outs. It's unsets used to be that, right? The unhinged, unglued, unstable sets. That's where you would see joke cards that were calling out real Magic cards. Now every set is like that. They're all joke sets to me now. I can't really take much of it seriously. The story's silly. Like, look at Loot. Look at characters like that. It's all, you know, yeah. And then the Universes Beyond stuff, you throw that on top. But I still like playing powerful Magic decks. This is one of them. Should I cut? What could I cut here? I'll cut a couple Moments of Truth. I don't know if that's correct, but yeah, that's the other thing, Mike. And it's like Haiku was saying as well. In real life, yeah, that's totally different. In real life, this deck can be tricky to play, and there are a lot of players who probably don't play it very well, or I don't know. But, you know, who knows? And I mean, you need a large sample size, too. This is why I want to see it at the Pro Tour. When I heard 7 people registered this deck at the Pro Tour, I'm like, yes, let me see. Even if the list is almost the same as mine, I just want to watch them play it. They are better than me. I can learn so much by watching a really good pro play the combo deck that I play. Every time I've played combo in Magic, in competitive Magic, I always wanted to... I would try and go out of my way to find... So this is where it gets interesting, and this is where the skill part of the deck comes in. Hold on, before I keep rambling. You know, you have all these overlapping cards that all dig, but they all find different stuff. Like, this is the only card that finds, this is a card that finds Invasion, whereas Picklock doesn't. You know, this card finds land, whereas this and Picklock don't. Chart, of course, is the only card that I can use to discard Omniscience if I top deck it. So what do I start with here? I have land, so it's not Moment. I should probably Chart here. They haven't done anything at the beginning of the game here. Yeah, and there's Omniscience. Nice. So they could get me with a turn 2 Rip here if they're lucky and they had it in their opening hand. They do not. Okay. Oh, wait. This is the cage deck, right? This isn't Domain. I don't know what I'm playing against. Blast Zone's interesting here. I could play Blast Zone and then just leave up activation on Blast Zone, put it to 2. That blows up Beanstalk and the Rip if they have it. But, like, next turn I win the game, right? So I should just go for the combo here. Let's Surveil and then Chart. I think I'm ditching that. I'm looking for a counter spell right now. Or a... yeah, there's the counter. Good. Or a card that kills an enchantment. So if they don't have Graveyard Hate right now on turn 4... sorry, they're turn 5? Wait, oh, they ramped. Turn 4. I win. Oh, great. I win. Turn 4, both games. Like, if they don't have the Graveyard Hate... oh, wait a minute. Oh, they could still have Rip. Oh, they had it, you luck sack. Okay, okay. They found it. Oh, that's fine. So we'll go blow up their Rip, and then we'll move on with our life here. Ooh, very lucky. Because they only bring in 2, maybe 3. I would be surprised at 3. I think it's usually just 2 Rips out of the sideboard. So how should I do this? I just need to find an exercise here, or a temp block would work. A little late to the party. Okay. And then I could Archaeologist again, but I think I'm going to go Moment of Truth here, and that lets me leave up defab. They know I have the defab, of course, but at least makes them play awkwardly around it. What else do I have? Templock, and Exercise. Exercise is better, obviously, than Templock here, because Templock they can interact with. But the occasional joke, cheeky and fun, but I do fear it's getting too much. Yeah, I do too, Jester. You know, humor is like, I use this analogy with swearing a lot, where I say swearing is like that too. You want to sprinkle it in. Like, Magic should be a mostly serious game, and then sprinkled in with one or two. Every set has like one, maybe two at the most, you know, goofy kind of like joke, you know, here's whatever, and like referencing some other thing from outside the set. Breaking the fourth wall, basically. But when like half the cards in the set are like that, yeah, it's too much, I feel like, right? Golgari midrange hit their hand with Graveyard. Yeah, that's every combo deck. That's the way to beat combo decks of all stripes. You need disruption and pressure. If you can disrupt obviously their game plan, because that's priority one. You putting pressure on them is not good enough, because if you're playing against a well-built combo deck, they can beat pressure. They're faster than you. You know, I'm just as fast as the red deck. I kill on turn 4 consistently. So, and they do too, right? We're very similar. So the dice roll is very very important in that match. I do have this Blast Zone in hand. Why don't I just blast the stupid Rip? What am I doing? Okay, so let's ditch Fabled Passage, put Blast Zone on the bottom, put Picklock in our hand. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I just realized I'm still sitting, because I'm blabbing with you guys. I'm not even paying attention here. Let's pay attention. I'm going to leave up my counters, plus Picklock. I think end step, I'm just going to activate Blast Zone. I mean, I'm at 20. They're putting 0 pressure on me, and that's the nice thing. I'm just getting all the time in the world to play around their hate cards, right? The decks that can kill me quickly are like Dimir can sometimes do it, but they don't really have good disruption. The Ghost Vacuum is easy to beat, I think. But, sure. But the Rip is not easy to beat. You need to remove that first. So if they play Rip and they have pressure, then I'm in trouble. But right now, they gave me a lot of time here. I think I'm going to be okay. I need to find another Omniscience as well, but that shouldn't be too hard. I have a lot of ways to dig. I'm looking at, look at 4, 8, 11, 15 cards. I'm looking at almost half of the cards in my deck, like 30-something percent, 38%, almost 40%, with just the cards in my hand. If these find more cards like them, then we should be able to find Omniscience very easily. I just need to get the Rip off the board. Yeah. And then we're good. Sure. And they're playing as much pressure as they can here. I can't counter any of this stuff, because I could counter the triggered ability, but... Oh, that's an enchantment? Oh yeah, I will just counter that. What am I saying? Sure. I mean, defab does get their next... Rip if they get lucky and find another one. So maybe I should save it, but I think I'm gonna be okay. Oh, and let's cover up these obnoxious ass propellers. God damn it. Okay, so let's go X is 1. Untap. You get a large dork. Now this is 3 to activate, so that's 4 mana, leaving me with just 2. I could play Archaeologist here, but I want to wait until... Well, I could just activate it now. I want to do it on end step, right, to make sure. And then I'll Picklock Prankster. I'm at 18 life. What's the worst that could happen here? They play Zur. Oh, no, what am I... They're not Domain. Is there... Oh, Scroll Shift? But that won't... This guy will be Summoning Sick. I think I'm okay here. I'm just going to pass. Hardcast Omniscience. No, I've never had to do that once. I don't know. I imagine there may be a game where that actually happens, but... So, the thing is, like, it might look like a weird combo deck where you're getting lucky by finding the pieces, but consider how many cards you're looking at with all the other cards. By the time we get to turn 5 sometimes, I'm at 30 cards in my deck. Not this game, obviously, but... That's still not enough, right? 8. It's close. Oh, does this pump their team? Oh, fuck's sakes. Okay, right. That guy's gonna be the extra pump. Yeah. I just used my only stifle effect. Yeah. Okay. I took out my bounce spells. I don't have any instant speed removal to kill this guy, so... Yep, you got me. Nice. Yeah, very close. I think I fucked up. I should have played Blast Zone way earlier. I was blabbing to you guys and just playing my lands, and I just realized, wait a minute, why didn't I play Blast Zone already? My bad. I think I win that game if I had played Blast Zone like two turns earlier, but... Anyway, let's move on. I'll try and not fuck up this game 3. MTG, what's up? Watch party? Oh, I know. Well, we don't... The limited sucks. We don't really watch the limited. It's here, but... you want to watch it? I think it's... Yeah, Draft Pod 3. They're jumping over to another Draft Pod here. Simon Nielsen 3-0ing the first Draft Pod. God damn. Oh, these are the results. Nicole Tipple's really good. This looks like a cartoon from my childhood, like a Transformers, like some weird Transformers knockoff. GoBots or something. Alright. Back to Magic. Play. On the play. Man, if I had one more land or if I was on the draw, I would probably keep that, but nah. Okay, so do we keep 3 lands here? I've got Moment of Truth to find me another land. Man, that's actually tough. These are also great. I don't think I need both of these. They're both so good here. I could ditch the Prankster and just try and... I'm going to ditch Exercise. I think with the other 2 cards in my hand being 2 mana blue instants, Defab is better here. It plays better with the other cards in my hand. I'm just going to leave up 2 mana every single turn, and on their end step, I'm going to go Picklock. I'm going to do this. If they play Rip, then I get their Rip, you know? But I get to Pylons here on turn 2. Okay. Let me get you guys in a second. Hold up. Omniscience. Oh! Oh! Yes! Oh, yes. Go. That's getting lucky. Sometimes that does happen. I don't give a shit. Let's find an Abuelo's Awakening stat. Okay. Picklock is the best at digging to that. Can't take the Invasion. That's awkward. I'll take Riddle, though. That gives me a counter spell. Maybe I should just take another Fairy. Oh, hi, Mark. Easy. Go. They're gonna go for Rip here, because I win this turn. They've gotta have Rip. If they don't, I just Moment of Truth into a land here and we win, right? Yikes. I'm on the play this game. It's just so much harder for them to interact. They have to have Rip on turn 3 here in basically their opening hand. They did draw 1 extra card, but so they've drawn 3. Torf, how you doing? Yeah, like combo deck again, and people are like, how do you beat Rip? It's like, well, sometimes they don't have Rip and you win. Like, yeah, right, like right now. So I could dig for 3 with Moment, but now that they're not even making me leave up the counter, I'm just gonna dig max here, right? And I just need to find Invasion of Arcavios and we win. I guess I'll take another one of those because it digs the deepest. And oh wait, I need land, right? Oops, right, land. I forgot about the land. That's not good. Okay. My bad. It doesn't matter. It still doesn't matter, but I actually fucked that up. Was there a land? Yeah, there was a land in there. I should have taken the land the first time. Wait, what? Oh, I can't make blue? Oh! And then I draw island. Oh, it's hilarious. That's real. Ah! Yeah. And then, of course, they have the rip. Whoops. I had defab up there, but I forgot. Yeah, Flood Farm not making whatever. Okay, so I have one exercise in the yard. I could just try and find a blast zone here. There's Invasion of Arcavios, so I can just go get the other one as well. How should I do this? I did fuck that up, though. I should have won already. This match should be over. I could just Invasion of Arcavios, get exercise here. That's probably the safest way to do this. Yeah, let's just do that. I sided them both in, right? So I have to search my deck now? Yeah. I could even just go and get... Oh, the one... Yeah, never mind. So let's search our library for the last one here. Pass. Okay, so now I need to find another invasion. Not a big deal. There's 2 left in the deck because one of them was in the graveyard. Jeez. That's my bad. Fetch is in standard? Oh, with Tarkir? No. Templock also does the trick here, but... I can't counter... I would Templock here if I had the counter magic up like Confounding Riddle, but I can't counter a Get Lost with defab. I could wait for one more land. Should just exercise this now, right? This game's basically over if I find another Omniscience off the top. Let's just do this. Templock doesn't matter. We pass the turn with defab, and then if they don't make us defab, I'm just going to prankster. Jeez. I'm gifting this game to my opponent on a silver platter. I could defab this, but it doesn't matter. I'm just going to pick lock. I can Templock all this as well. Sure. We'll do this. Abuelos. Just need to find an Omniscience here. Yes. Jesus. Didn't I just put... I just put one in the graveyard, too. Okay. Drawing a lot of those. Let's just do this, see what happens. Leave up the defab here. Can still defab a rip. Sure. There's no Omniscience in my yard, so this is irrelevant here. Yep. You go nuts. This isn't a deck like Squirming Emergence, right? Oh, they're gonna blow that up? Do I care? I could defab this, but them getting up the Beanstalks back, I guess it does just draw them too many cards, right? Okay. No. Thank you for spending the mana, though. Omniscience! No. Okay. We'll dig with Confounding Riddle here. See what we can find. Pass? This game's going on way longer than it had to. That's on me. I should have gotten the land. That was the only mistake I made, was the Confounding Riddle. Then I had the Flood Farm, but, you know, there's nothing I could do about it. It didn't make blue, so I couldn't counter their next rip. Or the first rip they had. Ugh, God. Yeah, it wasn't a big deal. We basically win this game if it wasn't for my mistake. So that's not, again, when we're talking about the deck, we've got to look at it as like how the deck should have played out here, which is me winning this match a long time ago, right? Even through their graveyard hate and whatever. But no such luck. Omniscience. No. Okay. Randomly not drawing anything here. I'm gonna flip my invasion. Oh, mama. What does this even do? Okay, I'm gonna do it. I've never done that before. I've never flipped a battle and then, like, copy all my draw spells. Okay. Waiting for the next Omniscience. Nah, I'll take it. Okay. I deserve to lose this after all my that huge mistake into not being able to counter rip there. Unfortunate. Anyway, deck's great, as you can see. Okay, so I could get... Oh, how do I do this? I could get Chart. I think I'm just gonna get Confounding Riddle. How many Confounding Riddles? 2. I could get Confounding Riddle here. That does mill the most cards. That leaves me with 1 invasion left in the deck. What if I invade? Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna invade and go get the This Town Ain't Big Enough from the sideboard. That's gonna be how I get out of this. Yeah. This is risky now, because if I use this, and then they resolve a rip, then I'm in trouble, because this will be gone and I won't be able to win the game with my combo. They're double blocking. Okay. Huh. I thought they're the aggressor here, but I guess they think they're going to get more of these tokens. I'm going to bounce the Overlord and my full loyalty invasion on my or on their turn before they attack here. Okay, that doesn't matter. They do have a Restless Prairie, but that's still not lethal. Sure. So I can bounce Invasion here, and then I can Invasion... There is... Let's see. Dispersal. Okay, let's bounce this and this. I could... This town... Oh, they have Scroll Shift maybe or something? That would be gross. Still don't get attacked by this guy, which is nice. Let's see. Decks are up? Okay, we'll get back to it. Get lost. Sure. I don't think that really does anything here. This is also why I want Split Up in the sideboard, so I can go get it with Invasion here. It would be a great spot for that. But anyway, we should have won this game, and I feel bad that now we probably lose this game, because I'm not going to be able to... I'm going to have to get lucky here. I've already lost... This is like the 3rd invasion, right? So I only have 1 invasion in the deck, but 3 Omniscience still not showing up. I could have just hit another Omniscience by now and would have won the game too. Riddle. It doesn't really matter though now. It's a little too late because I don't have enough mana to... Oh, there's finally the Omniscience. I didn't play a land yet. I guess I will keep a land. Okay. And I guess I still win the game. They need 1 mana instant speed removal here, which is not good enough. Oh man, that was nasty. Let's go to our graveyard. And we'll take this town. And then this town. Bounce, bounce. Now it's over. Nice. Sideboard. You seen this one? GG. Sure. Well, I'll take one of these large dorks. Graveyard. Bounce. Don't go for that breach yet. Don't be greedy. Bounce, bounce. This should have happened like 8 turns ago for what it's worth. Sorry. That was my bad, but you still lose. Breach. Take whatever here. I'll take a Nissa, sure. Gotta not take Beza here, because I'll draw a card, and that'll be lights out for me. Graveyard. Bounce. Gonna make me do it, huh? Game 1, they didn't make me do it, but now they're salty. They think that game was close. It was only close because I screwed up badly when I didn't have to. Anyway, this is probably the deck I'm going to play on Sunday. We'll see, but Logi doesn't matter. As long as I don't take Beza here, I'm fine. What is this goofy shit? I'll take another Overlord, sure. Gonna make me go all the way down to 0, huh? Maybe I misclick. I did fuck up earlier, you never know. I am bad at this game. Invasion. Sure. I could do this all day, but pass. GG. All right, let's get back to the action here. All right, Scott McNamara. Hey, I've raided that guy before on Twitch. I'm not kidding. He's he's an MTGO grinder. I can't remember his MTGO handle now. It's McNamara something, but concede and focus on concede. I'm never conceding there, Acute. As you saw, we're a combo deck. We can just win out of nowhere. We don't concede. So Dimir mid-range. So Scott did the reason he's in this Pro Tour right now is he played pretty well in the RC. He top 4'd. I think he got 2nd place or something in the last big American RC. Sorry, not modern, but standard RC. With this deck, he was one of the first people to, him and his team put the Otter thing, you know, Storm Chaser's talent plus This Town Ain't Big Enough combo into the Dimir mid-range shell. But it looks like he's playing Hopeless Nightmare, so I don't know what his list is, but I think he's still the mid-range version. He's probably the same deck that he did well with at the RC, which makes sense. It's a deck he obviously plays very well. Love those Ice Age basic islands. That is an excellent choice. Ice Age Islands, solid. The spoilers, Siege Rhino, that's okay. Yeah, I'm not. Is it Dragonstorm? If not, then I'm not looking at it right now. We already looked at Final Fantasy spoilers. So they have Storm Chasers with no counters on it. So what is Matt Sickink Johnson playing? What is that? Is that just Gruul aggro? That weird land is throwing me off. I'm like, what land is that on top? It looks like an Orzhov dual land or something. I don't even know what land that is. I can't tell. I hate the alt art. That's the other thing. What they should do for the Pro Tours and stuff is just give all of the competitors stock cards. Like before the Pro Tour, a week before, 3 days before, whatever, you send them the lists. All the Pro Tour competitors send their lists, and Wizards should have no trouble making sure that those cards are available and just say, okay, here are your cards for the Pro Tour. That way, no issues with marked cards, no issues with visual, like people looking at different versions of cards, which is just like, I don't know. I get it that you're taking a lot of the self-expression out of the game by doing that. Like people love using their basic lands and they'll play, you know, there's people who play all different basic lands in their deck, right? Some of them are white bordered, black bordered. I think it's a little dumb. I think it's just like we're playing a game here, and like if it's visually distracting. It's almost like you're negatively affecting the integrity of the game, whether intentionally or not, by doing that. It's like when people would put Dryad Arbor down with their lands because it was a land, and then sometimes you'd get people. Like that's shady angle shooting, and there's a reason they changed the rules and made it so no, you have to do this. You know, I remember when people put lands above their spells. That was another time where it was like, dude, don't do that. But I can play however I want. You can't tell me how to play. There's no rule telling you have to do this, but for the integrity of the game, you want things to either look similar or be mirrored back and forth on both sides of the battlefield to as much of an extent as possible, because then it just keeps everything organized and clear, and then both players don't lose track of stuff. Like using that as a way to hide information, or, you know, I mean, even the way you see pros, a lot of pros will put their lands in a long row overlapping. And when you're playing all dual lands and tri-lands and stuff back in the day, it was easy to lose track of what colors can my opponent make, how many of each color can they make. And it's just because of the way they have their lands arranged. Now, you can't spread the cards all out so that all the lands, like you have to stack them just for logistics purposes. But at the same time, they should be like, these are, you know, very clearly organized, and pros are pretty good. You rarely see a sloppy pro who doesn't organize their game space, you know, in a nice way. It's very rare because pros are good at the game. They understand these things. It's when you go to F&M and somebody plays sloppy as shit. They put their lands in one big pile, and you're like, what is this, Commander? Can I see what lands you have, please? Jesus Christ. Well, I have so many. Yeah, are you not good at manipulating cards? How long have you played this game? I can have 12 lands and they're in a very tight row. They fit perfectly on my playmat, not a problem. I can tap them easily. It's just a matter of learning how to pull out the ones you want, turn them sideways. Like, there's no reason to have sloppy, you know, board states. Graveyards are another one. You know, these players both opting with the single column. I see Scott going with the perpendicular exile there. You can tell that Storm Chaser's Siren, whatever it's called, is exiled. Spyglass Siren, is that what it's called? You guys know what I mean. Narsa reveal. Okay, I don't really care about the spoilers right now. So Acute, you told me to watch Standard. We're watching Standard, so let's pay attention to Standard right now. Scott's on 1 life here. Kaito in play. This is, oh, Soulstone Sanctuary. That's the land. I couldn't tell what that was. Okay. Yeah, Gruul's good. So he's got a bunch of stuff in the yard. He can activate Storm Chaser's talent. He can get back, I guess he's got no 1-mana spell except Spell Pierce. He could just get back Go for the Throat, but he doesn't have a land to play it. Okay, there's the land. So he can go land and then 4-mana Storm Chasers, get back Go for the Throat, kill. What is he at? 1? He ditches the land. Okay. So yeah, that's not good enough. He's still dying to that line. So he takes, okay, Storm Chaser map. So he has 1 blocker. The other guy has no cards in hand and is living off the top here. So that was a Kaito Surveil and then draw Spyglass. He maps. Ooh. The tapped land, though. If he had an untapped land there, that would have been sick. That's why he put the other land in the yard. I thought he'd want that this turn, but okay, now he's got another blocker. So he's hoping Matt doesn't draw removal off the top. He's also got cards in hand, but we don't know what they are, apparently. So he could have a counter spell here. But Spell Pierce no good anymore. Matt rips a creature. It looked like Heartfire Hero. You need a stupid dragon, and they'll shift the meta. What do you mean? New Mox? There's a new Mox. Okay, that's a big deal. I will look at... Let me look at it between games. That's the best time. Not when the guy's at 1 life and it's like a big deal. Oh, Flood Pits Drowner is the last card. That was clutch. Yeah, Heartfire Hero. That's what I thought he had. Okay, so... That's a... Ooh. They're both living off the top, but at 1 life, you're so precarious here. The bar is almost certainly... Wait, 7? Can he kill him here? Yeah, sack Kaito to stun. That's it. Wow, crazy game. That's 7. He mills himself just to make sure no nonsense. Does the other guy have a creature land? No, it's over. Wow, on 1 life. That was nice. Gets that game 1. He's got to be like, oh. You know, if the other guy drew a removal spell there, that would have been sick, but nice plays. We didn't know what was in his hand. The Flood Pits Drowner, jeez. Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you for letting me know. Get that off the screen. This matchup is crazy in favor of Dimir Bounce. You don't think so? Or you think it's a wow, I don't know. I think he got very lucky to get that game 1. But yeah, you're probably right. I mean, it does have a lot. They do have a lot of good tools against red. They should be advantaged against the red decks. But yeah, Pawpatch Recruit is great against them. Things like this, like the red deck shifting to this kind of stuff is nice. I don't know. It depends. I think you're right. I think I would put Dimir as the favorite in this match, but it's not like they're a 9-1 favorite or something, like, you know, they're 70% to win this or something. I think it's still very close, and I think red decks have changed. Like those Gruul decks have changed since the last time Dimir walked all over the aggro deck. Like when Flood Pits first came out, that was it. Like, yeah, that was so good against the red decks. But now they're shifting to stuff like this, and it feels a lot better for red than it did. But Overprotect is a weird one. I haven't seen too many Overprotects, and it was in the main deck of Matt's deck there. So Flood Pits, Underground River, this town ain't big enough. Double this town is pretty clunky. Oh boy. Lots of mice. And Gruul being on the play here. So this is going to combat. He flashes in Flood Pits, stunning one of them. Triggers the mouse. The mouse triggers the other mouse. Or sorry, the rabbit triggers the mouse, whatever. Gets a land off the top. He hasn't played a land this turn, so yeah, I'm assuming he's going to play that land. Passing. 75-25, you think so? Ugh, I don't know. I think it's more like 55-45, but yeah. Anyway, like I said, we're going to watch. So after this, we'll look at some spoilers and... But it's nice. Now there's not a lot of downtime. Normally I'd be like, oh, we're going to play another match because it's going to take, you know, there's some stupid special segment. They're interviewing people in the crowd or whatever. I don't know. Something I don't care about. And now they don't do that anymore. They just go bang, match, match, match. It's great. Ooh, Witch's Vanity is great against aggro. Yeah, that's one of the sideboard cards I was playing the last time I touched Dimir. When they started playing this bounce package, it was like, okay, what are the best bounce things? And I remember putting this in my sideboard thinking, yeah, I saw a list online with it. It makes sense against aggro. You get that food token, right? It's huge. If you can get the food token and then bounce it before chapter 3 and just keep getting that food token, that's insane. And with double, he's got double. This town ain't big enough in his hand right now. So that's going to be that was a great pickup there. He didn't have that in his hand previously. Nice. Spider Dude, what's up? Removal tribal. Well, this is competitive Magic. I think you're never gonna. There will never be a standard constructed format where the best decks don't play removal, right? I mean, this is just how you have to have answers. Some decks are all answers and no control, or very controlling and no, other interaction. Like a hard control deck, that can be a little bit frustrating to play against. But even those decks, I mean, they have to not only have answers, they have to have card draw to find more answers. If they, your deck has more threats than they have answers, basically. So the deck that has more threats should come out on top eventually. Dimir's a mid-range deck, so it's both, right? It's got good answers and good threats. So it gets to play a good tempo game. Very cheap, like everything's really cheap in the deck. But yeah, Commander is the kind of format where, I don't know, people play removal that's powerful, but less of it. There's like, Swords to Plowshares is legal and all this, or I don't know, really good removal. But it's not like people are packing a ton of them and it's 100 card decks and, But competitive Magic, it's all about the removal. The removal dictates what's good in the format. But yeah, I'll look at them. I can scroll up too. It's okay. 100 removal spells? Oh, and you're playing... Well, okay, Spider Dude, that's somebody who's trolling, though. That's not what we're talking about here. How often do you run into somebody doing that? That's just somebody being a troll, right? But how do you know they had 100... Did you see their whole deck? Or what? Did you mill them or something? I mean, if you... Imagine you're a deck like that with a bunch of removal, and you play against a deck that can kill you without creatures. Like, that's... How do you ever win? I don't know. That's the other side of the coin that people don't see. But there's always two sides to every coin. Okay. Yeah, bouncing that Witch's Vanity before it goes to chapter 3, like I said, that's huge. Yeah, and because he's got double this town, this game's basically over. Oh, they're calling a judge?
Yeah, I would think that is correct.
Correct. Yeah, so you always go on the stack first.
Okay, so this is still a 1/1 with the power trigger on the stack.
Yeah, so you play
Yeah.
this, that trigger goes on top of this, then this trigger went on there. So
Yep.
Yeah, they're figuring out the order of the triggers.
Still 1/1, right?
Yeah, because Paw Patch triggers here with the or whatever this thing, this town.
Doesn't have a 1-mana spell to play.
Interesting.
Right now, so it's not going to be relevant. But Matt will torch the
So is
tower.
this prowess trigger still on?
Yeah. He's clarifying that the Otter's still a 1/1 because the prowess trigger hasn't resolved yet. But yeah, like, is that going to be relevant here? Like, there's no 1 damage instant speed spell. That's what Corey pointed out there. So okay, sure. Like him being a 2/2, I guess. Then if he goes to torch and then Scott has another instant speed spell, it makes him a 3/3. But yeah, pulling the Witch's Vanity back, like I said, is huge. That's what you're trying to do with that card against aggro. And now he just gets to replay it, kill another card. Now this guy is... Yeah, I was going to say, he's dead, right? Okay. I'm like, how is that guy still on the battlefield? But okay. So he replays Witch's Vanity, kills him, and then he gets another food, and then he's got another This Town Ain't Big Enough in hand to do it again next turn. So whatever Matt plays this turn is going to get bounced along with his Witch's Vanity again. And then if Matt doesn't keep playing threats, he can just sit back with Vanity and not play it, crack food, gain life. As soon as he starts gaining life, like if you gain life against the red deck, 3 life is like trading for one of their cards, right? So it's huge. You've got to, you know, stop. If you're the red deck, you know, this food production is going to be devastating. It's like he's drawing 2 cards against the red deck with this Witch's Vanity. Oh, that's crazy, Spider. That's just people being dumb. And this is where, you know, casual Magic is like this. Like, people, the sky is the limit, right? You can build any kind of deck. So there are people who build goofy troll decks. I've played Commander with people that had a deck that tries to stop the game from ending. So basically, the whole deck is like a what do they call it? Like a group hug deck, where you're benefiting other players with all your permanents, so nobody's interacting with you. You're giving everybody hexproof and blah, blah, blah. And if anybody tries to cast Farewell or any kind of thing to interact with all these things, you just keep countering it. If one player fireballs another player to kill them, you intervene to counter or stop it, redirect it. The whole deck was built around stopping anybody from winning, even the person who's playing the deck. And we're playing this game, and it's just going on and on and on. And at some point, I'm like, this is fucking stupid. Like, what are we doing here? Why are we even sitting here? So we're all circle jerking. That's the point of your deck, to stop anybody from winning. This is dumb. This is Magic. We're dueling. There's supposed to be a winner and a loser. What is happening right now? You know what I mean? Magic is like that. You can build any sort of deck. So yeah, people are going to build decks like that. Don't worry about it. That there's no such thing as an all removal deck. Nobody's doing, like, one person out of like 1,000 is doing something stupid like that because they're a troll. So don't even sweat it, dude. Don't worry about that. Just concede and move on. Who cares? But it's like control decks. Like, when a control deck is one of the best decks in Standard, then people bitch and moan a lot because they keep playing that deck over and over and over and over again. They're like, I hate playing it. All my removal's dead against them. Like, this isn't how you're supposed to play Magic. It's like, sure it is. It's the OG way to play Magic.
Don't speak to me of the original Magics. I was there when they were written.
Anyway. We were mighty planeswalkers once. Now we're fucking monster ranchers. What do they call it? We're trainers. There's gonna be gymnasiums in Magic soon enough. Spoilers, they're making the alt art versions of the cards mythic. The alt art. So wait, in the packs they're gonna be like taking up a mythic slot, you're saying? Turbo Fog, yeah, Turbo Fog's one of those decks, exactly. Yeah. Turbo Fog, or the Howling Mind deck, the Owling Mind decks back in the day. I played Pauper decks, Pauper Tron, using Moment of Peace and stuff, or Moment of whatever it is, to like, yeah, fog, and then you're just like milling them. That's a good deck. I mean, look at Lantern Control in Modern. A lot of people hate that deck. I get it, but it's not like a widespread archetype. It's like one deck that's not even good except for certain periods in history where it was, you know, a decent deck. But it's the kind of deck, a Prison deck is tough. Legacy, like Mono Red Prison. Blood Moon, you know, playing all these effects that shut you out of the game. Trinisphere and Thorn of Amethyst and on and on. And, you know, people hate that. I would say that's the most reviled archetype, is the Prison. Prison decks feel, I mean, but that's why they're so perfect. They're Prison deck. They're supposed to feel shitty. You're supposed to feel helpless. You're locked in a cage. You can't do anything, you know? By their very nature, they induce despair. You know that you're never gonna break these bars. You're locked in. Just scoop. But it's what I think are the worst personally. I don't mind Prison decks. They're just, and they're not even the best decks ever. You know, even in Legacy and stuff, they're good, but they're not. You know, there are other decks that beat them. It's all just a big, you know, chain of decks, you know, beating each other and stuff. Metagame. But okay, so he's letting this get exiled and come back. Yeah. Turning it upside down to show it's an enchantment now. Yeah, gaining the life off that food. Now, the Witch's Vanity is going to bounce or disappear on his main phase. So if he has another up the, or this town ain't big enough, but he's used the 2 that were in his hand. Storm Chasers, yeah. So that Witch's Vanity is going to go away now. He's not going to get any more value off that. He can't activate the Storm Chaser's instant speed. So yeah, that thing goes to 3. What is he saying? Oh. Okay. Scrawling Crawler. Oh yeah, you could do stuff like that, sure. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I saw the game state and I wanted to know what was going on. We're getting to the end of this game. So Scott had a great draw this game, but Red just powering through it. 2 Soulstone Sanctuaries over there and a Restless Ridgeline. 3 creature lands for the Gruul deck is very annoying for Dimir. He's basically only got Go for the Throat that deals with all that stuff, right? 1 card. The bounce spells, like you can't bounce lands. You know, Flood Pits can target it, and that buys you 1 turn or 2, but that's not much. You know, you need to find Go for the Throats. So he's debating powering up Ridgeline here. Scott's got 1 card. We know it's a Flood Pits Drowner. See, I put that card down. I never hold my cards when I play games. As soon as I'm done, I know what I'm going to do. Even if I know I'm going to respond instant speed, whatever, I always just put my cards down and just watch my opponent. Every game. Oh, Pox. Yeah, sure. How you doing, Snively, by the way? Okay, cute. Yeah, I'll get to it in a minute. So again, I'm not even, I don't want to talk about that right now. So we're focusing on this. He's got Innkeeper's Talent on chapter 3 here. Okay. Figuring out how he wants to tap. So he doesn't fire up the land. He goes Manifold Mouse. Kicked. Gets another token. Now, the one with 2, I'm assuming those are +1/+1 counters. That one is not Summoning Sick. Yeah, so he targets that. They all have Ward 1 as well. So Flood Pits. So yeah, going to combat, flash in Flood Pits. Tap. Pay the ward. Oh, the Hexproof. That's it. Lights out. Because that's Double Strike and Trample. Yeah. Oh, had the Overprotect there. Gruul stealing game 2. I thought that game was almost unlosable for... Not unlosable, but he was in a very commanding position with doing the Witch's Vanity thing and looping, and he had a bunch of life, but no. Gruul had so many creature lands there, too. Nice. Okay, but being on the play here is clutch for Dimir, winning that game 1. Let's see. Death Shadow and Vecna deck? Are you still talking about Brawl? Yeah, like, that sounds spicy. I would have no idea what's in that deck, but who's the commander? Vecna? No, Vecna... I don't even know what's in Commander, so I know the Hand of Vecna was in one of the sets, but is there a Vecna legendary creature in Commander? I have no idea. Medical issues? Oh, good. They're done with? Good. That's the most important thing. Yeah, take care of yourself, and glad to hear it's behind you. Okay, thank you, Acute. I mean, but just, you know, you should probably wait. Because chat, it moves. So, again, it's like people asking me stuff. You really, just, if you want to get my attention and show me something or ask me something, you really have to wait until something's over. That, like, I'll be in a match, I'll be playing a combo deck, and then I'll go and somebody's bitching about how I missed their message like a minute ago, and I'm like, what? Dude, come on, I'm like at the end of this game 3 right now. Are you kidding? Not that you're doing that, but I'm just warning you that you should. It's gonna get scrolled away, and it won't make a difference that you put it in there again. Storm Chasers. So he has 4 cards left. It's not a bad start, but not a great start for him. Fear of Isolation, Go for the Throat. He needs another powerful, like Storm Chaser's talent with Fear of Isolation's okay, but he needs to find like a nowhere to run here. He needs to find they got that 1-mana artifact from the new set. I thought they were playing the 1-mana black artifact that ETBs in -2/-2s. I don't know. I haven't seen that yet, but the Eye of Vecna, yeah. But what is all this? Hand of Vecna. So are you playing all the stuff? Oh, that's it. Okay. Interesting. That's fun. I think I've never found those things to be like really powerful though. I don't know what kind of commander you're playing, but I play like Atraxa, and I play like the if I do ever play Brawl, it's like a really powerful, you know, because like a token like that, it just gets bounced. You know, I played competitive with Thopter Foundry and Dark Depths back in the day in Extended, and Dark Depths was like that. You know, make a 20/20 flying indestructible token. Great card, but a lot of times that token just dies to a lot of stuff. It gets bounced by everything. In Legacy, it's nice because nobody's bouncing, so the land's Legacy deck still gets to mess with that. But I'm leery of tokens unless they have a hexproof. If they're hexproof, or you're playing another card that gives hexproof, then that feels better. But Alessio Smiles at Death is dead. Oh, I don't know. It's a sideboard card. I don't even know what that is. That's not a card in Standard. What format are we talking about? Alessio Smiles at Death. Is that legal in Standard? That's like an old cons card, right? Is that the one? I think there's an Alessia in Foundations. Oh, is that the one from Foundations? Yeah, she's from Tarkir. Okay, the OG. Oh, yeah, Cons of Tarkir, right? So, but there's a bunch of Alessias here, right? 4 copies of Death Shadow, 4 copies of the Artifact, all the Nazgul. Nice, all 9 Nazgul. Nice, sweet. Oh, they're saying the Lorgie's dead. Yeah, I thought she died didn't she die in Cons of Tarkir? She was one of the people who died in Dragons of Tarkir, one of the sets. I thought that's already, yeah. And then the Smiles at Death, like she came back, or I don't know. Oh, cool. Yeah, interesting. I don't know. I didn't pay too much attention to the lore. I remember the Anafenza. I know the name Sidisi, like the lords of each, you know, thing. Of each con, but that's about all I know. Not a Vorthos, not a big Vorthos guy. I'm sure there are a lot of people who come into my channel and they talk about, you know, lore and casual formats and stuff, and because I'm just like, yeah, I don't do any of that. They're just like, oh, this asshole doesn't even play Magic, fuck him, and they leave. But I don't really play a lot of casual Magic, so people will be like, dude, what about this blah 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 card? And I'm like, I don't know what that is. They're like, you don't even know what blah blah is? And I'm like, no. And they're like, do you even play Commander? And I'm like, no. They're like, oh, you don't even play Commander? I'm like, no. They're like, oh. And I'm like, why would you assume I played Commander? Why would you assume what I know some random Commander card is? I have no clue. I play competitive constructed Magic and Draft. I love Limited, but I don't, there's too much. How do you even keep track of all the shit that comes out in Commander these days? Even if you are a Commander player, you probably don't know all the cards and everything, right? I don't know. All the Universes Beyond stuff? How many... tell me a random Doctor Who card. I won't fucking have any idea what you're talking about. Or a Fallout card or Assassin's Creed. I know one of the names of one of the cards, I think, because he kind of saw play in Modern. Basri? Is that his name? Basri's also a Planeswalker. Bassem? Is that his name? It starts with a B. I don't even know the guy's name. But if it's jank, you know it. Yeah, and that's something to be proud of, though. You could be a jank lord, all right? It's very doable and it's impressive. I like Hamhawks is our resident jank lord, I would say. I mean, he's one of the people I think who owns and runs MagicJank.com, our sponsor. And this is how I feel like a bit of a black sheep on the Magic Jank team. This is who sponsors my channel, as I literally say, I don't do the jank thing. All of the people on my team do, though. So if you want goofy brews and casual formats and all that stuff, we've got it. Just not here. So I don't know. I'm definitely, I don't know why why they asked me to be on the team. Maybe they need somebody who's competitive. Favretto's pretty competitive. He goes to RCQs. He does play Standard, but he also plays a lot of janky stuff too. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I do too. Maybe the Omniscience deck is a janky deck. That to me isn't jank though. That like a tier 2, I would even say tier 1.5 deck. You can't call that jank, right? Like Insidious Roots combo is not a jank deck. When now I think it's even better. But yeah, he got it. Wow. So Dimir steals it. The third game there, being on the play. So many flyers just beat him down. Nice. Okay, so let's take a look at some spoilers here. I'll scroll back up and see if I can find them. The first new Siege. Oh. We're linking... Is this a Twitter link? No, I don't want to look at Twitter. Is this all from their Twitter? I don't want to click... I'm not touching Twitter. I hate Twitter. Sorry. Is there a better place that I can look at these? No? Are they all on Twitter? Yeah, I don't need the Twitter updates. Sorry, I'm not... If once they're on Mythic Spoiler, I'll take a look. But if they're not on Mythic or Scryfall or something... I'm not interested. Are they on here? Newest spoilers. They're probably going to come up right away as soon as Wizards does put them out. So if it's on the Twitter for more than a few hours... Nope, not yet. Sorry, dude. That I didn't even look at the link. I can't do it. It's not up. Okay, when it's up there, I'll check it out. Anywho, we've got some time. 2 minutes. Let's jump back over to the arena here. Play another match. I got an achievement apparently. So I think I am gonna be playing this this combo deck on Sunday. Will we win this match? Get your bets in. It's not casino day, but we can still do some betting. Let's see if we can get him. Yeah. But anyway, the jank thing is funny to me. I don't know. I always felt like I don't really fit on the team. I love that this is like our podcast is great. You can go listen to the podcast on YouTube. I guess I'll lead with this. Nope. I'm gonna keep that. And I think it's good because we have casual players, competitive players. We have all kinds on the podcast, kind of balancing each other out. The last podcast episode. Oh my god! Stop! Stop! Jesus, autoplay. I gotta turn that off. That's the latest podcast episode. If you want to check it out. Sure. I'll go Prankster probably here. Playing against oh no, it's Sultai? Okay, some brew. There's no such thing as a Sultai deck in standard right now, so this is a jank lord here. Sewer Fatberg coming out of the swamp. Did you know that Fatberg is an actual thing? That's the name of a thing. I was reading an article in Australia, in Perth. They had a huge sewer blockage, and in the media, with a straight face, they said the headline was like Sewer Fatberg causes problems for people in whatever, you know. And I was like, Sewer Fatberg? Did they make that up? And I look it up. No, sewer. It was a Fatberg in a sewer. I was just like, oh my god. I have to. That's a great band name. I don't know. I want to Sewer Fatberg. Hell yeah! I'm gonna make that name on. Why didn't I start? I'm gonna start a new Twitch channel. I'm resetting from back to 0. Screw it. Sewer Fatberg. Another Omniscience though, really? Okay, let's go Archaeologist first here. My opponent's playing Domain. Oh, you're saying the Domain? Yeah. They are Domain. They're very dead. Yes, I didn't hit an Epiphany there. 3 lands, huh? Sure. Dig. Take one of those. I guess one of these has to go to the yard. I think we'll be okay here. Turn 4, this is a turn 5 kill. Little slow. Little bit slow on the draw there. Yes, that one. Make sure I tap that. Not that it matters. Double Omniscience. And that's how you beat removal as well, by the way. The double Omniscience they can't beat. And there's an invasion. Didn't even have to dig. Boop. Scoop it up. They're gonna make me do it, huh? Beseech. They want me to show them. Alright. I'll show them the win con. When I show them Breach, they should scoop. You're gonna show me your whole deck? Alright. Sure. Turn Omniscience into a 10-10 with lifelink? I love it. They're gonna make me do it. So I've established a loop here now. They should scoop. But, okay, I guess. Hoping I misclick. Main deck. Sure. Gotta love it when they make you do it. Give me a sec here. Take the card draw creatures first. Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, I could have taken the blue Overlord there, but it just doesn't matter. I'm just gonna avoid. Oh, but you're saying in case I have to later? That's interesting. Yeah, there's an argument for that. I can see that. Yeah, if randomly you mill, like, I don't know how you wouldn't mill more stuff though to exile, right? I don't know. Yeah, but I guess there's a non-zero chance that all they have left in their graveyard is things that draw you cards. It's possible. Graveyard. Just letting me see your whole deck, huh? We have 7 left. Okay. Atraxa. Hell yeah. Bird Migration. So they have 1 main deck Frillback. Only 1 Get Lost? 2 Get Losts. Judgment. Is that Templock? Is that 1 Frillback? That's... Oh yeah, just 1, right? Okay. Go. Alright. Deck list from the PT? Is this the deck I'm playing? Oh yeah. Oh, playing Stock Up. Cutting a Dispersal, cutting a Riddle? Ooh. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, 2D Fabricate. I love it. I've been high as shit. When I saw that card, I'm like, that card's awesome. I was playing 2 as well. I just cut down to 1. They were doing Season of Weaving. Riptide Gearhulk. Why? What? Johann Stopgap? Oh, there's some spicy things in there. Okay. Okay, so they're going to bring in whatever. Rip. I've got Exercise. Temp Lockdown, not bad, but they have Get Losts and things to free it. Defab comes in, can cancel a trigger from the Frillback. I actually should be playing 2 Defab. I went to 2 Negates there. That was probably a mistake. And then Temp Lock I don't need. I don't need like Afara's Dispersals here. I could side in a Negate, I guess. Temp Lock's okay. I just feel like they can too easily get rid of it. So it eats Beanstalks, but then they get all the card draw back if they kill my Temp Lock, right? They've got Get Losts. 1, 2... At least 2. They had a bunch of cards in their hand. I'm assuming they have 4 Get Losts, but... Alright, I'm gonna run it like this, see what happens. I'm leery of cutting any counter. I think you need the 4 counter spells, for sure. I can see cutting Afara's Dispersal. That's a card I side out a lot, as you can see. But, Stock Up, really? Maybe. It doesn't even put cards in the graveyard or anything. Ugh, it's a little awkward. I guess I'll keep it. I'll try. They're slow deck, right? They make people go AFK? Yeah, that's what happens with me too, but why are people that freaked out by the Nazgul? They really? Like, my deck is, I know a lot of people are annoyed by, so they will just rope me or just like leave the game after the first, game. But that does suck if people are doing it in Brawl. Mice versus Zur, nice. I do want to see that actually. I'll keep that on top. Keep basically anything that's not a land on top here. Sure. Yeah, I'd like to see that. I want to see these Zur decks. They picked up a lot with the new set, I think. With the new white removal spell. Very tempted to counter this, but the reality is it just doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is Rip. Okay. It's thin. Maybe I should have left up counter, but this will make them think I don't have a counter. When I do, we shall see. Really? Okay. In a moment here, I might find Falagi Archaeologist, or, you know, nothing. Okay, I probably shouldn't have played my land first. Whoops. But I know I'm going to leave up DFAB there, so there's no... Yeah, I'm never playing Meticulous Archive there. Okay. Negate in the yard. That's what they surveilled away earlier. Now they surveil away a land. Big four. What you got? I'll counter that. What the? Whoa. Holy shit. The whole building is shaking. Holy shit. I think there's an earthquake happening. Holy shit. This is crazy. Oh, it just died down. Oh, you can see my mic here. Wow. Holy shit, that was crazy. I felt it for a second and I'm like, is Neo bumping into the back of my chair? It was like a little bit of shaking. And then it just went like boom, boom, like for like a few seconds. Whoa, what the hell? Sorry, that's never happened to me in Canada before. Wow. Okay, there's a charter course. I'm gonna pass here. What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna find... This is gonna be on the news for sure. Did you hear Neo bark too? He's probably freaked out. Holy shit. I've experienced an earthquake in Japan, in Okinawa, in the middle of the night. It was crazy. But we were up on the 7th floor of a building, and it was just like, I could see... Like, I didn't know what was happening. I look out the window, and the view out the window is going like this. It was crazy, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, oh my god. Like, is this building gonna collapse? Can buildings do, like, that much? I'm like, oh my god. That was crazy. The whole building just shook. I mean, my floor, I don't know, I don't know if you guys could see it. Oh, that is so weird. Okay, rip me, baby. Okay. That's fine. We didn't even have an Omniscience in there. See if we can find a way to kill Rip. Whoa, what the hell? That was crazy. Okay. I didn't lose power or anything. Yeah, I'll take one of these. Probably be in the land here. Invasion gets me the other thing. Exercise. Then maybe I can go off here. Wow, that was crazy. Magnitude 4.8. Oh, there you go. Razor, good call. Razor's razor quick with that. Thank you, dude. Oops. Wow. 4.8. That was crazy. That was a 4.8? God, I can't even imagine if it was a 7 or something crazy. I feel like... I don't know if it's like my brain tricking me, but I feel like there's a slight, still like tingling vibration under my feet. But I can't tell if that's my brain or if that's like aftershock or something. Whoa. That is weird. Just had an earthquake in Turkey. Jeez. Yeah, Turkey gets some crazy ones. I remember the big disaster that happened. Lots of people died. I mean, that's also because you have a really shitty government in Turkey. So, they've been gutting the response. The response to it was atrocious. I can't believe that piece of shit who runs your country got reelected after that earthquake. After fucking it up so badly. Yep, I'm not going to win this one. Yeah, I think... Oh yeah, I can't even imagine a 7. I've never experienced anything like that. I hope I don't. I'm lucky that I never lived in a place where I could experience something like that. I've never experienced a huge hurricane or anything. Yeah, I was gonna say, Daza, Jesus. I've never ever felt that in Canada. I know Vancouver's right on the Pacific Rim and it can have earthquakes. It's on the same fault line as California, but we're not right on top of it the way they are. But it's right next to us, and we're right next to the ocean, so you've got, you know, tsunamis and stuff could be an issue. That was wild. I almost want to go look out the window. I can see the water from where I live, like very close. I just have to walk like down the street for like, but I'm not going to do that now. But Yeah, whatever. It was weird. That was okay. I'm 1 mana short of going exercise, chart omniscience away. Did I play a land? I don't know. If I haven't played a land, I could still win this game right now. That's crazy to me. I'm on 2 life, but I think, did I play a land? I don't think I did I? Holy shit, I might win this game. Did I didn't play a land? Oh, I did play a land. No, that's what I thought. Yeah, if I hadn't played a land there, I think I win. Or if I had a land drop that turn. I know, I would get the hell out of there, Haiku. I can't believe so many, like, the next big one that's coming, and they've been saying for a long time, like, it's gonna happen, it's just a matter of when, is gonna threaten to literally sink most of California into the ocean. Like, millions of lives will be lost. It's crazy. I couldn't live in a place like that. It's like Japan. Japan gets just insane earthquakes and stuff. But, yeah. You hate the July set? Oh, yeah. I'm in Vancouver, Stin. Yep. Vancouver, Canada. So we have like earthquake-proof buildings downtown and stuff. I've seen them before, but that was a big. I've never felt anything like that. My brother said he's felt earthquakes. He's lived here for like 20-something, 30 years. I've only been here for 5. Yeah, northwest of the Sunshine Coast. Oh wow, so it was out in the ocean. Okay, yeah. Yeah, wild. So north of us. So yeah, a lot of those small communities, like little retirement communities and stuff, might get like a tsunami or something. A 4.8 isn't huge though. They're probably not going to be in any serious trouble. I'm not going to change anything. Did you haven't felt anything yet? Okay, wow. I mean, if it happened north of us, like what Razor just said, if it was north of us, then yeah, you're even further from it than I am. So we only got a 4. If it was a 4.8 up here, we're just getting like, it literally just went like shake for a few seconds and then that's it right now. But so that like where you are, you probably won't feel anything, but you never know. I mean, it's crazy. A seismic wave just going along the crust of the earth, just everybody on top of it going, whoa, what the fuck? Crazy. My wife just messaged me as well. Did you feel the earthquake? She says, yeah. Hold on. Okay. Mulligan. Sure. I think my mistake last game, honestly, was countering the Overlord. I should have just let the Overlord resolve. As long as I protect my combo, I win the game. So I had the Defabricate in hand. I should have just kept it for their Rip. I knew, you know, at some point they're going to play Rip. If I can counter it, I probably win. Oh, that was so weird. It feels like my legs are still tingling or something. Like, they're so weird. Like, my brain went, whoa, are you sure you're on solid land? And now my brain, like, it doesn't trust me or something. I'm gonna keep... Yeah, this is already a basic for Flood Farm, so let's just put the basic on the bottom here. I do need... Oh. Yeah, I'll keep that too. Obviously, I need to find Abuelo's Awakening first, but... Cut 2 Pranksters. Interesting, okay. Yeah, I wanna see them. Okay, well... I'm still gonna chart here, I think. Oh, and there's the Awakening, yeah. And we're on the play here, so they need a Rip, like, right now. If I untap with Confounding Riddle, they're basically dead. You luck sack. Jesus Christ. Very lucky, Phil. Very, very lucky. Okay. Could Falaji here. I think I will. Or leave up the counter. I'll take chart. Okay. Monument list, sure. You spam all these lists, it's cute. I'm not going to be able to look at all these lists, so you're wasting your time, I feel like. Just again, Discord. That's what Discord's for, not Twitch chat. We talk about all these things on Discord. That's where people put. I have a whole channel just for lists. We talk about spoilers and everything. Oh. Weird. Yeah, I think there are some weird little aftershocks happening. Can't use Discord in Turkey? Are you kidding? It's, oh my god. Yeah, I could never live in a place like that. I don't know. It was like Korea. You know, well, Korea you just use a VPN, but apparently like porn is illegal there, which makes no sense. Should I take another invasion here? I think I will. And you know, you go to, oh, there we go. So I don't need the invasion anymore. Let's just toss that. Okay. No attacks. Yeah, it's like China. Like, I could never live in a country like China where they censor my internet and watch everything you do and like social, all that like draconian shit. Korea was like that. Like, you know, Korea, you can go to jail, be arrested and go to jail if you have THC in your system. Not like you have drugs on you, not you're get caught using drugs or any kind of drugs on you or whatever. But it takes like they can do a hair test, which takes like, yeah, it can be in like your hair or something up to like a month. So you go on vacation to Amsterdam or Canada or anywhere where it's legal, you smoke weed, and then you go back to Korea and you can be arrested and go to jail. It's batshit to me. That is so insane, draconian, over the top. But you know, they're very bizarre when it comes to drugs over in Southeast Asia. Very strange. Go like overly, you know, knee-jerk reaction against them kind of thing. Omnilist, yeah. Draw 2, discard 1 unless you attack. Yeah. Yeah. Normally you want to discard Omniscience. That's why Chart's in there. Yeah, Chart of course is great. Oh, it's not. Used to be in Standard a long time ago, and then they reprinted it. Okay, Nissa doesn't matter. All I need to do is put an Omniscience in the graveyard. So, I think I'm just gonna pass. They can't really do anything to me. And I'm just gonna dig on end step and win the game next turn. Sure. This is too slow. Yep. Anything else? Sure. Moment first. Would rather use the counter spell to counter something if I have to. Annoying. I'll take another one of those. We can put this in the yard and that on the bottom. Now I can use one of these. Okay, there's Omniscience in the yard. I could take a defab here. I don't think I need it, right? So Omniscience goes to the yard. I go Abuela's Awakening. They counter it. I probably need another Abuela's Awakening here. Let's try that. Okay, so they have negates in their... Oh, well, okay. Didn't need all those. They have negates in their deck. So let's see. Do you have one? There we go. Okay, well that's why I kept the second Awakening. Now we have a third Awakening randomly. So they need a rip right now. If they don't have their second rip, then they're dead. The first rip didn't end up mattering here. We're threatening to win the game. But, discarded. I could have not discarded. Oh, I don't care about the discard. I don't care about drawing extra cards with this deck. You want to discard a lot of times. Like if I attack there and draw 2 and one of them is Omniscience, I'm fucked. Like I never want to draw 2 there. I always want to discard. Remember, this is in other decks, absolutely. You want to use it as a draw spell. In my deck? No. In this deck, you don't care. You always want to discard. You want to have the ability to discard in case you draw Omniscience. I need Omniscience in the yard, not in my hand. So never attack first. It's very rare that you want to do that. Sometimes it depends on the situation. If I have Omniscience in play and a Chart in the Course in my hand and I need Invasion of Arcavios here or something, then maybe I would, just so I can keep both cards in case they're both card draw spells or something to keep going. But I'm just gonna keep trying to do this, I guess. Let's see what they do. Here it is. They've got to have multiple removal spells here. Oh, they can pay the confounding riddle cost, can't they? Yeah. Maybe I should have gone for Charter Course there. What are they doing? Colorless? Terra Sunder? Sure. Yeah, I can't save it, can I? Chart, kill. Okay. So I've got to... Oh, I'm not going to have enough time now. Okay, let's get back to the action. I'm not going to win that one. That's unlucky. Let's go to the Twitch. They're both 3-0. Gruul Mice and Domain Overlords. Alright. And we can look at deck lists. Fucking browser. Get over here, you piece of shit. When I open up a new browser window. Sorry about that. So, yeah, they cut a chart. I see a lot of stock ups. I don't get it. Temp Lock in the main? I don't like that list either. Willie Edel's awesome, but no, stick to mid-range, bud. What's the... One of the cards in their sideboard is not even a real card. It's a fucking unhinged card. I don't know. I'll look at the list and stuff later. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna play this tournament till Sunday, so I'll wait until day 1 of the Pro Tour is over, and then I'll probably talk about some of these lists on Discord and stuff with people, and we'll try and figure out what the best one is. Ooh, bunch of foil cards here. Gray. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't be playing foils at the Pro Tour. I get it. You're trying to rep your whatever. Look at how proud you are of your cards. You're asking for a judge to come over and give you a game loss. Dangerous. Very dangerous. And like, if you're going to do it, you have to do all foils. If you only do some foils and all your lands are not foil, that's sketchy as fuck. You're asking for big trouble there. Why what? Why the foil? Because they bend. I had a deck check. When I played I played an RCQ in January, and when I got deck checked, my opponent and they came back, gave my opponent their deck, and then they said, we're actually just looking at your deck again. We're just, there might be an issue with it, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay. And I look at my teammate, because he's the one who gave me the deck. It was his deck. And when he gave it to me, I was like, dude, there's foils in here. And he's like, I know, but I made sure they're flat and blah, blah, blah. Because he knows what I'm talking about. Foils curve. In a deck, a foil, when it gets to the top of the deck, can very easily look like a marked card. Because it literally looks different than the other cards in the deck. So the worst part is when people, like, all of my removals, so only my Leyline Bindings are foil, or only my Sunfalls are foil. That's even worse, because then it looks like you're playing the foil, so you know where in your, or you know there's a Sunfall on top, or you know where those cards are in your deck. It's extremely dangerous at high level play. You're risking your whole tournament over something that's stupid. Do not play foils. Do not play foils every time. Like, again, if your deck is all foil, then it's less of an issue. But if you're just playing some foils, the deck he gave me for the RCQ was just random foils. Some of them were full art cards, some weren't, because he was trying to borrow cards from other people to make it happen, right? And it was almost an issue, like even in our little RCQ. At the Pro Tour, you're crazy. The other thing you should never do for a big tournament, for those of you who maybe are new to competitive Magic, never play foils in your deck. Number 2, get new sleeves before the tournament. I can't tell you how many people would show up to a big RCQ or whatever with beat up ass sleeves that they were testing with. And then, like, in the top 8, they get... Even at Star City Games, there were top 8s where people got DQ'd because their sleeves were garbage. Their sleeves were frayed. And if all of your sleeves are frayed in exactly the same way, well, then no problem. But that's, like, physically impossible. It's you know, you're going to have some sleeves that look different than others, and that is marked cards. You are getting a DQ, a game loss for that. And they'll make you re-sleeve. You know what I mean? Anyway, I'll hopefully see some of these decks on play. Matt Nass 4-0, hell yeah! Matt Nass is awesome. I haven't seen him play in a long time. Scott and McNamara in 8th place right now. It's still really early. These are all 4-0, so these basically guys are all tied. Don't recognize. Oh, Menguchi's there. Ben Stark, hell yeah. Oh, I would have loved to watch him draft. And I don't really... Oh, Simon Nielsen. I don't really recognize a lot of these people. Lucas? He's a regular on the Pro Tour. Don't recognize. Oh, Paul Rietzel. Holy shit. Another legend. Hall of Fame pro. Willie Edel, the Brazilian sensation. Mark Tobias, I know. Stan Noah Ma, that's a Canadian player, I think, right? Marcio Carvalho, people know. Kenta Harane. Yeah, a lot of big names. A lot of old school names here. Martin Juza. Like Ben Stark, Paul Rietzel. I haven't seen those guys play Pro Tours in a long time. Matt Nass? Bro shows up with the tank top. Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, an awesome French player. I love Emmanuel Duprat. He's great. Reed Duke's obviously amazing. There you go. Classy. Rocking the suit. I love to see it. Sam Pardee's awesome. This guy should have probably won the last Pro Tour. Or was it the last Pro Tour? Came in second. Cole Tipple. Cool. Lots of faces that I recognize. Yeah, it's interesting. So basically all the decks are the same. I'm seeing some stock up, but boy, I don't know. I never want to tap out. I guess turn 3 you tap for stock up because turn 4 is your combo turn. So the stock up, you know, but the fact that it doesn't let you put stuff in the yard means it's only good on turn 3 if you've already got Omniscience in the yard and all you're doing is trying to find like the Abuelo's Awakening or the Invasion of Arcavios. So I don't know. But Corey Burkhart. Wait, what? That was a different Corey Burkhart. There are 2 Corey Burkharts in Pro Magic. Jason Yee. Recent performances. Yeah, been on a tear, this dude. 48 points? Oh, the pro points or whatever. Yeah, 14th, 7th, 6th. He made 2 top 8s back to back and then just missed the top 8 of the third one. It's crazy. Day 1 win percentage, 77%. Good lord. 75% in draft. Wow. And he's 3-0 today. Yeah, he's insane. He or she, they, I should say. I think they go by they. Justin Hines. Oh, really? On my version, yeah. I mean, my version is basically there is only one version of the deck. It's just, we're talking 2 or 3 slots here. Those decks are all basically identical. Everybody's playing 4 of all the important cards. The only difference is, yeah, you could shave 1 or 2 of the card draw spells for 1 or 2 of another card draw spell, but basically we're all playing the same deck. It's not like Dimir versus Esper Bounce. Like, those are different enough that they're like distinct decks, but I don't know. Or even Mono Red and Gruul to me are almost the same, but I guess Gruul is a little bit different. Oh, and the Lockdowns main was a weird one. That was, I don't know. Was that Willie's list? Willie's an awesome player too, but anyway, we'll see. I want to see one of those decks on camera. I want to see one of these guys play this deck. But the Gruul turnout, yeah, sure, if you're expecting a lot of aggro. But it just slows you down so much. Like, it's, you know, that's the thing with the combo deck. If I can kill you consistently on turn 4, then I don't care about what your deck is doing. Even Gruul, if I win the die roll, I'm faster than them. So who cares? I just don't care what they're doing. They can't interact with me. So why would I bother interacting with them? I don't have to interact with them. They have to interact with me. That's what it comes down to. And you got to identify when that's the case. Is this a match where I have to interact with them? Then I want something more reactive, like Templock. Is this a match where they have to stop me? If they can't stop me, I win the game. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter how hard they hit me. They're never going to kill me faster than I kill them. I'm the one they have to worry about. I don't have to worry about them. All I have to do is worry about going off. That's all you care about in a combo deck, right? If I can go off, it doesn't matter what they're doing. Who cares? Let them have a 20/20. Let them have a billion cards. Let them do their synergy bullshit. Fill the graveyard, whatever. It doesn't matter. If you don't have a rest in peace, I win on turn 4. So every card in my deck should just be trying to do that, right? That's what's weird. So every card they're cutting to put a temporary lockdown in is making your deck worse in general. But it's getting better in very specific matches in specific spots, right? You're right, though. Gruul, like I said before we even played, Gruul is the one match that actually has a decent game against me in game 1. The Omnitail deck is so highly favored in game 1 in every other match, it's not even close. You have to basically shit the bed for them to have a chance of winning, like your Omniscience is in the bottom 20 cards or something. You know, this kind of thing can happen, but you're so heavily favored, like you have so much card draw. You have to get very unlucky to lose game 1 against all the decks except Gruul. Gruul is the only deck that can actually give you a run for your money because they're as fast as you. But on the play, you're faster than them. When they're on the play, they're faster than you. So the game, you know, changes accordingly. You got to keep hands with Philology Archaeologist. And Ifara's Dispersal, and, you know, you do still have some interaction, but Templock, like, that's a big one. You know, the Archaeologist is perfect because it, you know, not only blocks, it also does the thing. Same with Ifara's Dispersal. So those are the perfect kind of interactive cards. Templock doesn't do the thing. It doesn't mill you. It doesn't put a spell from your graveyard in your hand. It doesn't, you know, so it's just purely only for interaction. Like, I want my interaction to also contribute to my plan, right? But anyway. Which one? Jeskai Monument? What beats the combo decks? They had Lockdown. Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, I'm sure, like, Lockdown is a good card in the format. Again, it's not about whether it's good or not. It's about whether your deck is better at just doing its thing 100% or doing its thing 80% and playing an interactive card 20%, you know? Like, I don't know. So it's... The Lockdown is the combo decks. Beats the combo... There is no combo deck as fast as the Omnitel deck. What? What are you talking about? Or are you calling Gruul a combo deck? If you consider Gruul a combo deck, then yeah, that's the only but it's an aggro deck. I don't know what combo deck. Roots? Oh. Yeah, Roots is quick. I think Roots is way less consistent than our deck. But yeah, I don't know how often they turn 4. I think that's pretty miracle draw. But maybe. This deck can consistently do it because we have so much more digging than they do. They're surveilling 1 card at a time, you know, maybe milling 2 or whatever. We're digging through like 3-4 cards every turn, right? Or more. Maybe. I haven't played against Roots since it got the big upgrades. 2 big upgrades for that deck from the new set, which is crazy. You know, they got the 1-drop that mills. Molt Tender, is that what it's called? Like a 1-drop that just has no activation cost, just tap mill. Wow, that's an insane card in the Roots deck. But they also got the land. The Black-Green Verge is badly needed in that deck. Their mana base is brutal. And they have really heavy color requirements. So getting a dual land was a huge upgrade for that deck. But, so I don't know. We've seen it pop up. I think, is somebody playing it? I think there's a couple of people playing it in the Pro Tour, right? Maybe we'll see it on camera. But, that deck is, I've still, this will be the first time I've seen it be a tier 1 deck if it's that good. The other versions were never, I feel, tier 1. They lost to sweepers too easily. They lost to other decks just doing their thing, you know, too easily. But yeah, the Monument decks, we'll see. I'm not a big, I'm not crazy high on them, but we'll see. Maybe. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't... There's a lot of people in this Pro Tour who aren't pros. I know that kind of seems like an how is that possible? But, you know, there's a lot of people who qualified for the Pro Tour by having the best run of their life at an RC somewhere. And they've never placed that high in a tournament. And now they're in the Pro Tour. And, you know, Magic's kind of cool like that, right? They should put out stats. I don't know how many pros in this Pro Tour are here for the first time. It's not a small number. I bet you it's in the dozens. And, you know, those people they're not on high-profile testing teams. Like, they're jamming games with their one good friend who plays Magic with them at the shop, you know? Who cares about Constructed? Everybody else is a casual player. So, you know, those people are going to bring wacky lists, right? Ooh, good. Ely Cassis is great. I want to see him play. But yeah, Ride's End, that was the big pickup, and look at that, a 4 of. That was the biggest pickup Domain got. That's the reason you're seeing Domain suddenly matter again. Really interesting spread of sweepers. No 3-mana sweeper here? I'm very surprised to see that. Only a Sunfall, 2 Day of Judgments, and a Pest Control. That's weird. I would have expected to see either Templock or Split Up here, but... Yeah, Pest Control's been in the main for a little bit. The big pickup here is Ride's End. And I guess maybe that's why you're not playing Templock and stuff, because now you just have a really good 2-mana removal spell. Doomblade. Still rocking 3 Get Lost, though. And I've had so many people tell me they don't like Get Lost. Get Lost is so bad, because it gives them maps, and it's so bad against all these creature decks to give them maps. And it's like, yeah, but... White, you know, this is still the best removal spell we have. Like, okay, now you got Ride down, but you see these players still playing 3 Get Losts in their deck. I think it's a little too important not to, but And here's the Dimir Bounce. Yeah, so this is the deck him and his team kind of... Yeah, and there's the Grim Bobble. So Dimir picked up a couple new tools as well. Grim Bobble was a good one, but you see only one of them here. It's really just replacing a cut down, right? It gives you some minor utility later if you can bounce it and reuse it, but it's still just -2/-2. It's not killing anything too big. And Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce was a huge pickup for this deck, right? It's exactly the kind of card that deck needs to play that tempo game really well, right? Cutting a Hopeless Nightmare is kind of interesting. That was one of their best cards. Everything else looks pretty straightforward. How many lands? I didn't catch many lands, but... Momentum Breaker? What's that? What's Momentum Breaker? I don't even know what that card is. From Aether Drift? One black. Oh, and that one. Yeah, right. Yeah, that one's okay too. I mean, again, that's only just replacing a worse version of itself. It was the Dagger, right? They were playing that shitty Dagger. It was the worst card in the deck. The Esper deck. The Dimir deck isn't even going that deep. But the Esper Pixie deck will have, yeah, probably Momentum Breaker over Dagger. That would make sense. I think it's probably a better Dagger, right? But Dagger is, like, that was still, like, yeah, you're talking about replacing a one-of in the flex slot with another one-of in the flex slot. Like, it's like your 60th card. You know what I mean? So you're probably right. It was an upgrade there, but I don't think it's a huge pickup for them. Not like Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce is fucking amazing, especially against decks like mine, my Omnitel deck. But that said, I don't think they're not playing 4 Spell Pierce or anything. But it is an annoying card to play against when you're Omnitel. Okay, here they come. Okay. I like the big dramatic walkout there. It's great. Sarah Paragon. Oh, interesting. With Momentum Breaker. So yeah, when this... with... Oh, to bring it back and... Oh yeah, and then sack gain life. Okay. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I thought it was like a... It's a roadblock just to stop all the vehicles. But, okay. Let's see these guys do their thing. Okay. Dark Slick for Storm Chaser on 1. Scott winning the die roll, pretty good. You can see their hands. Yeah. I don't know. I don't like to look at their hands. I just like to watch the game progress and just guess what they have. Like, the best cards on 2 are the best cards on 2, whether they have it or not. It's just like, do you have this? No? Okay. Oh, he does have this. Okay, he has. Or like, he's looking for an Up the Beanstalk here, the Domain player, for turn 2. He's got a Cavern. He's only got 1 land in hand. He picks up a Backstreet. Okay, yeah. Yeah, he needs some way to either... Yeah, he needs a land or he needs a way to find a land. So, he's got no 2-mana play here. Probably just going to see Backstreet pass. And Scott going with, yeah, Fear of Isolation. Surveil to the top. Okay. Yeah, Scott looking good here. Winning the die roll is huge if you're the tempo deck in this matchup. I mean, Domain's already a slow deck, as you can see. I can't leave up Ride's End here. Just getting plowed for 4. Scott's gonna play land and bounce. Yeah, bounce the thing again. Yep, that's what that deck's doing. And not playing temp locks or split ups this is where it gets very rough. Maybe temp lock, I don't know. Maybe it is good enough. So we can actually see, yeah, they do have this little overlay, so you can actually look at the cards in the deck this way, and they will hover, show themselves. But you guys can't do this. Only I can do this. And it uses weird art. I don't know why they do the weird art there. But I can't see the board as well when I'm doing that. I want to just hover over the card and have a little, clear, high-res image pop up of the card I'm hovering on, Stan Hooper, what's up? Omniscience combo 7 players playing it. I'm watching. We're gonna see if any of them end up on camera. A couple big names, like I think Willie Eddles playing the Omniscience combo, which is sweet. I hope a good combo, like if Matt Nass is playing Omnitel or Omniscience combo, I will be ecstatic. He's 4-0 right now, so hopefully he shows up at the feature table at some point. Ancestral Recall was used 3 times. What are you talking about? Oh, the loot deck? Yeah. So they were drawing 3 with loot? Dear God. The teamer deck. Yeah. Hey, these are the early rounds of Standard. And I've talked about this before on the channel, but if you were a competitive player and you go to big tournaments, The first few rounds of Standard are the Wild West. You will play against people and their rogue decks that are like Tradebinder.deck, like players who aren't entrenched players. They don't follow anything. They don't read articles or listen to podcasts or watch the Pro Tour, or maybe they'll tune into the Pro Tour and be like, oh, that looks cool. I'm going to build a deck like that. But they won't go net deck or anything, right? And in the first few rounds of like even a GP level event, like 2,000 players, there's just going to be a bunch of local players there, a bunch of people who were there for the other stuff, and they're just in the main event because why not? And it's tough to beat them. It's almost like, oh my god, like because they're playing all kinds of wacky shit. You have a very focused sideboard plan. You're trying to gear your deck to beating the other top decks, and then somebody shows up with like mill, and you're like, what? Oh, I can't, I can't beat this. Or they just randomly have like a Ghost Vacuum in the main deck, or Rest in some weird hate card, and you're like, what? Okay, and it's very tough. So getting your buys back in the day, like all the pros would start with 3 buys if you were a certain level of pro, or if you went to a Grand Prix trial, like basically a tournament that would happen at a store, weeks or even a month before the GP. And if you did well in one of those, you would go to the following GP with 3 buys. So you wouldn't even have to play the first 3 rounds. You would just start in round 4. And that is a huge leg up. And not just for the tiebreakers and everything else, which it is, but also the fact that you could just skip that whole Wild West portion of the tournament. And now you're in round 4, you're 4-0, you're playing against mostly other top decks at that point. It's like day 2 versus day 1 of a big event is the same kind of effect. But so like Teamer Loot with Agatha Soul Cauldron, I would be very surprised if that person had a great Standard record, but you never know, because they know that, again, all the other pros are gaming to beat the other pros. So you've got, over 50% of the decks entered were Dimir, Gruul, not even Domain, Dimir, Gruul, and the red decks. Like if you add Mono Red and Gruul together, and Dimir and Esper Pixies together, it's over 50% of the metagame. And then Domain makes another 15%, so 65% of the metagame, 4 decks. Like, that's who you should be trying to beat. You're going to face those decks more than anybody else. But if you get lucky with this random rogue deck that nobody's prepared for, back in the day, it was like Conley Woods doing this goofy shit. Like the one pro at the Pro Tour who was like playing a wacky rogue deck. Like literally would call it Magical Christmas Land. That's where that phrase originated from, I believe. And yeah. The Avatar? The Cavern of Souls, yeah. Using those unhinged basic lands, correct. Derek Davis knows what's up. John Avon Unhinged Basics, the finest basics you can have in Magic. It's just correct. It's just incorrect to play anything else. Ice Age is close. I give Scott an A- for style. Ice Age basics are sweet. The island's sweet. He's also got the matching swamp, which is very nice. Got to keep it consistent. But John Avon Unhinged lands. I mean, come on. Okay, gets Kaito back. Yeesh. That's on end step there. Okay. So Kaito stuns one of these guys. They both come in. He chumps with 1. And, I mean, if Scott can kill any blocker here... goes to 5. He has no emblem yet, right? So, yeah, he can't kill... Oh, if he has a Hopeless Nightmare, he could kill him. Yeah, if he has a way to get rid of that last blocker, yeah, there's the stun. Get rid of the last blocker. He's gonna map. Okay, that also... Okay, but he needs to find a way to get rid of the... Ooh. Okay, so that guy gets a counter. So... But it's still not lethal. He's got to get rid of that last flyer. No cut downs, no go for the throats. Okay. So he swings. Walks, yeah. Okay. Oh, he had a land. Yeah, that was close. He could have almost ended it there. They both know that this town ain't big enough on the top. Yeah, this is over. And they're going to go to game 2. He's not killing Kaito. Kaito should actually be like moved out of the red zone, I would say, to show that it's not a creature. But Steth is on Zur. Nice. Jeskai and Zur. Really? Oh no, I'm pretty sure Gruul and Dimir and Esper Pixies are the pro choice. That's what's making up the vast majority of the field. We'll see though. Seth is on Zur, but Seth is not the only pro in the Pro Tour. I would be very surprised if most of them were on Zur. There is a large contingent playing the Domain deck though. Oh, gonna fire it up? Okay. Ooh. Swinging. Is this gonna... Yeah, he's gonna chump? Wow. No Flood Pit Drowner to tap it or anything. Go for the Throat Zur to shut off the lifelink. Okay. So even though the Spyglass dies here, no 6 life for Derek, but still 2 blockers. Oh, and then he just bounces both. Okay, that works too. Yeah, up the Beanstalk. Or this town ain't big enough. Yeah, right. Yeah, it was. I think it was pretty much over for Domain a turn ago here, but got to go for the Zur there if they don't have it. But had a way to shut off the lifelink. Game 2. That was pretty, like, you know, pretty advantage there, Scott. Winning the die roll again in that matchup is huge. So now Derek gets to go first, which helps a little bit, but we'll see. The amateur choice, really? Oh, really? Interesting. I haven't seen what any of the pros are playing, so yeah. I mean, Willie Edel's a pro. He's playing Omniscience, but Eli Cassis is a pro. Somebody said he was on Blue Eye Control. And you said Seth is on Zur, but yeah, I want to hear what the whole teams are on. I would be very surprised if like Team Sanctum of All was playing a traditional deck. I would expect them to play some weird ass like Insidious Roots or something. Okay. Again, slow start from Domain. Yeah, he's got to go for the Overlord of the Hauntwoods here, I think. And just take whatever Scott's dishing out. Because he's got no land drop after this. And he needs to get to double spell here. If he gets a plane, well, it doesn't matter. The token land will get him a whatever color he wants. Oh, he goes for this. Oh, he gets rid of... Oh, yeah, right. I forgot. It hits the talent. Right. Pest control. Ah, yes. Okay, that works too. Yeesh. Okay. I imagine he has more pest controls in his sideboard for this matchup. Overlord on the stack. Ooh, Tidebinder. Yeah, that's why I would have Overlorded last turn and saved that pest control, but I guess he wants to play around, you know, the bounce spell, spell pierce, negate, whatever he thinks Scott's bringing in. Okay, interesting. CFT Sock, Jason Yee, all those people. There's a couple more. Some other American pro. Okay. Willie's group's on Omni. Yeah, I don't know who Willie plays with. The Brazilian team, maybe, or something? I don't know. Oof, up the Beanstalk in the wrong order there. Awkward. He's got the Ride's End. He wants to use Ride's End on the Curiosity there, but this is very easy to counter here. Spell Pierce counters it. Negate counters it. So this is not going to resolve, but he's got to go for it. He knows he's in deep shit. But the beautiful part is, yeah, up the Beanstalk triggers, draws you a card. That's why Ride's End was such a crazy pickup for the... What is she saying? Oh, they're trying to decide if it's a creature or not. It's not, I believe. Yeah. Because the Tidebinder wipes out all the abilities, so I think it ends up being an enchantment, but... Oh, it resolves? He goes for the throat his own guy. Oh. Wow, no counter spell. Dodged a huge bullet there. Domain's just like, yes, that resolved. Holy shit. Okay. So now Curiosity's an enchantment. He draws a card. How many does he have in his hand? 4. Fear of Isolation. Not amazing. Meticulous Archive. He's got a Get Lost in hand and a Bleachbone Verge. Not great draws there. Ooh, keeps that one on top, though. Passes Ticking Overlord. Tidebinder the trigger? Wow. Get Lost the Curiosity when he's tapped out. Good call. But now he's giving him maps. He's at 13. Taking 6 could be 8. It's risky. A good call, though. You got to get rid of that Curiosity. And Scott 2-for-1'd himself to get that in exile there. He'd go for the throated. We're not 2-for-1, but tried to save it. So he's down 2 cards kind of there. But it doesn't matter. The Curiosity drew him 2 cards, so it cancels out. Okay, so Kaito on top. He's keeping it there. Or not? Yeah, I was going to say, that would be shocking if he put it on the bottom. The only way he does that is if he has another Kaito, right? Same thing again. So now they're both 4 power. And he swings. And if he has any interaction here, like a negate or a spell pierce, anything, he's in really good shape. Spell pierce not looking super hot now. He's got Sanctuary activation on end step, Scott. He can turn that Sanctuary into a 3/3 to get ready to swing with it next turn. Derek on 5 life here. Goes for the Binding main phase. He wants to draw a card. Okay, eating a Tidebinder. It's still risky. Scott could bounce these on end step. Assuming we don't know what he has, right? Like, again, you've got to imagine you're the players playing the game, right? What are they thinking? And what matters here? So, yeah, as I said, he activates Soulstone on end step. Now he's got Lethal, and that's it. Nice, GG. Yeah, Tidebind. Yeah. Which makes sense, you know, delaying it a turn and stuff. So Scott goes to 5-0. Pretty good. Dimir Bounce. He's been playing it so much. He's been playing it since the last RC. He did really well. So it makes sense for him to just stick to that deck. That's why, again, I would be very surprised if a lot of pros weren't playing the best decks. Like, Dimir and stuff, in the hands of the people who know what they're doing with those decks, they are too good to just play random decks into, you know what I mean? Like, they're gonna beat most of these other decks that are trying to accomplish some cute plan, like some synergy deck, like a monument deck or whatever. Like, that's even my deck. Even Omniscience combo feels like, you know, I've said this before many times, it's like borderline consistent enough to be scary. It's like so close to being like, whoa, this is Splinter Twin. This is a crazy deck that you must respect or it will kill you. You know, like the Temur Fireballs deck from the previous standard before rotation was kind of like that. You had to respect that deck. Like, everybody had to put Graveyard Hate in their sideboards for that deck. And the Omniscience deck is still just, it's not consistent enough, but it's only just by a hair. Like, it's so close to being consistent enough to be just really scary. I wonder if we're going to see anybody we know here. Looks chilly. That said, it's nice weather here, except we just had an earthquake. That was crazy. The earthquake on camera. I gotta watch that VOD. I gotta take a clip of that. Shit, I should have timestamped it. Exiled, what's up? You see someone you know? Are you kidding? Oh, that's great. That's hilarious. Matt Nass, come on, buddy. I'm rooting for you. Play a sweet combo deck. Play Omniscience. All right. Yeah, Acute. That's not a bad strategy. And when the most aggressive deck is the one of the most powerful decks, like the aggro deck is, that's even better, right? Then it's a viable plan. Like, it's not just a desperate shot. But yeah, you're right. Like, GPs, a lot of my friends would love to go to the sealed GPs. A lot of people, because they know, even if, you know, I'm not a pro player, but I'm a pretty entrenched player. I've been playing for decades this game. And I can play at a high level if I want. If I want to put in all the work and put in the time and really, like, buckle down and try and find another group of players who are like-minded and really try and, like, grind, I think I could do quite well. I could probably qualify for the Pro Tour if I wanted. I know that sounds ridiculous to say, as I say here. I'm going to the RC in Montreal. Who knows? Maybe I will be qualified soon enough. But the what was I going to say? Shit, I'm losing my point here. So Hamhawks. Oh, in the video, really? Pros. Oh, my buddies who would try and qualify, they weren't like that. They were just like more casual players, and they knew that the only way I'm qualifying via GP is a sealed GP, where I can spike a really crazy sealed pool, and that will make up for the skill gap between me and these players who are like super competitive, grindy, players. Matt Sperling. Yeah, still too early in the tournament to really determine who's doing well or who's not. I mean, the people who are 0-3 right now are probably dropping or whatever. 1-3. Anyway, I don't know most of these people, but Utah, Fairy Mastermind himself, Corey Burkhart's clone. John Finkel himself. Johnny Magic. Did you guys see that? John Finkel right at the end. Damn. He's an insane player. I've never played with him, but he's the player that other pro players say is the player they would least likely to want to face in the finals of a pro tour or at any competitive Magic event. Hey, there's Arne is Finkel. It's funny to hear how many pros are like Finkel. Finkel is like, you play against him and you feel like he can see through your cards. You feel like he just sees everything, that like it's impossible to beat him. He can see through time. It's like, I love hearing it when other pros talk about John Finkel. Draft on day 2. Yeah. Oh, and draft on day 2 is a thing for sure. Oh yeah, Ben Stark crushing that draft, on Orzhov Pixie. Whoa. Oh, Daniel Sondike I've seen play before. Yeah, he's really good too. Jeskai Convoke, another good deck. Ben Stark on Orzhov Pixie. They got the little Hall of Fame tag there. Just give him a little, yeah, he's one to watch. His limited is like, he used to stream. This guy used to stream limited, and he's the best limited player on the planet, according to the vast majority of people. I would say Jason Yee is giving him a run for his money, but he's just got such a long, pedigree, reputation. But yes, zoom in right on his ear so we can see all. Yeah, great. He's got a pimple or something here. It's like, don't go that close. Don't need to with the high res camera. Come on. This is not a swimsuit competition. All right. Mulligan for Ben. Orzhov Pixie, huh? That is a choice. Interesting. I would not say that's a tier 1 deck, but Ben's a tier 1 player, so might be good enough. Yeah, Jeskai leading with Thraben Inspector. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of bringing stuff back. Maybe Resto Angel or the Bat, Zoraline. Or not Resto Angel, whatever that angel is called. Reclamation Angel? No. Something. Starts with an S. Sarah Paragon, that's it. Sarah Paragon. So many angels over the years. They cost 4. Activation. Yeah, oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, because it's 4. You'll never make top 8 with X and 4, right? You've got to be X and 3 or better. So, yeah, you're right. 0 and 3 is literally the brink. You're absolutely right, Stin. But most pros will just, like Jerry Thompson will drop at 0-2. Which is why Jerry's a treasure. But here's the speed. This is the first time we've seen speed. The Nesting Bot just being the perfect card in Jeskai. Speed, irrelevant. Nesting Bot just being a 1-drop that's also an artifact. It completely replaced what they lost, which was Voldaren Epicure. You just want to have as many 1-drops that are artifacts. Like the Yoshin dude with Unearth was never quite good enough. He always felt shitty. These cards making multiple pieces of cardboard are much better. Anything that makes multiple pieces of cardboard and costs 1 is going to see play. It's not like Voldaren Epicure or, Thraben Inspector, the new one. And yeah, Nesting Bot fills the bill, right? The speed thing is just like, okay, we're speeding now, but I think it's mostly irrelevant, right? He's really good. Who are we talking about? Ben Stark? Oh, yeah. The top 8 is not the story of the Pro Tour. You gotta wait till after the Pro Tour, and then people online, or even Frank Karsten will usually do it, and he'll aggregate all the win rates of each archetype, and they put them in a matrix. I always post it on our Discord, and I go, look, here's the win matrix from the Pro Tour. Bam, there it is. That's all the data. That's what you want to look at. And some of the decks are crazy. I mean, look at, it's the same with RCs, right? If they streamed the regional championships, you could have watched the last Modern one, and you watch... people ask me after the bannings what I think is the best deck in Modern. It's like, I was like, Breach, Breach. Everybody who knows anything just like automatically Breach. Nothing else is. And then sure enough, lots of people knew Breach was one of the best decks. Came with hate cards for it, a combo deck that can kill you on turn 2. You can, very linear deck. But not only was it one of the highest win rate decks, it had a ton of people playing it, and it maintained like a 56% win rate at that RC. That is crazy. That is, yeah. So you really need the whole story after the tournament, and you can see, like for example, in the Modern Pro Tour, the last Modern Pro Tour, Lord of the Rings, there was a guy who played Merfolk in Modern, and he went 7-1 in the constructed portion. 7-1. He had like the best record, but he was the one person in the entire room playing that deck. So a ton of people who don't know much about Magic point and go, "What? See, I knew it. Merfolk's good. I'm gonna play Merfolk. I'm gonna dust off the old Merfolk list." And it's like, no, dude. The guy ran well. That's all that happened. It was like there's not enough data to say that that's actually a viable deck. He just ran well in his 8 matches. He played 8 matches. When you look at the most played deck, you're talking 250 matches. If they rock a 50-something, 60% win rate, that's insane with that much gameplay, right? Rocking a 70% win rate with only 8 matches played is not hard. You can just get lucky. Or your opponents get unlucky. Like variance can more drastically affect it when it's such a small sample size. Anyway, this game's over. Ben taking it down. I want to see this Pixie deck in action. I haven't seen this thing. So Jeskai not able to come out swinging there too hard. I don't know what happened. He killed a couple small things, but he didn't... Well, he had a Templock at one point, right? Yeah. Templock is very good right now. So Ben probably playing this kind of like defensive value deck so that he's good against Gruul and Dimir and Esper and stuff where that's good. Ends up being good against Jeskai too. Main deck Templocks. Okay. But the data show, yeah. Seeing more official spoilers for Dragonstorm, nice. Oh, they put more out? We literally were looking earlier and there's no spoilers. Did they just release some? Probably because of MagicCon, right? Okay. I'll check Mythic spoiler later on, maybe at the end of the stream, but Ben's streaming was awesome. Yeah. Totally. Yes. I try and do the same thing on my streams. When I'm talking about limited, when I'm talking about constructed, I'm constantly trying to say everything that I could possibly say that's affecting my decision or whatever here. He was like that. In draft, he would spend so long, he would go to time all the time, right? I remember seeing that on his stream, him going to time in multiple games and just being like, we lose the time here, whatever, it's not important. We easily win that match. You know why this happened and blah, blah, blah. This card was so good. They could never beat that, but yeah, I'm going to lose the time here. I know that feeling. I'm a streamer. I've lost the time many, many times when there was no reason to lose the time, but I got a big raid and a bunch of people were arguing in the chat and I don't know. Yeah, it's funny. I miss it too, Charlie. He was great. He would just, ramble on and on about the smallest little thing and you're just like, oh my god, okay, we get it. Most overrated. Are you sure about that, Acute? Yikes. That is, not many people would agree with you there, but okay, that's a take. Game breaking. Okay, interesting, Jester. I want to check it out, but I want to wait for it to be on Mythic Spoiler. I'm not interested in going to Twitter and places like that, but Wolf Friday, baby. I might get a little, might spice this coffee up a little bit. Is it Avatar? Okay, that's what a lot of people were saying, Termus. That is the last one. Okay, thank you for letting me know. People had speculated, and I'm like, until they confirm, don't do it. So, okay, it's confirmed. Avatar: The Last Airbender. Okay, sure. I know some people who are going to be very happy about that. One of the people in my channel is going to love that, I think. But, poor members exiles on non-land and does 3 damage to the opponent. Wow! Is it 2 colors, though, Lost Queen? Probably, right? It's like white, blue, or something. Yeah, Airbender. Oh, you said, yeah, The Last Airbender, right? Which is the one everybody likes, right? The anime. It's Mardu. Oh, okay. It's 3 colors? Oh yeah, Mardu. What am I saying? I was thinking white. Yeah, white, black, red. So like Crackling Doom level of difficulty. That was when we had fetch lands. Crackling Doom was no problem. Now, yeah, okay. Sounds powerful though. Destroy non-land permanent. Is it instant speed? You didn't actually say. I'm assuming it's instant. If it's sorcery, then forget it. That's unplayable. Is it instant speed? Oh, it is an instant. Okay, yeah, good. Excellent setting for magic, yeah. Oh, the Airbender. Yeah, I've never been into Last Airbender. I don't think I've ever seen it. So I know a lot of people are like, what? Go watch it. Yeah, I know a lot of people love it. I probably should go watch it at some point, but I feel like it does fit with magic a little bit more than Spider-Man or whatever, but okay. Yeah, you know what? For me, I won't even mind a set like that, probably. It's close enough. It's magic. They're using a lot of it's elemental magic, whatever. Like this, I've been playing with water and fire elementals since day one of Magic, since Alpha. So, yeah, that fits with Magic. Am I crazy, or is the camera doing this? The camera's swinging? You guys notice it? It's very imperceptible. It's very subtle, but that's obnoxious. That makes people motion sick, not me, but you guys see it? The camera's swaying. Come on, somebody step in. Is there a producer watching this? There should be a producer going, hey, somebody grab the camera, stop the camera, it's swinging. Okay, it's slowly losing momentum by itself and stopping. Somebody must have bumped it, and Jesus Christ. I don't know. There's a lot happening here. There's judges coming over. Like, the judges shouldn't have to worry about that shit. It's the production team that has to make sure that stuff is out of the way, or at least as, you know, and if somebody does bump anything, they immediately reset it, you know? I don't know. Anyway. You think Ben is not as good as people say, huh? Okay. Interesting. Maybe. I still think he's the finest limited player. I think I don't know if you're saying in draft. I mean, in constructed, I wouldn't put him in the top 10 constructed players. But in limited, I think he's unquestionably number 1. Probably of all time, I want to say. I'm not kidding. I think what the argument you're making there applies to like Kai Bude more than it does to Ben Stark. Like back in those days, there was no teams. There was no concept of like, even Magic Theory was in its infancy, and those guys were grinding drafts before you could, you know, it probably was so hard to even find a draft back then. Only the biggest shops would be able to run that kind of stuff regularly. Most of the sets weren't even designed for draft. They were horrible draft experiences. But like Kai would win sealed events and stuff because they were just testing limited back in a time when nobody was playing limited. Now limited has changed so much and everybody's got so much info that I feel like a player like that wouldn't do as well. But Ben Stark? Yes, he's absolutely the best limited player, I think, in the game, and probably ever. There are many good ones, but constructed, yeah, and this is where Magic's so weird. There are some players who are so much better at constructed, and at limited, they're not. You know, and Ben Stark's kind of the opposite, but at constructed, he's still very good, but he's definitely like a limited genius, I think. But anyway, this is, again, what I've read his articles, I've consumed so much of his content. I'm not just saying this because other people say it. This is... Yes, he deserves all the reputation that he gets. They used to do seminars with him at back when Channel Fireball was running GPs, and he only did it a few times, but they would get him to basically stand in front of a room full of people with like a projector behind him, and he would literally go through a sealed pool and talk about sealed and blah blah, and people would pay to like attend this kind of like little mini seminar that he was doing. And there was a couple of videos that got out of that seminar, and I remember watching and just going, oh man, like, yeah, he is just like, I would love to attend one of these. It's just like, you can tell he's speaking and I'm listening and I'm parsing it and I'm just like, wow, yeah, I didn't even think about this like to that level, you know. I'm just like learning so much by watching some bootleg video of him talking, not to mention all of the articles. It really sucks that a lot of the stuff many of these great players have created over the years has been lost because it's behind paywalls, or the companies that own the articles just took them all off the internet and that's it. I don't know if they'll ever be back ever. It really sucks, but I don't know if you can use the Wayback Machine or something to try and find stuff, but anyway. Fire Nation, yeah, see, I don't know. I mean, Fire Nation obviously is going to be red. I think the elements line up very easily with the Magic colors, right? So I think that's going to be that'll be an interesting set. I think it's going to be very weird. The Spider-Man set is really going to be weird. Final Fantasy is already looking kind of odd, but yeah. Stuff they're putting in black? Fire Nation, yeah. Swamp Benders. Oh. Well, it is limited, though, Acute, right? So, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, he's played a ton of GPs, but those days, I mean, yeah, the first few rounds you got to plow through the hood rats, you know? You just gotta slog through the players who, yeah, this is their one and only event that they'll ever go to or whatever. Yeah, it's so I'm not like, that doesn't mean he's a bad player. You're making a very false equivalency there. That it doesn't make sense. Just because, yeah, I'm sure he's played it. He's also beaten many pros all the time. Like in almost every pro tour he played in, he crushed the limited portions against other pros. So yeah, like you're not wrong, but at the same time, that doesn't matter. Like what matters is his record in the pro tours and GPs and stuff like that. So anyway, I don't think that's an issue. I think you're putting way too much importance on it. I think he's still he crushes other. Just if you don't believe me, who am I, right? I'm just the streamer. What do I know? Go ask LSV. Go ask fucking any Hall of Fame pro. Paul Rizzo, all the people in this pro tour who have played more than 2 years of Magic in their life at the pro level, will all say Ben Stark is the best limited player. Like, full stop. There's like, I bet you 9 out of 10. I bet you it's more than 9 out of 10 pros would say Ben Stark is the best limited player in the world. So again, if you don't believe me, okay, what you say may be true, but again, I don't think that matters. And I think other pros would know that and call people out if that was the case. If, you know, yeah, he's only ever done this or that, but no, the guy's in the Hall of Fame. He's won pro tours. He's won many GPs, limited a lot of them. And those GPs, you got to go through a lot of low level players. Like that's what limited is, even more than constructed, right? Anyway. Right. Well, that's absolutely true. Yeah, most games of Magic are decided by the variants, absolutely. But the pros are the pros because they've had consistent records over many events. There's many events where I'm sure Ben Stark has bombed out and gone 0-3 in limited. But there's far more where he's gone 7-0, 3-0, whatever in the first draft of the Pro Tour, like today. You know, he like. So once it all shakes out, you just need enough data. Then you start to see who the real pros are. It's just like poker. Like you know, people say poker's all luck, and it's like, are you kidding? Look at Phil Ivey. Look at players who. Are you telling me he's the luckiest player in the world? Just randomly, this person is chosen by some omnipotent being to be the luckiest human alive? No, he's obviously skilled, and he's doing things that you can't understand, and that's why to you it's luck. To you it's magic. It's magic. It's magical. I mean, you know, because people don't understand what's going on. But anyway, getting back to Magic, a lot of variants, but the best players usually win out because they're the best players. This was an interesting match to watch. He's playing a mid-range deck, but it's got so much removal and bounce and value. It'll never beat a late game deck. Like, I don't know what his match against Domain is like. It's got to be weird. But the early game decks, that white-black deck looks very good against the Dimir and the Gruul decks and all that. Anyway. Didn't someone get for at Worlds? No. Some guy did make the top 8 of a pro tour. Which pro tour was that? I think it was Pioneer. It was the one that Reed Duke won. It was the first pro tour that was IRL after the COVID kind of pandemic faded and enough people were vaccinated and they started doing big tournaments again. That first pro tour was Pioneer and Reed Duke won. I think it was in that one. There was one guy who got top 8 and they interviewed him and he's like, yeah, like because they're like, it's your first pro tour and you're, you know, got top 8 and whatever. And as he was cruising through the thing, he said he only drafted the set like 4 times, you know, a couple weeks before, like in the weeks leading up to the pro tour. And he just asked a buddy, like, what's the best archetype in limited? And his buddy's like, do this because everybody else is going to be doing that. And he's like, so I forced it every draft. And he skated through the limited portion. That's what really separates like a lot of the really good players is the limited portion. I think a lot of the pros spend most of their time practicing the limited set because it's new. It's you can get bigger edges in limited than you can in constructed. Constructed's pretty set in stone, right? Everybody knows like what the best decks are. There'll be a couple variations. Maybe some deck comes out of nowhere, but that's very rare. Most pro tours, that's not happening. You know, let's focus on limited. Once we have our standard deck locked in or whatever, yeah, let's practice this limited format because it's brand new. And not only are we not great, other players are not going to be great. If we can be great and they're not great, that's where you want to be, right? I should be the narrator for the tour. I should be. You should tell Wizards to hire me. I'm right here. I'm broadcasting myself live every single day, so they know where to find me. This guy's like, God damn it, I never should have come here. It's Logan! Logan? You came all the way from, what flag is that? Croatia? What is that flag? I don't recognize that flag. Is it Croatia? It's a Baltic state, I'm pretty sure. Okay, So what are we playing here? Domain Overlords and Esper Pixie. Okay, so leading with, yeah, nice. The Salvager, Scavenger, whatever. That 1-drop is very nice on turn 1. Surveilling Beza to the yard. Menguchi on Domain here. Oh, and this is sped up as well. So, yeah, Nurturing Pixie, not a great one. That is not what you want to see on turn 2. They need something better than the 1-drop to replay here. And then surely he's just going to replay the 1-drop, right? Like, that means he doesn't have Storm Chaser's talent, he doesn't have Hopeless Nightmare, he doesn't have, like, a bunch of the really good 1-drop non-creature permanents that you want to bounce with Pixie. But then he doesn't replay, so he's leaving up Spell Pierce here for the Beanstalk, which is smart. Even if he doesn't have the Spell Pierce, he's repping it. So Andrea Menguchi is going, shit, do I play into Spell Pierce here? He passes. Okay, he's got Up the Beanstalk in hand, I'm pretty sure. I can't see their cards, but... Here, say what's up. It is Croatia? I was right. Oh, first shot. Nice. I think it's Croatia. I had a buddy in Korea. He's Irish. Duncan, awesome dude. Went to his wedding. They live in Ireland now, but he had this thing where he's like, oh, ask me the capital of any country in the world. And so we would try and randomly, it was like a bar trick for him. We would try and randomly tell him like the most obscure countries. And he was just like, oh, wait, I know this one. It's like this. And then he would get it. Eventually he would guess it. It was crazy. But I think that's how I learned that flag. Duncan. Croatia. So, cool. Logan lives in Croatia, confirmed. Okay, so let's pay attention to the game. So, what happened here? Nurturing Pixie. So, he plays the Nightmare. Did he pick up... Oh, he played a second Pixie, I see. Yeah, get lost the Pixie, give the maps. So, Menguchi kills the first Pixie. That doesn't feel great. And then second Pixie comes down... and what did it pick up? He played Nightmare. Did he pick up and replay Nightmare? I think he just played Nightmare twice, right? So that's why, yeah, Menguchi's on 15 here. So, map. Okay, so we can't see what's in their hand. That's what makes this tricky. Ooh, this town ain't big enough on top. Pretty nice. Definitely leaving that on top. Pumping up the Pixie. Is he going to crack another map, or is he going to play a 2-drop? Like, Fear of Isolation would be perfect here. If I had a Fear of Isolation, I'd be dropping that, picking up Hopeless Nightmare. Next turn, Hopeless Nightmare, leave up This Town Ain't Big Enough, bang, bang. Ooh. I see 2 white cards. It looks like he has a land in his hand there. I just saw the top of his cards. 4 Croatia guys in the beer league? Hell yeah, here say, oh, dude, I would love to play soccer in a beer league. I'm too lazy to go out and do... I miss soccer. I played soccer my entire life. The last time I played was, I think I was like 21 or 20 or something. And I had to join a beer league because I was too old for the competitive leagues or whatever. But I played in the high-level leagues. I played provincial level soccer, like state level soccer at one point. But it just becomes like your life at that point. It's like, you know, that's all my life was. And it was just like, I did it once and I'm like, no, I don't want to do this. It's too much. I like video games. I like other stuff. Like an Olympic athlete would be the same thing. Any pro athlete, that's just your whole life is that. I don't know. Too many other things to enjoy. Magic too. Magic at least is a game where, you know, I feel like it's a much more flexible game. You can, as long as you're good enough at the game, you don't need to be like, you're not in the gym 8 hours a day. You know, like you're playing a lot of Magic, I'm sure, but you're also not playing a lot of Magic. Let's be honest, right? I would imagine. I would like to think so if people have healthy work-life balances. So who are we talking about? Who has 5 Pro Tour top 8s? Turian? Oh, Mike Turian. Yeah. Yeah, great record. But that was a long time ago. Yeah, took a job at Wizards. Interesting. Yeah. Picked up and replayed Nightmare, yeah. Oh, wow. Dodgeball? You're in a beer league for dodgeball? Are you serious? Adults play dodgeball in real life? I didn't even know that was a thing. Hockey and softball, nice. Yeah. Yeah, hockey I played for years too. I stopped playing hockey to play soccer full time. I was playing soccer in the summer and in the winter because in Winnipeg, where I grew up, you know, by the time the season would end, summer season, soccer season, it would end in October, September. And I remember going to championship games with like long sleeve shirt, like long underwear on and like sweat and then your shorts and jersey over that. And everybody, it was so cold. Sometimes there was even frost and stuff on the ground. It was just too cold in Manitoba to play soccer for more than 8 months of the year, maybe 7 months. And so we play indoor soccer, which is wild. It's like hockey. You sub on the fly and there's no stoppage of play. It's just like, oh, so it's just a crazy workout. And then I would go to play summer soccer again. And all the dudes who played hockey over the winter would first practice is just running, conditioning, right? We're just like running, different types of running. And not even touching a ball usually the first practice. And half of the hockey guys are over on the side of the field puking at the end of the practice. And all of the guys who played indoor soccer were just like, that was an okay workout. We'll have to, bye guys, we'll have to do it next time. Yeah, indoor soccer is awesome. You get to use the boards, so you get to make really crazy plays. Like you get to yeah, I don't know. If you've played, you know what I mean. But softball, I never really played baseball at a high level. I played with my friends in like elementary and middle school. We would play, I remember, after school and stuff. We would change sports all the time. We would make up games. We played like a frisbee football game that we made up at one point. But we played football. We played baseball. But when I got to junior high, I played a lot of basketball. But then I was not tall enough. I basically just stopped playing basketball after grade 7 and grade 8, something like that. But we used to play basketball every day at recess. That's all we did. And I think I was pretty good at basketball at one point, but then I just stopped playing. Soccer, though, I played my whole life. Even when I was doing that other stuff at school and with my friends, I was still playing soccer on a team, a community level team, and then a higher level team, and then a higher level team as you get older. But I had friends who were really good at hockey too, like AAA hockey and stuff. And at the level where you're 16, 17, and there are scouts coming to your games. There are like legit like NHL level scouts because they want to find them at 15. You know, they want to find these prodigy kind of level kids at 14, 15 if they can, right? And I remember some of my friends having, like big days where they were like, oh, there's like a scout coming tomorrow. I've got to like, you know, I can't go out or do whatever. And I'm like, oh shit, yeah, okay, good luck. Like, fuck, that's a lot of pressure. I can't even imagine. And then, I don't know, 20, 30 years later, I end up being an actor and I'm going into auditions. Auditions are very high pressure, very nerve-wracking if you're not used to that kind of scrutiny. Okay. It's sped up here. It's an interesting match. So they're both 1-1 here. Gucci trying to hold on here at 5 life. Mengucci. Sorry, I shouldn't call him Gucci. This is a close one. So two nurturing, or nurturing Pixie, that's a 3-3. The other guy's a 3-3. Another Pixie there, yeah, hiding under the Hopeless Nightmare. So he needs a sweeper here, and he's got to pray that the other guy doesn't have Spell Pierce. That's really the only thing that matters right now, right? He's got to have either Templock or... Templock would be perfect, play around Spell Pierce. But he's got to also hope that... why is one of his cards in an orange sleeve? One of his sleeves... Oh, no. Oh, sorry, that's the emblem behind? Oh, it looks so weird. It looks like one of his sleeves is orange. Oh, he flipped it or something? No, it's a land. Oh, it's the token land. Okay, that's why. Yeah. Right. So he goes for Ride's End. Okay. Oh, is this mid-combat? Oh, this is mid-combat. I thought it was his main phase. I don't know what part of the turn it is. Okay. Yeah, I know, Mike. Yeah, you're not wrong. I know. Ooh, the Beza. Does he get to draw here? No. Okay, so the other guy must have a card in his hand. Or no cards in hand. Oh, he has 0 cards in hand. Okay. Top deck. So he's got a 2-2, or sorry, a 3-3 on the ground here, which is never getting through. He's got a 2-2 in the air, but Andrea's at 6 life. Andrea threatening to swing here. If he finds a Zur, this game's basically over. So Tony's, you know, not out of this. Even though Andrea's at 6, now Andrea with that, the Beza pulled him back into this. Beza's incredible. Best timely reinforcements we've ever seen. What does he find? It's a land. Yeah. Can tell by his body language. Put the land down. He could Storm Chasers here. He's got a... This town ain't big enough. In the yard. He's got enough mana if he has an untapped land here. Oh, it's not a land. What is it? Oh, it's Kaito. Oh, wow. Bounce Kaito off the top. He fixes the loyalty. The other guy had it on 3. Andrea's like, it's a 4 loyalty Planeswalker. Okay, so he takes 3, goes to 3. Surveil 2, draw. That land's going to the graveyard, but what is the other card? Is that a this town? I couldn't tell what that was. Did he have 2 cards in hand? Okay, I don't know how many cards he has in hand. He had a card on the table and he just drew one, but then he played the Kaito this turn. I don't know. The swaying! I know! Queen, what the hell? It's doing it again. Yeah, God. That is ridiculous. The camera swaying. Yeah, Charlie. Yeah, I'm so focused on the game, but... Overlord land, yeah. The everywhere token, yeah, you guys were right. I just noticed it. At first, it was connected to the orange like circle on the table, and it looks exactly the same color, like exactly the same. So I thought, is that just something on the background? Then I'm like, no, but it's no, that's not the background. What the hell? Yeah, it's his token. I like Menguchi's land graveyard layout. It's a little bit silly. I think the ideal graveyard layout is either double wide or triple wide overlapping horizontal rows. That gets you the most cards in the smallest real estate. It's good when you're at big tournaments, crowded shops. You only have your playmat. You can't be doing that spread out shit on a playmat. Or like, you can do that, but you can't do that in a graveyard deck. Like, do it all the time, do it the same way. If you're playing a dredge deck or not, still organize your graveyard the same way consistently every time, and then you just don't even think about it. You just do it automatically, naturally, right? But I've seen some people graveyards that are just, like, all over the place. I'm like, are these exiled? Like, some of these are at a 45-degree angle. They're all kind of, like, piled around, and they'll look through their graveyard for something, and then there's 2 piles of cards. You know. Everybody knows. Feature match on a ferry, yeah. I feel like I'm on a rowboat here or something. It's slowly... Maybe it's an earthquake. Like, we literally just had a 4.8 earthquake up here on the west coast. It was wild. I gotta go back in my VOD and see if I can find that spot when the earth shook. I felt it a little bit. And I felt like this thing on the back of my chair kind of pushed against me, and I thought it was Neo bumping my chair. So I want to go back. I think I went like this. I went like, what, Neo? And then it just went like, and I was like, what the fuck? Holy shit, I've never felt an earthquake in Vancouver before. That was wild. Ooh, second Beza, gain that life. He's going to draw a card, get a no treasure. The other guy's thinking... He could play a card here so that Menguchi doesn't draw. Oh, he's shuffling? Okay, he's shuffling his deck. So he could play... Because Menguchi hasn't drawn yet. Right? Or did they shortcut there? I missed it. Yeah, the Lost Queen. Yeah, I was going to say, it's going to make people sick. Like, it'll make you... Because it's so subtle. That kind of subtle stuff, that's what makes people nauseous and throw up and stuff. But I'm going to go on my very first cruise ship this summer in June. I've never been on one, but my parents said, you know, they've been on a couple, and they said sometimes there's rough seas and you can kind of feel it, but those things are so massive, you just don't even feel anything. But I've been on sailboats. I've been on like small boats that were just like, oh, in rough waters. It made me want to puke. So what do we have here? This town... Nope. Fear. Tick. Tick up again. Discard the last card. Oh, puts the counter there. Thought he wanted to make... Oh, weird. Put a counter on each of them and then passes. Land here? No? Zur. Oof. That's huge. There's a Leyline Binding with nothing under it. There's also an Overlord. He's got 2 activations of Zur here. If the other guy has this town ain't big enough, the first activation is going to bounce. But then he can just give it hexproof, right? Huh. This is a tricky spot. Zur is a tricky card, right? He can activate to basically protect something, or he can activate to turn something into a big thing. He wants to activate at least once. Is he not going to activate Zur? Whoa, leaving up the Zur. I guess he doesn't have to because Overlord is has lifelink. All your enchantment creatures have lifelink, even if they're not animated by Zur. So actually that's the best play, right? Because yeah, he just needs one hit with a big lifelinker, and leaving up double Zur means even if the other guy has removal here, he can activate to give hexproof and still have an activation up after. So let's see. Yeah, I think Tony knows he's done. If Menguchi connects for 6 lifelink here and goes to 11, I don't think this game's going to be winnable again for Dimir or for Esper. Crazy. It's close, but now it's not. Now it's not. Zur was so insane, and he had just enough mana to leave up double activation. Means, you know, if he only has mana for 1 activation, he can get blown out here, right? It's not going to go his way, Menguchi. But if he has double activation of Zur, he's got the activation plus protect. And this guy, Tony, knows. He knows what's going to happen here. He knows, yeah, he's going to go for the spell, and he's just going to give it hexproof, right? Wait for him to name targets. Hopeless Nightmare, Overlord of the Bale, or Overlord of the Green, whatever. Oh, he's going to bounce Zur. Okay, yeah, nice. Because that can't get hexproof. But he's not going to activate again? Why wouldn't Menguchi activate there? This is why I thought Menguchi should have played Zur and gone for the activation pre-combat. That way, if the guy bounces Zur, you still get this huge board. I don't know. That's weird. I don't know if that worked out for him there. Yeah, so he can bounce Zur. Zur is the only card that can't get hexproof there. And Beza, but you're never bouncing Beza. So, oh, what is he doing? So shutting off the lifelink is good, but yeah, this is why I would have activated pre-combat there. I don't know. Hopeless Nightmare, discard Zur. Close game. Now it is close. I was wrong. If he activates, he dies? Really? Why is that? You mean die on the backswing there? What did he say? He's pointing at Zur. I don't know what he's doing here. Yeah, I guess he's got no flying blockers. But again, if you go to animate Overlord there, right? And then the guy goes, this town ain't big enough, bounce Zur. And then you get the Overlord, and you swing and make 2/2/1 flying blockers. Isn't that gonna keep you alive? Like, I don't understand how he... The only way you lose is if he manages to bounce his Hopeless Nightmare a bunch, because he's not killing you with damage. But... right? Like, that's what I feel. You activate Zur the first time on Overlord. He can respond and bounce, or he can let you go to combat and go for the bounce. Either way, he has to bounce Zur, because you still have an activation up. So they shake hands. Who actually scooped to who there?
This one, but Menguchi was not
Tony,
able
yeah.
to get over the
I don't know. I think he fucked that up. I think Menguchi fucked that up. I think I would have gone for activation on Overlord there, and then even if he bounces your Zur, you can't replay the Zur, but you can even activate again, make Leyline a creature, or you can just swing with the Overlord there, and that's making 2 blockers, right? No, you don't need to use Zur to block if you have 2/2/1 flyers off the Overlord, which was guaranteed attacking that turn, because you had, even if they bounce the Overlord in response to Zur, you just give it hexproof. You're good there. I think he fucked up by not activating Overlord. That would have been Overlord making 2/2/1 flying blockers. So even if they don't gain you life, like, you still got a bunch of blockers there. He would have had Zur, or assuming the guy bounces Zur, he would have had 2 mana up plus the 2/2/1 flying blockers, and then all the guys on the ground, the fish and all that shit. Yeah, I don't know. I think he fucked that up. It's hard though. That was a tough spot. I could see not playing it correctly, but I think I would have definitely activated. He had 4 mana, Zur in play, Overlord sitting there. Overlord wasn't summoning sick. It had only 1 impending counter on it, right? He just goes, activate Overlord. The guy can bounce at that point. It doesn't matter. If you bounce Zur there, you can even use Zur 1 more time if you want, or not. Irrelevant. As long as you get that Overlord. If the guy goes to bounce Overlord, you just give it hexproof. That's it. I think maybe he forgot about the fact that he could give it hexproof to protect it. And he thought, if I go for the Overlord, they're going to bounce it. And then I don't know. He's a very good player. I don't know. I don't know what he was playing around there. I think the only thing that matters there is a bounce spell. So you just play to beat the bounce spell, right? He went to 1. He didn't need to attack. So yeah, the only way, that's why I said, the only way Tony's winning there is with the bouncing of the Nightmare. So, okay, so you're saying none of it mattered anyway? I didn't see what happened at the end there. Did Tony have the multiple bounces? Because at 1, it looked like he was just dead to the flyer. I think the flyer killed him. If the Hopeless Nightmare didn't get bounced enough to kill him there. The flyer killed him, right? The flyer ended up doing 2 damage as well the turn after. I think if he had 2/2 on flyers, I don't know. I can go back and look at that again, but I think at that point he would have survived. Oh, at the end there he did. Okay, yeah. Then he wins. The guy playing Is It Artifact deck is probably last. He could be. Do you remember his name? They're not going to show who's in last here, but let's see if Finkel's still in the hunt. Finkel. Oh, I'm covering one dude at the end as well. Sam Pardee 3-2. No, hometown hero, Sam Pardee. All right, I'm gonna get 20 seconds. I'm gonna get a drink and we'll see what the next match brings us here. Happy BT Day, Waff Turtle. How you doing, buddy? Hopefully you're well. It's Friday too. So, okay, Charlie, I missed that. If he had another one in hand and then landed, it doesn't matter. But with what was on the board that I could see, he could have survived there just by animating Overlord. I don't know. I could go back and look at that again, but I wasn't listening to what they had in their hands.
Hang on, they've moved the...
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Ether Drift live from Chicago,
Oof.
Illinois. 348.
Had to go say hi to Neo there. Neo, he did bark when the earthquake happened, but I haven't gone over there to see him. He's fine. He's just chilling. He's not the kind of dog who would ever get freaked out by that. We just had an earthquake here, Waff Turtle. 4.8 earthquake, apparently, right off the coast of British Columbia. I'm on stream. I feel a little bump. Okay, don't need to listen to commercials. I feel a little bump on the back of my chair, and I'm like, Neo, what are you doing? And then I realize it's not Neo. The whole room just goes like this, like for a few seconds, and I was like, what the? Like on stream. Power didn't cut out or anything, but weird, dude. I gotta go back and clip it and see what's up. But Neo barked. When we were shaking, I heard him go, bro, bro. Like he barked twice. But I think as soon as it stopped, he's just like, oh, that was weird. And he just goes back to chilling. It's not a squirrel. It'll be fine. Yeah, today treating me well so far, except, well, the earthquake was very interesting. I've never felt one in Vancouver. That was the first time. Yeah, so they said it was northwest of the sun. Well, people who were updating me in the chat, they said it was northwest of the Sunshine Coast, which is just out in the ocean, Pacific Ocean, just northwest of where Vancouver is. So 11 players are 5-0. One person got a draw. Wonder if it's a blue-eye control player.
Undefeated. One of them, well, sorry, 12, I guess, technically. All the nerds are immediately jumping on the keyboards. No, 4-0 and 1's technically undefeated. Yes, but you can see a lot of them 5-0, 4-0-1, or 4-1. So it's really, really obvious to see that getting off to an early start, getting off to a bunch of wins early in the tournament sets you up in terrific stead to make it.
Thanks, Riley. Yes, doing well early in the tournament sets you up very nice to make it to the late stage of the tournament. Brilliant analysis. Back to you. What? Yes. Okay. Of course. Let me look at some visual spoilers here. I want to see if they've updated. still Final Fantasy cards on Mythic Spoiler. I'm waiting for the because they've revealed a bunch of cards at this con, I imagine, right? But we'll see. Anyway, interesting games. I love watching this with you guys. I feel like I'm missing stuff and you guys are getting it, but I didn't see he had the Hopeless Nightmare at the end there. But I think the previous turn, I don't know. I want to know what was going through his head. Why didn't he go for the activation on Overlord? He gets the swing, he gets the blockers. The guy has the bounce spell. Like, if he has to bounce Zer before damage. You can always respond and give your Overlord hexproof. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, it'll probably be not until tomorrow or something, but Matt Nass, please tell me you're playing the Omniscience combo deck. Please. Sure. You know, I don't know. For me, the flag thing is kind of played out. Like, the nationalism thing, we should probably just not be... Like, there's some people who choose not to have their flag. I love my country and everything, but this isn't about where people are from. Like, who gives a shit where you're from? That's not... That never matters. Good players are good players. That's the beautiful part of the game. It transcends all that shit. You know what I mean? So who cares? I get some people are proud that their country did well or whatever, but... That's fine. Go talk about it on social media and whatever. I don't know. It was like the flag sleeves, and eventually they did do away with that. But you know, are you going to be like the Olympics? What if a player wants to have the Russian flag? You know how much people are going to be saying shit in the chat when that person's name is on the screen. Like, just fucking avoid the whole thing and don't do flags. Let's have more unit. Eventually, I want to see one flag: Super Earth. Sorry, I've been playing a lot of Helldivers, but really, I'm a big fan of managed democracy. Okay, let me hear what Oaf McNamara has to say.
Atlanta earlier in this year, and I got second in that event. So just
we talked about this earlier. Same deck.
Now I'm here.
And this is your very first pro tour, and you're off to a 5.
He's an MTGO grinder. I've raided him before.
It's pretty surreal. Yeah, I mean, I've been playing online forever, but this is the first time I get to show up in paper for one of these things. You know, I've been watching people play this feature match area my whole life on YouTube, so it's really cool.
Cry.
To just show up here.
Cry.
The camera matches. It's just
show us the emotion.
People are watching you, my friend. That's it. So, tell us about your deck. You're playing Dimir Bounce. Obviously, it's doing pretty well for you so far. Do you feel like you made the right choice?
So,
picking Dimir over, say, Esper?
Yeah, it was kind of a difficult decision. I played Dimir at the Spotlight Series as well, so that was part of why I was already comfortable with the deck. Needed to focus on some of my preparation on Limited, so that was part of the reason.
Yep.
And then
most pros are playing Limited more than Constructed
I like
here.
it because it's a little bit more consistent. It's a little bit less powerful. It's like a classic cut a color, have a higher floor and like a lower ceiling, less powerful as explosive draws, but you know,
the mana base is ugly in Esper.
Do things, cast your spells, not get mana screwed, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Team Worlds was great. Yeah. Earthquakes. Yeah, how they affect animals is wild, right? I mean, did Riley get a mechanical spine implanted? What is going on there? Oh, this is like his earpiece. It looked like a mod from Cyberpunk or something. I don't know what. It's like, goddamn, has he got one of those that you can hack people's? Never mind. What was I saying? Earthquakes, Mythic Spoiler, Team Worlds. We were talking about Pro Tour. What were we talking about, Magic? I lost my train of thought. I just wanted to hear Scott talk about his deck. Manguchi on Overlords. Yeah, the usual. Bride's End, the big pickup. Suddenly Overlords. I've been saying these green decks have been bad for a long time. Domain's been just getting wrecked for a long time. Then suddenly, Bride's End single-handedly puts it back on the map. Crazy. It's still a powerful deck. It just does not line up against the other decks that are doing really low-to-the-ground proactive shit. Like, your game one is atrocious against those decks. You're playing too many come into play tap lands. You're playing off curve. You know, your first 2 turns, your ideal curve, you're not even affecting the board. You're going, like, up the beanstalk into Overlord, right? So, but now, Ride's End fixes a lot of that, right? Yeah, Gruul Mice. So this is the matchup. Oh, so this is a rough match. If Gruul wins the die roll here, pretty stock list. I don't see anything weird. Yeah, playing the Obliterating Bolts. The other person was playing this 2 mana +3/+3 give hexproof and trample or something pump spell. It's kind of interesting. But yeah, they're going over stuff. Be able to capture check. That's it. Yeah. The countries thing. Yeah. I don't know. I want to see the day when we're all unified under one banner. It's going to take being invaded by aliens before that happens. But, you know, the stupid, like, the nationalism, like, this is like, that's 19th century shit. Like, who cares what random line on a map you live on the side of? You know, you live on that side of the line. Who fucking... We're all human beings. We all are the same, even though our languages and our cultures can be different. The values, people are the same all over the world. There's the same types of people in every single place on Earth. Hopefully we get there. We're sliding in the opposite direction these days, and it makes me extremely sad. Okay. Can we stop talking about the decks now? Let's see some action. The team worlds, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, when they play the countries against each other, but just this pro tour, just random, like a bunch of random people with the why the flags? Just leave the flags off it. I don't like that. I don't like it. It's unnecessary. It's dumb, and it's potentially a little bit scandalous because inevitably people ask, why isn't Jason Yee's flag visible? You know, they're from America or whatever, the States. And then we get into the whole, okay, like, yeah, like they don't want to show their flag because they're this or that, or they're making a statement, or like, you know. And again, look at the Olympics with Russia. It's like, do we let them participate? Yeah, but what if we like force them to not show their flag and not be in the opening ceremonies? It's like, okay, just get rid of it all, and we don't have to do any of that, worry about any of that. But anyway, Brad Robinson. Make a top 8. So this is this dude's first pro tour. He's been playing quite a while. Cool. This person started much later. Looks much younger. Oh. Okay. Lofty goals. Let's see how they play. How it plays out here. Oh, come on. I like that monument in the background. I guess I could listen to them talk. Banned Gearhulk. Oh, look at this spicy nonsense. Duskrose Reliquary ×4. There's the Bright Glass. So it's a... Okay, so it's like a low to the ground, yeah, rabbit deck. Go wide deck. Huntsman's Redemption ×1. Basilisk Collar ×1? You gotta be kidding. What a weird... Lot of one-ups here. Yikes. One Haywire Might. Bright Glass says go fetch a artifact, creature, or enchantment with 1. Okay, so that's why we're seeing all these weird one-ofs. Not instant, though. Artifact, creature, or enchantment with 1 or less, right? Okay. Pretty good. Are you blinking it or anything? You're not really... How are you... Okay. Kind of weird. That's a weird-ass deck. There's more cards in the deck, I'm sure. Okay, the Selesnya Cage decks I've seen before. They pick up the Gearhulk as well. It picks up Reliquary for them. It picks up their 1-drops. Yeah, one of Insidious Fungus seems good. Llanowar Elves, obviously, you don't really need once you're casting Gearhulk, but Paw Patch is good. Pixie, there's a way to pick stuff up. Did the other deck have Pixie and I missed it? Basilisk and Gearhulk, sure. First Strike, Trample, Death Touch, yeah. But also, I think it's just there to just be a thing to fetch, but it seems low impact. I don't know. Maybe. Doesn't have lifelink or anything. Yeah, Sandstorm Salvager. This is a cage deck, though. They're doing cage things. I'm trying to cheat that Overlord into play. I think this Bright Glass thing is kind of just a... I'll do it because I can, but I don't even... Yeah, it's not the main plan of the deck. Ooh, standings? But this is only 1 round of constructed, right? Yeah. Nice. Okay. Interesting. 3 rounds, yeah, of draft, yeah. Oh, it's after the second round? Oh, yeah, what am I saying? Yeah, three rounds of draft and then, yeah. So there's been 2 rounds, right? Okay. Yeah, still too early to really say anything. Anyway, it's going to be too early to say anything until Sunday. But once we get to the top 8, then we can actually look at all the matchup. That's when the matchup matrix will come out, and we can look at it and go, oh wow, like look how many people played this deck, and look at that win rate, holy crap. Or look at that conversion rate, right? Yeah, Orzhov Pixie seems like a good call when you're expecting a lot of Gruul and Dimir and Esper Pixie. So Orzhov playing, you know, main deck temporary lockdowns and playing a bunch of like value grindy stuff. The only issue I think is Domain and, you know, and the combo decks and that kind of stuff. I don't know how White Black beats the big decks, the late game decks. You know, that White Black Orzhov Pixie deck is a very mid-rangey deck, so it beats on the lower to the ground decks, smaller than it, but it gets beat up by the bigger decks than it, right? So I wonder how that Domain match is. We'll see, hopefully, but Ben Stark was on that deck. I was like, holy shit, Ben Stark's playing Orzhov Pixie. Cool. Must be fun to be at the Pro Tour, you know? Can you imagine being on camera? I swear to God, chat, if a miracle happens and I somehow end up at the Pro Tour and I'm doing well and they put me on camera, I'm going to give all of you a shout out. I promise. I'm just going to look at, as I'm like, yeah, I'm going to look at the camera. Charlie, Go Calper, MTGGG, Haiku, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, name all these people's names. And my channel's going to be like, yes, fuck yeah, that was my yes. Watch. Okay, caller on one. Okay, little embarrassing. I would be embarrassed right now if I was that dude. Oh, God. I'm supposed to tutor that up with my 4-drop. Shit. Okay, Collector's Cage. Looking for that Overlord to put under it. They are not going to show us what he took. Overlord the nut draw there, but, you know, you've got some other stuff. Yep. Good. The kid's courteous. Asking if the opponent wants to check. See, this is the opposite. I don't hold my cards like this, Brad. Oh, that's so weird. Do most people hold their cards like that? I do it the other way, where the most front-facing card is on the right. Look at those white bordered. Are those white bordered 4th edition islands, dude? Come on, really? Dusk Rose your cage. Makes sense. Sacking the Basilisk Collar. Good call. That thing sucks. He reads Collector's Cage. Oh, Bradley, what are you doing here? Oh, it's a Darkar Wastes. It's 4th edition. Okay, yeah, good. It's a Darkar Wastes. I allow it, fine. It's a Pain Land. You don't want to pay for the black bordered one, fine. But white bordered Pain Lands. That's kind of interesting. Maybe just to make you remember that it's a Pain Land on the battlefield. I could see that. Hey, Stan, what's up? You do it my way. Yeah, but people said no. They're like, don't, like other people were telling me to, or no, they were saying don't put your lands on the right. And I was saying, but like, if I hold my cards the way we do, Stan, then I usually, because I'm right-handed, I play cards with my right hand. So, you know, if I'm fanning out a hand of cards here, the one on the far right is, you know, let's say this is my hand. It's too much. This is my hand here. I have, you know, 6 cards. I'm holding them like this, right? So this is the one on the far on the right. I guess I don't know, is the video's kind of mirrored here, but so I would play this like the top card first. This is the top of my hand because it's, you know, I'm fanning it out like this. But he's fanning it out like this, like the opposite way, and it's like I guess if you're left-handed, so either he's left-handed or I don't know. He holds it different than me. Let's see here. Ooh, okay, respect. Unglued basic. I mean, it's incorrect. It's not unhinged. It should be unhinged. But unglued props. OG unset lands. Pretty OG. I like that. You can tell a lot about someone by their basics. White or yellow borders. Piss border. Always. I love piss. Give me those yellow borders, baby. Shiny as shit. Just gaudy. Gaudy. Over the top. Ostentatious. Like, I'm new money. I'm new money. I want to show everybody how much money I have. Gold everything. That's why I play Commander. You know who it is? Tiamat. Tiamat. All the cards are gold in my deck. with gold borders. Gold, are the legend cards even, they're gonna have that yellow border treatment, don't they? You're chaotic evil, Lost Queen. You're chaotic neutral, a true wild card. You are really? You don't organize? Oh man, I can't. You know, it helps me to do things a certain way every time, and that's why the chaos stuff I can't. Like, it makes me a worse player when I'm chaotic, I think. Like, setting patterns means I don't have to think about those things because they become automatic. I just want to make sure the pattern I set is the correct one, then I can let it become automatic and not worry about it. You know what I mean? It was like learning to play piano. My piano teachers would say that. They broke away from the piano franchise kind of school that they worked at because they just said it teaches bad technique. Technique is the most important thing. It's the foundation of your piano playing. If you learn to play piano with bad technique, you can play amazing songs, but it's going to be difficult, and eventually you'll hit a ceiling. You will not be able to play songs more advanced than this, or not be able to play those advanced songs as well as someone who has good technique. But it starts way back when you're, first learning. Sports are probably like this too, right? Magic 2. I want to find just what is the best way to do the thing that we're talking about here. Let's ingrain that. And then we don't have to worry about it. It becomes ingrained. It's a habit. And then you can use your brain, your mental energy on the actual game state and the things that are permeable and changing all the time. Because you don't want to worry about knowing how many colors you have or how many cards are in your graveyard. Like the way I organize my graveyard, I always know exactly what's in it and how many cards are in there. Full stop. Then I don't have to worry about anything else. After the miracle mechanic got printed, I started drawing every single time, and to this day I still do this. I take a card off the top. I wish I could show you here. And I don't put it immediately in my hand. I always put a card off the top onto my playmat. I look at it and then I draw. If you watch Japanese players, they do this often. And there's a reason for that. It's not because they're like squeeze, like in poker, you can squeeze your card and like peek at it. No. They're doing it because it's an ingrained habit, because as long as you do that all the time, if suddenly they reprint miracles, or if I'm playing a format with miracle cards, now my opponent who's paying attention might actually think I have miracles in my deck, just by the way I'm drawing my cards. You used to do it back in the day because that could throw people off. It was info you could use against them. You know what I mean? I love this. Oh God. What have I done? Oh no, I hate that I've got this stupid tab open. Hold on, I gotta pause that. Who doesn't love piss? It's good for you. It's good for your skin. Oh, Lord. Okay. Down to 2-3 cards in my hand, I'm shuffling. But yeah, sometimes, yeah, when I get a few left. But every time you draw, that's another habit. Every time you draw, shuffle your hand. Every time you see a new card, they bounce something, you draw a card, shuffle your hand. Because other players who are good are watching your hand. I'm good. I've learned this a long time ago. I'm always watching my opponents on their turn. When I'm done my turn, I put my cards face down and I watch my opponent. I literally watch everything they're doing. I know what's in my hand. I don't need to keep looking at my hand. I put my hand down. And then I see my opponent draw. It's on the end of their hand and I'm just watching. Are they going to shuffle that into their hand? No. Oh, and then they play another land out of their hand and I go, okay, well now I know one of the cards in their hand. Even if it's the same land, because I know they didn't shuffle their hand here. You know, like you're getting info from every single action your opponent is taking, even the most mundane actions. And pros are pros because they pick up everything. They're seeing every little thing you're doing, every hesitation. Just like on Arena, you can do this to like mess with people, but for the most part, people like right now, this guy's in the tank or whatever, he's not bluffing for the most part. Most players are seriously, and so another player's thinking, oh, he's tanking. We both know what card matters here. And if he draws and it's, and now I know he doesn't have this and blah, blah, blah. And you can start extrapolating from the information you're getting, right? Always shuffle your hand. New players think it's just showing off. Oh, people who flick their Brian Kibler and all the flicking your hand super fast. Yeah, people do it too much. I agree. But I always do it, and there's a reason to do it that has nothing to do with showing off. You know what I mean? Dr. Farrington, what's up? How's life? It's the Pro Tour, man. But yeah, so you see players do this. I've had players ask me why pro players always do this. Why do I always see them do this? That's why. They're concealing information from other pro players, from people who are good enough to, you're not good enough to understand why they do it, but they're playing against people who are better than you, who are paying attention to all that, and they're hiding that information because that's what you should do. And then people are like, oh, okay, right. I should do that too, huh? Yeah, you should. Anyway, the piss border. Oh, really? I haven't seen him in real life yet. Yeah, okay, right. And again, Lost Queen, there are people who just don't stop doing it. And I'm not on the, maybe if it's an I don't know, your OCD thing. It's a nervous tick. It's like you're, something that you have to chew. In students in class, I remember I had friends who just chewed this shit out of their pens or chewed on their fingernails. I mean, that's almost like your ADHD to a little extent or whatever it is. Somewhere along the spectrum, something mentally is making you just have to fidget, right? So I get it. People do it. I know it's annoying, but I try and mostly ignore it. I do it quite a bit. Sometimes I'll do it subconsciously because, again, I've trained myself to just do it automatically every time I draw. So if I'm not doing anything, I'll sometimes flick cards. I usually just leave my cards face down for the most part. Only if I have like 7 cards in hand will I keep my hand in my hand. But as soon as I get down to like 4 cards or less, I always put my cards down and I fan them out. Opponents always go, how many cards? Oh, 4. Like, cause I know my opponent wants to know how many cards. I keep them very separated. I'm not in a pile because my opponents will do this. They'll put their hand in a pile, and inevitably I have to go, how many cards? I look at their graveyard. It's a big pile. How many cards in your graveyard? 6. Yeah, and what do you have? Oh, there's a flashback card in there. Okay, good. Thank you. How many cards in your hand again? 4. Good. Like, I want to check this information constantly because it's constantly changing. The state of their graveyard, the state of their hand, the lands they have in play. You should be arranging your play space so that everything is clearly visible. But you play against sloppy ass players and their board state's a mess and you're just like, okay. But I have so many lands. I know. This isn't Commander though. Spread them out. We're not stacking a land in a pile because, there's 6 of us at this table. Don't worry. Spread them out. Spread them. Spicy deck. So double Gear Hulk. This guy's got a Gear Hulk token. Oh, it's a Mockingbird. Yeah. I don't like the way, Brad's got his Dusk Rose Reliquary and his Clue and all his crap all in the same row as his creatures. That's exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about. You keep that separate off to the side usually, or below or something above the creatures so that it's not, like, Meanwhile, David's organizing his creatures to get ready to either attack or block here. He's pairing up the Gear Hulks. 1 more card. Dusk Rose. Sack the elf. Eat the Gear Hulk? Yep. Mockingbird will not be a clone when it comes back, right? And then swinging with everything but the Gear Hulk. Yeah. Okay. Doing all right, nice. Yeah, it's been fun. Almost on my new computer, Purrington. I'm this close. I'm literally waiting. I hopefully get a call today about my hard drive arriving. It should be here any day now, but yeah, try to keep it right. But I know what you mean. Yep, I know. Or not even hold on. Oh shit, sorry. The card box hit the computer. Like, you can do this thing, right? But if you go, like, sometimes, like, I'll do this, but I'll also do couple times. I like doing that. That triggers a lot of people. When you do, you're just like running your thumb along the. People do this, but some players, they'll be like they'll just do that over and over. That drives me crazy. But like the flicking, you can flick without doing a big like. But it's the end one, right? When you go like that last snap. When I play my cards, I often snap. I make a little snapping noise. I found it to be, I don't know, useful. I like when other players do it too. It's a thing of finality. When I play it, it's in play. Now I'm like, because most people will play cards and they'll try and take things back and stuff. We've all played against people like this. I feel like a lot of the pros are very precise, and when they snap that card onto the battlefield, that's it. It's now a card that, they that's in play now. Like, I'm not taking that back kind of thing, right? But I know a lot of people are like, why do the people always, you hear these snap, snap, snap as they play their cards? To me, that's a sign of a really good player. That's a player who's tight, who has tight technical play. Let's see if I can listen to some of the actual. I don't think either of these players are doing that, but when we do see like a Japanese pro or something on screen, watch how they play their cards. Funny.
Strike, death touch, lifelink, trample. Sure.
Sharp noises. Yeah. Yeah, see, and that's the thing. It's like, I think a lot of people, it's their nervous tick, but their nervous tick is driving your nervous tick crazy. And it's like, so where do you, you know, what do you do?
But speed usually wins in these.
Okay, I just don't want to hear their commentary. I don't need to. Okay, so Mockingbird copying what? Llanowar elves? What did he copy there? They're gonna give him a little printout with a... Oh, he's got... Oh, beautiful. He's got his little erasable thing. There you go. Came prepared. Yeah, Llanowar elves. Okay. Haywire Might in the main. He keeps drawing his toolbox cards here. Sorry, that's probably pretty loud. I didn't mean to do that. Stupid little blender ball in there. So he's got double Gear Hulk, Sentinel. Cage, he's got the Overlord in hand, Parting Gust, Virch. Well, the Bant deck on the play here, building out a big board. So what if I'm that guy? If I'm David, and that's my hand? I mean, you want to play Cage here, you can play it off the elf, you're not blocking with the elf, so you take the opportunity to put tap land into play and then play Cage. Cage, see what you find, untap next turn. Nope. Gonna play untap land instead? Pass. So he's leaving up Virch. Or sorry, Virch and Parting Gust here. The Virtue of Loyalty is a 1-of, so Brad probably swings into it, right? Okay, pre-combat Sentinel? He hasn't played a land yet. They're like, don't use your homemade shit. You're using this thing that we just printed 2 seconds ago. Dude, the ticker tape. Uh-huh. I mean, his handwriting's atrocious. It is better for them to be clear there, but... Okay, he's got no land drop here? Oh, he's got no land drop. He drew Split Up. Okay. Huh. Ooh. But he can't double block here. Gonna Parting Gust. Okay. So no Virtue. So he's giving him the yeah, the fish. Exiled. Yeah. Nice. Did you have motor ticks? Oh, okay. So it so it like makes those go off, you're saying? Oh, nice. Oh shit. Oh, I didn't know. How is it? How is it working? You've done everything. It's all perfect. Like everything you planned came together nicely. Like no hitches, no issues, nothing like that. That's awesome. What was the first game you played with it? And Jub, what's up? New NVIDIA driver? Really? Jeez, this seems like multiple games doing this to your machine. This isn't the first time. Oh, asking a judge. What, this isn't like, it wasn't Alan Wake 2 last time that this happened, right? But it's good that you, yeah, that you fixed it?
And then next turn go Cage, boost up one of those.
Yeah, you had issues with Outlaws? I thought there was some other game too.
Yeah.
That just seems like the
Cyberpunk, hell yes. That is one of the games on my list. I think I'm going to start with Indiana Jones. And then I want to play Cyberpunk, I want to play Alan Wake 2, actually. Jub mentioned it, but I've had Alan Wake 2 since like the first month it came out, and then I realized there's no way I can make content with this game at the quality level that I want, you know? Really, Jub? Shit. Okay, well, maybe it's a good thing I don't have my new PC built yet.
Oh, yeah.
absolutely.
Nice. Lost Queen, you want to see mine? This is my beast here. It's waiting. I'm waiting for one more hard drive. It looks really big because I'm angling. This camera's lower down. There's my excellent light setup. Beautiful. All right. They're talking about Philly? Okay. The other guy's waiting for a judge to come back and answer a question? Huh. What is he wondering here? That's kind of weird. I want to hear what this is. Huh. New one's good? Good. Oh, yeah. Okay, so you haven't even played it yet. See, I've already played it a bit. I just want to go back and play it again with better settings. Oh, man. So you've been loving it, right? Isn't it so fucking good? I think Cyberpunk is one of the best games that's come out in the last, like, I don't know, 10 years. It's very good.
Slammed impending overload
Now it
here.
is. Now it's very good. Like I know at launch it was a little rough and everything, but now it's just straight up one of the best games out there.
Flyers.
Pass a
Next
turn,
turn.
I'll go take
But-
this down at 3.
Cage.
Okay, good job. I mean, I'll be fine until they put out another driver and then the next one's broken. But yeah, it seems how it goes. But solidly fine, nice. Yeah, that's all you need. I mean, if it's good enough to play the games that you want to play, then that's it. Mine, I feel like it wasn't, but yeah, I don't know. I wasn't even planning on getting one anytime soon, but it just kind of happened. But so yeah, I totally understand. And I stream Magic. I stream Magic 5-6 days a week. Why am I buying a new computer? I don't need a new computer to play Arena. It's gonna run like shit on anything. Doesn't matter what I could be playing at the CERN Large Hadron Collider on their computers. Arena's still gonna glitch. Still gonna crash. Guaranteed. So why do I care? Yeah, it's awesome, right? Yeah. Yeah, Cyberpunk's so good. I don't have that many hours because I straight up played it and was like, okay, I gotta play this again. I want to wait till Phantom Liberty comes out. I'm gonna get that, and then I'm gonna wait till I get a goddamn 4090 or whatever it is. I didn't end up getting a 4090, but close enough. And I just want a card that can play it and run it really well, and I finally do. So we'll see. Yes, it always has been, Queen, since beta. I've been playing it since before it came out. It's been ass. It's crazy that a lot of the issues from back then are still in the client. Like many of them are still there. The things we used to complain about. But anyway, let's we're watching the Pro Tour. Let's be positive. Cloud Strife is coming soon. Forget about what? There's some other random Magic set. Ugh, Magic set. Ugh. When's the next Universes Beyond coming out? June? June though? We have to wait till June? Yeah, why are we getting spoilers already? God damn it. Give me some Dragonstorm or whatever. Dragon whatever. The actual set that matters. Next. I know, we all love Final Fantasy. So they just announced Airbenders, the official next set. So that'll be interesting. More quality of life streaming than for Magic, yeah. And I want to. I love games. I'm a big gamer. I love all there's so many games I love, and I want to build a community of people who love lots of different games, not just people who are obsessed with Magic. You know, and this is the problem with streaming though. It just being a variety streamer is almost impossible. When I wanted to be partner, I made a decision. I'm just like, I'm gonna just try and turbo partner. So I can only stream one game. And Magic's a game I probably know more than any other game. I know the community's there. I'm just gonna stream full-time Magic. 8 months later, Twitch partner, like done. Had viewers, all the requirements I needed and everything. But I just don't want to play Magic all day every day. I mean, there's times when I don't care about Magic. I care when the big tournaments are happening. I care when, new sets are coming out so often now. It's almost hard to look away. You blink and you miss a bunch of shit, but Standard has felt stale. When the limited format sucks, I don't want to play limited. I'll play constructed. When the constructed format sucks, I like playing limited. That already bifurcates my viewership. There's people who tune in, they want to see me draft, and then they see me play constructed for 5 days in a row and they don't come back, and vice versa. You know what I mean? It's just the way it is. So I like all the people in here. I appreciate you guys watching. I hope you stick around. We play a lot of games. We go deep on everything basically on this channel, including Magic. So I don't know, I hope it's educational. We talk about PC hardware, we talk about all kinds of stuff. You want to talk about internal combustion engines? I used to drag race. I don't know. They play Spyglass? Yeah. Both decks I think do. Because again, Brightglass Gearhulk, just giving it enough pieces to fetch is a big part of making it powerful enough to warrant building a deck around it, right? I think you need a certain number of tools in the toolbox. That said, this might not be the optimal number. Like, that's the kind of thing that really needs to be fleshed out with tuning. So now that there's some people playing these Brightglass Gearhulk decks on the big stage, you're going to start to see a lot of innovation. Maybe we do arrive at a list that's just like, okay, you play four targets, or maybe it's 5 is the right number, and they have to be this, and then you've got 2 flex slots. Like that kind of stuff needs to be fleshed out by pros. There hasn't been a lot of time to test with this card. It just came out. So, I think starting here is kind of where, we'll start, maybe people will be messing with Bant or Selesnya Gearhulk decks and figuring out what is the best toolbox. You know, that's got to be a constantly shifting thing because it's meta dependent, right? But there's going to be some core pieces that I think you always have in there. Like this guy's playing Basilisk Collar. The other guy's not. The other guy's playing Insidious, or not Insidious, some insect that sacks to, you know, naturalize or draw a card. So yeah, figuring that out is really interesting. And so these lists are like prototypes almost of this archetype, right? Is it 3 color? Is it 2 color? Like, yeah, figuring out what's best is interesting. Sure, there's been a few. I think, oh, well, the Verges are the easy pick for probably most impactful cards in the set. A bunch of decks just got really good because of the Verges. Look at Insidious Roots. A lot of people look at Insidious Roots. That deck picked up the Mole Tender or whatever. The 1 green mana guy that just mills you with no activation cost. That is like the perfect card for that deck. But maybe even a more important, well, not more important than that, but another very important card that gets completely overshadowed and left out of the conversation is that green-black Verge. That card is very, very important for that deck. They need, all of their cards are like really mana color intensive, right? They're either black or green, or black and green and colorless. Like they're, you know, not a lot of them have big colorless costs. It's all colored mana. So having that dual land is clutch for that deck. So certain things, Spell Pierce was obviously a big one, right? The Dimir decks, to a lesser extent, you could say that the 2 removal spells, the 1 mana artifact that -2/-2s, and the 2 mana enchantment that makes them sack a creature are pretty good pickups. I think they're fine, but I don't think they're like so impactful. Like again, you don't see more than 1 of each or 2 maybe in people's decks. But Spell Pierce is a big one. That's definitely a big pickup for a bunch of decks. I think the Jeskai Convoke decks got a lot better with Nesting Bot. That is the perfect 1-drop for the Jeskai Convoke decks. They were missing a 1-drop that made an artifact and made 2 pieces of cardboard after losing Voldaren Epicure, right? When they lost Voldaren Epicure, that deck took a proper hit. Like that was, the Yoshin Frontliner or whatever was way worse because it's just not 2 pieces of cardboard. Yeah, it comes back once, but still, it takes mana to do it. You want to pay 1 mana, 2 pieces of cardboard. Boom. And Nesting Bot does that. Even though you don't get the second piece right away, it dies, it comes back as an artifact. You sack it to what the other thing, and it still comes back as another piece of cardboard, right? So that was a big pickup for the Jeskai deck. And then, of course, Ride Down for Domain. Suddenly, that was the big one, because Domain's always been a powerful deck, but it's been kept in check by these low-to-the-ground, low-curve, aggro tempo decks like Gruul and Esper and Dimir, and Domain was falling off. And then Ride's End or whatever, that 2 mana removal spell that triggers up the beanstalk and draws you a card is pretty gross. When your Doomblade draws a card and exiles, that's awesome. So that was a huge pickup. You're seeing all the Domain decks rocking a full play set, and that's the only reason Domain is relevant again. I'm not kidding. Like that is the card that single-handedly put Domain back on the map. So it's funny, you look at, you know, all these cards, most of them are common, some of them are uncommon. The land is a rare, does that even count? Like, it's just a land. We're the flashy mythics and the big legendaries and all the shit everybody gets so horny over in spoiler season. The build-arounds, the monument, the river churn monument, the other monument. Not good enough. The replicating bay or whatever. Come on, it's the commons and uncommons that are just going to fill those gaps in the already powerful archetypes. That's what we're seeing. Like, that's what this Pro Tour is all about. So, I haven't seen any brand new archetypes that are Aether Drift based. This Gearhulk thing is close though. I mean, but the Cage decks already existed. They just jammed Gearhulk because it happens to be in their colors. But this Bant deck is definitely an interesting one here. Anyway. Mole Tender was good. Yeah. Bright Glass. Yeah, this is a Bright Glass Mirror is interesting to see. There's only really one deck that's playing it, is the Cage deck. This Bant Gearhulk is very much a brew. I don't know. Well, we know, they mentioned this guy has never been to a Pro Tour before. His goal this year was to make a top 8 of something. So he probably had a really great run at an RC, qualified for the Pro Tour. You just have to get like top 16 or something at an RC, right? Or I don't know how many invites they give out for the Pro Tour, 12, something like that. And then, here he is, and he's rocking. This is very much a rogue deck, right? Whoo, the split up. Oh, with the Warden lets him tap all his creatures here in order to dodge. Yeah, scoop. Oh, scoop to the split up. That was nasty. Okay, game 3. Wow. Split up's Plague Wind when you're, yeah, tap your whole board down. Oh yeah, right. Now there's a Jeskai Oculus version. That's right. So I'm thinking Jeskai Convoke, but yeah, the Oculus version is cool. That deck I haven't seen yet. But again, Blue-White Oculus is not a new deck, so can you call Jeskai Oculus a new deck? I don't think so, but it is cool. What are they playing red for? What are they playing red for in that deck? Ketramos, I think, is too hard to trigger, Daza. There's not enough that's exiling stuff. There's some stuff. I wrote a whole article about Ketramos, by the way, before I went on vacation. On Magic MTG Circle. And I talked about all the cards that can trigger it and all that stuff. Yeah. I wanted to write a top 10 article, and I couldn't find 10 cards that I wanted to, like, I could talk about and not feel like I'm totally full of shit. And then I couldn't even get that. I was going to do top 3. Then I'm just like, I'm just going to write 1,000 words about Ketramos. And that's it. So yeah, there's some Unearth, but like none of it is good enough that you want to play in your deck to begin with. I think that's the problem. Like the best combo cards, the best engines and stuff, can integrate very smoothly and nicely with other good cards. Other cards that are already seeing play, that are already good, in a shell that already exists, right? Like just slotting in the nesting bot into your Jeskai deck is such a no-brainer. It's perfect. We don't need to build a whole thing around this. But like the build-arounds that require you to play suboptimal cards, hoping that they're gonna like all do the thing and be greater than the sum of their parts, is, I think, very sketchy and not usually... The best decks are not built like that. The best decks are built around cards that are individually good enough already, and then when they come together, they do something really busted. You know, the Overlords are all great, and then when you jam Zur, they fucking blow the game wide open. But it's not like you're playing Zur in a deck with a bunch of bad cards. You know what I mean? The Overlords are already great. They already are good enough for high-level standard. So Zur's just like icing on the cake. You just get to play this crazy swing, this crazy haymaker. Other decks, like I see people put together decks with Monument and other stuff, and I'm just like, but so many of these cards are bad. I don't know. I don't want to cast them. You know, like they don't do anything. Like Monument does nothing when you cast it. It's rough. Even in the Synergy or Simpson decks that I used to play, like a lot of those artifacts were They were like just bad versions of good black removal or good, you know, counter spell, bounce spell, whatever. Like Braided Net is like, am I really gonna... There's got to be a better way to draw cards here, right? Oh, they just printed Stock Up. That's probably, you know, like, I don't know. So some of those decks, I feel like that's the problem with them. They're just, I don't know. They're too, like, the pieces aren't individually strong enough a lot of times. But Deathrite, Dollmaker. Oh, what are we talking about? Oh, you're talking about Modern or something. Oh, yeah, but no. We're talking about Standard. Yeah, no, not in other formats. Yeah, Ketramos is good in other formats, but in Standard. Standard's what we're talking about here. It's. I don't think it's good enough. It's not exiling enough. In older formats, oh shit, yeah, there's a ton of stuff. But, or historic, yeah, like, dude, that's the apples and oranges. Sure, whatever. That's irrelevant. Those cards, you're playing in a format where none of those cards, yeah, are legal in Standard. Well, many of them aren't. Different animal. But yeah, in Modern, the Black-White Sewer deck, right, is quite good. Black-White Sewers it's good because it happens to line up well against the best decks in the format, like the what's it called? Breach, Underworld Breach and stuff like that. But Ketramos is doing work in those formats. I was saying, like, that's a super powerful card. That's going to see play. But I never talk about Modern in those formats because they're way too big, and there's so many people already testing and figuring stuff out for that. I just let other people figure that out. I don't even care. I don't speculate on those formats. I like speculating on Standard because it's small enough that we can actually maybe accurately predict how things are going to go. But Modern, who the fuck knows? I don't even think about it. But there are some people that's all they play, and they immediately are like, "Oh, this is great with this and this and this," and I'm like, "Oh, that's interesting." I don't know. But now I see it in Modern. I'm like, "Yep, I'm not surprised." But in Standard, no, not happening. Pulling the land. Maybe not yet, but at some point, who knows? Maybe they print a mechanic in Final Fantasy that exiles a bunch of stuff. And the whole mechanic is built, like, you know, Eldrazi with, what was that weird ability they had that could be played from exile? Like that kind of, not Devoid. Devoid is just the colorless thing. What was it called? They could come in out of exile and stuff. Like, that would be a crazy thing with Ketramos, right? But we just don't have anything like that. You're not sitting there ghost vacuuming your opponent trying to do things with Ketramos. That's not good enough. All right. Phyrexian Golem in play. It's one you don't see every day. Cycle Streamer, yeah, Monument is sweet. Like, I get it, but, you know, yeah, it's definitely like, it's a 3-mana artifact that doesn't do anything. Just remember that. So you can go try and make it good, but you're already starting with, like, a bit of a handicap, right? Caretaker's Talent does nothing. Technically you're right, unless you have 4 mana, which is usually when you play it. Then it does something immediately. Don't think of it as a 3-mana do nothing. Think of it as a 4-mana draw a card. A card that does nothing means it has no ability to do anything itself in a vacuum. Caretaker's Talent has multiple abilities that it does, right? So it actually does something by itself. I don't have to play any other cards. I just have to activate and then it starts doing stuff, right? Usually it's the turn you play it, but I'm talking a do nothing is a card that comes into play and does nothing unless there's another card that gets cast later. You need some other card to make that initial card do something, right? Caretakers, you don't need anything else to make it do something. You can just level it up all the way and kill your opponent, and that does something, right? I've done that before with Caretaker's Talent. 8 mana, level up Caretaker's Talent, win the game. So it does something. It's not a do nothing. But on turn 3, when you have no other plays, yeah, in that spot, it does nothing, but you're comparing that do nothing to a card that always does nothing in every spot. You know what I mean? Caretakers doesn't do nothing when you have 4 mana and you immediately draw a card off it, or on turn 8 when you have 8 mana and you kill them by pumping your team, or whatever, right? So it's not the same thing. I built Omni deck, had Omni Invasion, Abuela couldn't bring either out. What'd go wrong? What did you do wrong? Omni and Invasion in the yard, cast Abuela. I have no idea, Snively. I would need to see the entire board state. Was there something? You cast Abuelos for 0, you click on Omniscience, what happened? Did it not let you click on Omniscience? I don't know what you mean. Did you put Omniscience into play? They didn't kill it or something? Or I don't know. Running Rip or Deadly Cover-Up. Rip in the main deck? Oh my god. I hope I don't play against you on the ladder, Chester. Yeah, Caretakers dropped off hard. I thought that card... I'm standing by what I said. I think Caretakers is going to be banned in Standard before it rotates. We've got a lot of time. Right now, it's not seeing much play, but that card is busted. That card will make a resurgence. It's just a matter of the right cards being viable in the format and stuff. But... yeah, I was going to say, make sure you choose... well, the X's 1 would just bring it in with a counter on it. It wouldn't matter. But just make sure you choose X's 0. What? Oh, well, so there's something else you're not telling me here. Did they have some effect in play that makes your non-creature spell cost more? Or there must be something else going on. Like, again, the board state. Does your opponent have a permanent in play that's affecting this? Otherwise, that doesn't make any sense. So I don't know what to tell you. You missed something is what I'm thinking. The game, I don't think it's just bugged. I played it many, many times. I think you missed something on the board. Did your opponent have something that stops you from, I don't know, did they tie? No. I don't know. You missed something. Oh, maybe you just didn't know what you're doing. Okay, that too. Yeah, be careful. So the way you do it, you got the Omniscience in the graveyard, you pay 4 mana for Abuelos. On the bottom right, it says submit 0. It wants you to submit the X cost. You just submit 0. Then it brings up your graveyard. The only target is Omniscience. You can only bring back Omniscience. I don't think you can bring back Invasion, right? With Abuelo's Awakening? I'm pretty sure it's enchantment or artifact, right? It's just non-aura. Oh, artifact or non-aura enchantment. Yeah. So you can't bring back a battle. You can maybe you only had the battle and you thought you could bring back Invasion. You cannot bring back Invasion. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Artie.
Artie714, you're a goddamn legend. Thank you for joining the squadron.
Appreciate you. We're watching the Pro Tour today. Talking Magic with the crew. Love you guys in here. Love the discussions. So much to talk about. I think a lot of the people who watch me stream they play Arena. I think a lot of people in this day and age have not played a ton of high level paper Magic. So I love talking about, the way players are handling their cards, I love the basics, right? Like I love commenting on the basics that people choose. Brad Robinson here choosing to play white bordered Pain lands. Only his Adarkar Wastes are white bordered. Maybe deliberate choice just to be like, hey, don't forget this is a Pain land. I like that. What's the other guy rocking? Is that an Ice Age Plains? No, it's not Ice Age, is it? Ooh, who can guess that basic Plains that David is playing? I don't think it's Ice Age. It might be some set, like, because I didn't play like Mercadian Masks and Urza's Block and stuff. I missed all that. I wasn't playing Magic back then. I stopped. I sold all my Magic cards when Mirage was the set, I think. Mirage was just finishing, something like that. No problem, Stively. And I mean, yeah, I can give you more advice. I just, I would need to see the board state and stuff. Okay, David takes it down. So the Bant deck losing there. But close one. But hey, that's what coaching is for. If you ever want to spend an hour or two, I can go over all of it just one-on-one with you. Rip in the main deck, yeah. Yeah. Omniscience is the deck I'm playing. I think it's good. I think a lot of people don't like it, so they don't really give it credit because they're just like, oh, fuck that deck. That deck's just a slot machine deck. Oh, yeah. Nobody serious is going to be playing that deck. And they don't really, I think, respect it enough. And then they get wrecked. What is this? Dear God. Urza was a blast. Yeah, I missed those. I missed all that stuff. It's too bad. I came back to Magic right after Lorwyn block. Shards of Alara block rotated. Or was just rotating out of standard, or it was legal in standard for another like month or so. So basically I came in and the new set coming out was OG Zendikar. And people were like, oh, fetch lands are coming, you should get back into Magic and stuff. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I pre-ordered some Scalding Tarns for like $30, $20 each or something. Pre-ordered Jace for $29.99. And Jace the Mind Sculptor ended up shooting up to, I opened one in my pre-release pool too. I sold it for, I don't know, $50 or $60 like right off the bat. Beauty. Yeah, the Roots decks. I don't see much Roots, but proxy my basics using Nadu? Dear God. Yeah, so there's people who want to do that stuff. I think for the Pro Tour, they really should standardize all the cards. In fact, they should provide the cards. That keeps the integrity at maximum. Do not let people bring their own decks. Just, you have to all submit deck lists 3 days before or whatever, or however much time they think they need to get these cards together for people. But it's, if they're tracking standard, and they should be, it's pretty easy to have most of these cards. Like, there's not going to be that many outliers that they have to try. And all they have relationships with all sorts of distributors and everything. I'm sure they could get all the cards they need for the Pro Tour. You know what I mean? And just give every player a deck. They get to the Pro Tour, you give them their deck. Here it is. Sleeve it yourself, please. That's it. And, and then you can even mark the cards the way they do in draft so that you know that all of the cards are official. That keeps it from anybody having marked cards, anybody cheating, all that stuff. And that way the viewer doesn't have to look at alt art versions that are foil and I can't even see them because of the glare and like, what the fuck is that? It's got some weird full art textless. What? It's an Omnath? What does that even do? I don't remember. It's just a giant essay of words. God damn it. Can we just all play normal cards, please? There you go, Abaddon. You know it. Yeah, they should provide the cards, right? It solves so many problems, but it's work and money on their end. And no, it's fine. Let them bring their own. Okay. If I was president of WotC, the shareholders would immediately get me off the board because the stock line would not go up, probably. And there's a player named FU? No way. I missed that. Alt Art of Omnath. Oh, really? Oh, I haven't seen it. What? An alt art of Omnath that has tons of words? So yeah, I know. It's insane. I remember even Cryptic back in the day. I would play against a Fairies player, and they had text list foil Cryptic commands. Gorgeous. Love them. But Cryptic command had, back in those days, that was a lot of words. This was pre Kamigawa Neon Dynasty or whatever. You know, like now cards have two sides and both sides have a shit ton of words. It's ridiculous. All right, here we go. So what are we watching here? This guy's organizing the whole game state. That's his job. Gruul Mice and Esper Paragon. Ooh, spicy. Esper Paragon. Surveilling, land to the yard. I have no idea. Okay, this is sped up, so we're not going to see their hands here. Turn 1 Heartfire from Gruul. Helpful what? Is that the cat that ETVs and draws a card? It's Spirited Companion, but the new one. Okay, she chumps. Whoa. What are we seeing here? Okay, eat your dude. Good call. Bounce, replay, kill that Heartfire. No death trigger because it's -2/-2. Very nice. Okay. That new bauble, or whatever it's called, Grim Bauble, a good addition. We were talking about that in the Esper Pixie deck. But it's only like a one of. It's not a huge pickup for the deck, but this version that Helena is playing here, obviously not the Esper Pixie deck. Maybe doing a bunch of the same stuff, I imagine. Fabled Passages. Okay. Gotta be careful playing Fabled Passage. Yeah, that's a nice full art basic, but it's from a newish set. You know, not a lot of pedigree there. I don't know. It's okay, I guess. I judge everybody's basics. I should start a YouTube channel, Basics Judge. Okay, that's a Soulstone Sanctuary, but it's alt art, so it's very hard to tell what that is. I already made that mistake once. I'm like, what the hell is that land? Right. Okay, Swamp. She's got foil basics. Be careful with those foils. God damn. Do not play foils at the Pro Tour, kids. And her 2 removal spells are foil. Don't do that. You're asking for unnecessary issues. I'm a land snob, absolutely. They say lands are the windows to the soul. I will judge your soul.
I will judge it harshly.
Everybody, I hope you know I'm kidding. I don't give a shit what lands you play. You play what you love. But I will secretly judge you. Oh my god, look at their lands. Oh, those are nice. What are the... Oh, they're Innistrad Secret Lair basics. Oh, that's cool. This fucking idiot paid like $500 for these stupid lands out of that secret lair. Yeah, I heard those secret layers are kind of expensive. Oh, you pay... Whoa. You gotta be kidding me. This person thinks they're playing Guru Islands here? Oh, nice. Okay, where are you... You know, this is in my head what's happening. Just judging the shit out of everybody. Didn't want to have to play freaking Kaladin. You like it with the card, yeah. A toolbox with bright glass, yeah. Kaladin. What's Kaladin? I don't know. Encouraging Saddle, Guardian Sunmare. Yeah. What is this? Are these cards in this person's deck? With Enduring Courage curved into it. What is the? Who's playing Sunmare? Speed up play, yeah. Yes, Charlie. It's very nice. I like this, and it lets us see more rounds. You know. This is kind of cool. So let's get back to the game here. So she's doing a lot of blinking, bouncing, obviously. Down to 1 card in hand, though. No card advantage, so she's running low on resources. Meanwhile, Gruul is doing Gruul things, pumping up their guys. They've got... what is... Oh, that's the adventure thing on the right side, right? So that's a Manifold Mouse that's tapped, right? Okay. Okay, there's a card off that at least. She's got Verges. She doesn't have a creature land. He has a Restless Ridgeline there. Can't activate the Ridgeline. So, I can't tell. It looks like 3 cards in his hand? What do you do here? That's a lizard, right? He's got Lizard, Questing Druid, Manifold Mouse. So Mouse can only target itself here, and it's the smallest creature on his board. She's got two 1/2s. That cat's a 1/2, or a 1/1. Sorry, it's on the side. 1/1s and the 2/2 Pixie. She can surveil. She's going to be surveilling off that bauble on end step, almost certainly. Yeah, firing up the land. So, oh, I thought it was 4 to activate. Did he play? Oh, he played a land out of his hand really quick there. Okay, yeah. So he plays the land, activates the other land. I was the land is the first thing I went to, and I'm like, oh, he can't activate it, but I guess he had the next land in hand. So he swings, he pumps the lizard and untaps it. She blocks, chump chump. She takes nothing. Yeah, there's the surveil 2, right? Okay, Pixie definitely staying on top there. Bounce that. You got to play it and bounce the nowhere to run, right? Nowhere to run. Eat the mouse. I think the mouse is the scariest thing here, but you could eat the lizard, I guess. Last card, Pest Control. Get out of here. Wow. And then there's the Pixie she kept on top. So she had a Pest Control in hand. So Pixie, yeah, gonna take out that mouse. Could take out Questing Druid here, but I don't know. I'm scared shitless of mouse. It gives them free Radiant triggers off the second mouse. Oh. She doesn't know if she's gonna do it now. She passes. Dangerous. Against Gruul. I guess this is open deck list, right? They're time shifted, yeah. Could be an interesting card to brood around, yeah. Oh, you thought, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, you were just talking about brewing with it. Yeah, it could, man. But again, a 5-mana creature, it's got Ward 2 at least. But it's got to be attacking while saddled. So it basically doesn't have an ETB. It ETBs and does nothing. That's dangerous. I don't know if I like that, but... Okay, so he targets... Yeah, targeting Questing Druid because he knows she's got the spell, the nowhere to run or whatever. But she flips it in, and then she's targeting... Yeah, so she targeted the Questing Druid with nowhere to run after she let him untap, and he just monstrous raged or whatever, and kept it alive. And that's why you don't pass the turn there. I think her passing the turn was pretty bad. Because again, they could have... I said, oh, it's open deck list, so maybe she knows. But I mean, yeah, so you should know that he could have something here. Yeesh. I don't think the speed matters. I think, what does that enchantment do? It sacks to make them lose 2 life? What is it called? Momentum Breaker? Is that it? Momentum Breaker? Sack an enchantment. You gain life equal to your speed. Oh, wow. So she can gain 4 here. That's pretty damn good. Assuming she gets to max speed. Which she can do if she wants, I think. She passes. She's got 1 card in hand, 2 mana up. Okay, those basics aren't Ice Age. What are this guy's basics from? It's an old set. I just can't... It's an old set, but it checks out, Captain. I don't know what set it's from. But it's old enough that... Respect. Pedigree. Okay, that thing's crashing in. She's taking 5, 6... Even more. Okay. Yeah, she's got to get the speed so she can sack Momentum Breaker. Oh no, did she just sack it? What? Legions to Ashes. Oh boy. The foil Legions to Ashes. There's the max speed. So did she sack... But what does it say? You gain life equal to your speed. Oh, so she just gained 3. I thought you had to have max speed to do it. Oh, it doesn't have... Oh, okay, so right, never mind. A lot of those speed cards, they say if you have max speed, do the thing, right? Like the Demonic Tutor and everything else. Ooh, Bouncing Beza. No Snakeskin Veil. Oh, no. That's pretty good. But Beza not going to make fish here. It's going to gain her... Yeah, she's at 9, he's at 10, so she's lucky to even gain the 4 life. How many cards does he have? If she can play a land, she can even redraw here off Beza. But I don't think she has a land in hand. Here's Bebe. Is it a land? Gotta play your land, lady. No, it can't be a land. She would never leave that in hand now. She's gonna get a treasure. No, they both have 6. No, she should get a treasure there as well. It's Pixie. Yeah, she's supposed to have a... Oh, is that a treasure? Oh, that is a treasure. Yeah, she didn't get the fish. Okay. She has nowhere to run in hand. Leaving it face up. Classy. I like that. What? Hot Sizzle with a sub? Thank you, buddy. And the gifted subs and everything. 20-month streak. The 30-month sub. Hot Sizzle, you're a legend. Thank you, man. Appreciate the sub, as always. How you doing? Bant did not win. Green-white won. Curve enduring courage into Sunmare. Saddle the Sunmare with courage. No. Yeah. The green one, yeah. That's true. Yeah, you're right, but it's just a little too clunky and stuff to build around. I think it's just too, yeah. You never want to have a bunch of them in your opening hand or anything. Like even one or two is kind of oof. But yeah. Colodon, yeah, I forget. Is that the white-red legendary uncommon? That's the one you're talking about? I think that's because I've seen him in limited. Can't even remember. He mounts for free, right? Cruise for free and stuff. Doing good? Love to hear it, Hot Sizzle. Love to hear it. It's not a leap year this year, right? In February this year, it's only 28 days. Yeah. Yeah, the power and toughness is in Magic. Just being 1 point plus or minus is a huge deal. Huge deal. It's so not immediately apparent how big of a deal it is. Wow, she puts him to 4. Is she going to beat Gruul here? Crazy. I think she did. Man, this town ain't big enough off the top. She was doing some surveilling, though. Yeah, played it well. Bounced Beza, replayed Beza. Beza's insane against red. That enchantment was pretty damn good, too. Gained her 3 life and ate a creature. Okay, red's still fighting the good fight here. What? What's not? It's an Ice Age Plains? No, is it? Last year was? Okay, oh, the leap year. Last year was leap year. Oh, I totally forgot. Okay. Great. I don't even know why I asked. I'm just like, it's February. You only ask in February. Nobody ever cares until February, and everybody's like, wait a minute. How many days are there this month? It is weird that we do that still. It's kind of a weird thing, right? It's like the time, daylight savings and stuff. A lot of countries just don't do it anymore. Some countries still do. It gets very weird. I think at some point we've got to like unify all that, you know? That's the Ice Age Plains. So was I correct? I called Ice Age again, then I'm like, no, it was. So yeah, it's almost certainly the Ice Age Forest, right? Except I have to have the same advanced settings you had to find the forest. So yeah, it is Ice Age Basics. And the mountain? I don't know why. That mountain looks different. That mountain looks like... I don't know. I don't want to say Mirage, but... It's a core set mountain, right? I don't know. Maybe it is Ice Age. Born on the 29th? No shit. Oh, that's so funny. She was 8 last year. I would love, yeah. You just gotta bug the hell out of people in your family. They're so sick of here. Well, other people don't know that, but does she say her birthday is on February 29th? So how does that work? So on the 28th, does she get to be thing or whatever? Wild man, what? What's happening? It's a raid. How you doing, buddy? How's life? How was your Valentine's Day this year? That just happened. Welcome, dudes. How's life? You're still jamming standard these days? What are you on? What do you think's gonna top 8 the tournament? I want to see the blue-white Omnitel deck. I want to see Omniscience. I'm a sick man. I'm extremely sick. Go follow Wildman. He's also extremely disgustingly sick. Give him a follow. We're jamming standard. What are you playing? Valentine's Day was great. Love to hear it. Yeah, people, we're talking about the leap year, and somebody in the chat's sister was born on the 29th, so she's officially 8 years old, even though she's over 30. I love it. Esper Paragon, no shit. That's the same deck as, I think she's playing. Yeah, Esper Paragon. I haven't seen a Paragon yet this match, but yeah, it's funny seeing all the stuff that people are doing with the Blink cards. But Pest Control being so good right now is also a big reason to play, yeah, Black-White. I know, you know, Ben Stark was on Orzhov Pixie, so it's just a bunch of flavors of Pixie, basically, There's the Esper versions. This version is a little bit different than the other Esper versions, though, right? The other one's playing like Fear of Isolation and stuff. This Esper Paragon is doing something different, right? Only play card. Yeah, exactly, Charlie. And did she get to, like, you know, when she was 18, did she go to the bar like one day before her birthday and be like, tomorrow doesn't exist, so I'm legal today. Let me in. I want to drink. I love Omniscience. I've been having so much fun with this deck, and boy, do people hate that deck. All the people who just came in here off the raid are probably like, did he just say he likes Omniscience? Fuck this guy. I'm out of here. Douchebag. I like it. I think Omniscience is very close. It's so close to being Splinter Twin in Standard, but people don't seem to understand how close it is because it's just slightly too inconsistent, but it's so close. It's like right on the cusp of being just every game turn 4, you're done. You need your Graveyard Hate in your opening hand or you're done. And even then, we can still beat it kind of thing, right? Anyway. Christian, what's up? Your buddy Wildman spelled Valentine's Day in a romantic affair with a card game. A man after my own heart. Amazing. My birthday's on Valentine's Day, so I don't give a shit about other people. They give gifts to me, not the other way around. But I got to go away this year. I was very lucky. Went away for Valentine's Day, but Omniscience is a silly deck, but he's scared. He can't click fast enough. Well, the key is not using the don't big a bunch of tutus as a way to win. Just use Breach. Breach is the same number of cards in your sideboard, 3 cards out of your sideboard. Consistent. You also get to look at their whole deck game 1. Bonus. That's a bonus in my book. I know, Waft Turtle. Well, I played a lot of combo in my day. I love combo, but should we get into match right now? I'm kind of into the Pro Tour right now, but I think she tried her luck on the 28th someplace. Let her in? No shit. I mean, what are they gonna say? Like, there's no 29th, so this is this is my birthday, right? No, that's a totally valid concern, right? I'm the same way. A lot of people are like, dude, build a monument deck, build this deck. And I did spend some wild cards on that stuff, and man, it's not there. None of those decks. The reclamation like thing with the artifacts in Simpson, no. I love Simpson, it's not there yet. But Omniscience is very powerful. So we've got 7 players playing it in the Pro Tour. And I know at least a couple pros are playing it. I know Whitley Eddle's on it. I don't know who else is on it, but anyway, and you get your achievements, sure. Yeah, that came out while I was away. I get back and now there's achievements and stuff. And also the new draft format is bugged as hell. There's like a bunch of bugged cards. I think they patched most of them now, but the first week was like, people like, what the hell? A guy that says you can exhaust, an ability more than once each turn is letting my opponent exhaust multiple times. What the fuck? Or like the scroll, the cursed scroll thing, whatever it's called, with Whip of Erebos lets you like reanimate a creature, embalm a creature or whatever. Was bugged as hell. They spent all their time on the achievements. Shh. See, that's why I don't like being an MTG ambassador or any of that stuff. I can just say whatever the hell I want. What are they going to do? They can't do anything. Nothing. I've got nothing, so they can't take anything from me. I've never been given anything by them. What are they going to do? Ooh, Ilikasi. So he's on blue-white control. So in the days leading up to the Pro Tour, there were people like Chris Botello was playing blue-white control and crushing apparently with it. I played it and it's still good, but man, it's so hard to make myself play No More Lies and like 3 steps ahead in a format like this with all these 1-drops and everything. It feels so like, it's still good. Like No More Lies is still good, but it's, things slip out of control so quickly. I still love the control deck, and there's 7 people playing it. This guy's one of them, and he's a very good player. Christian, get out of here. You love this stream? Thank you, Christian.
You're a goddamn legend, Christian. You never forget that. Welcome to the squadron.
My friends are here. I'm wondering if I'm going to recognize anybody here. There's a few people on Team Magic Jank that are here. They're awesome. You should go check out Magic Jank. But anyway, you're going to regret that. Anybody who subs, you're going to big time regret it. Mark my words. You sure you want to sub?
You sure about that?
Really?
You sure about that?
No.
You sure about that?
Mistake. mistakes. Like crafting Omniscience. I think crafting Omniscience is not a mistake. I think Omniscience is too powerful. Even if right now it's not like the best deck in Standard, it's so ridiculous. It's literally the go. It's like Atraxa, right? Any Reanimator deck that ever comes along is always going to play Atraxa if Atraxa is legal in Standard, right? Omniscience, when they reprinted it, it was like, okay, there is going to be there are going to be many people trying to bust this card. And all it takes is the right stuff to slip through, and you have a very powerful combo deck. It does feel like Splinter Twin. So many games are over on turn 4. I feel like the Omnitel deck's game 1 win rate against the field is like over 70% across the board against almost any deck, except Gruul. Gruul aggro is fast enough that they can sometimes kill you by turn 4, but if they don't win the die roll, usually not. On the die roll, I've beaten Gruul consistently on turn 4. When they win the die roll, then it's close. It's like they can kill you very, one turn early, and there's just nothing you can do about it. But they haven't showed it yet. I'm waiting, SP. I'm waiting. Soon. Soon.
Yes. Very soon.
Oh, there's CFT Sock 5-1. I think that's... Oh, no. Sakano? I don't know if that's... I know their first name is Ray. But, Scott dropping a match there. A lot of 5-1s. Simon Nielsen, savage player of the year last year. And not even close. I mean, actually, you know what? It's crazy. Javier Dominguez had an insane year. That's another guy that's just on an absolute tear. But Simon, edged him out last year. They're both crazy, crazy good players. All right, here we go. Ray Zhang, that's his name. Sorry, thank you, Waft Turtle. You're right. Yeah, a different Ray. Let's listen to what this dude has to say.
Winner interview for you, Dave. You're going to have to get your freaking voice cut out, mate, if we're going to be catching up like this all the time. You've just picked up a win in Standard with Selesnya Cage. We caught up with this deck.
So he beat the Bant deck.
Really interesting points to make.
He's playing the Gear Hulk. Yeah, I want to hear what he says about
Tell
this.
us why you picked this list.
Yeah, so I think overall the deck just has a very proactive, solid game plan. The creatures are big. It's got a good nut draw with the Llanowar Elves into all of our 3-drops. I think it's positioned really well into the Esper Pixie and Dimir bounce lists, where they have a really hard time beating a turn 2 Paw Patch Recruit. I feel good about my red matchups. I think my creatures are just bigger than theirs, and I'm allowed to block instead of using removal, which is quite good. And yeah, there's a little more domain than I'd like to see, but I feel like it's pretty well positioned.
One thing that's really struck me meeting you
Makes
this weekend and
sense.
just seeing how you've played across the first day of this Pro Tour, you seem so at ease. You seem it almost feels like
He's very relaxed on camera.
This is your
It's good.
first Pro Tour, but how have you managed to come into this?
People get very
area
nervous
so
on camera,
relaxed
right?
and
Even the best
so,
players in the world.
So taking ownership of this feature match area.
Yeah, well, to be honest, my testing process for this event didn't quite go as I planned, so I came into this event with very low expectations. So I'm just mostly happy to be here, happy to be playing my games. I've been playing Magic for forever, so yeah.
Good attitude.
My mental's good, so.
Good attitude.
That, Dave.
All right.
It's been terrific to watch you play
So
far.
it's interesting what he said. We talked about this earlier. You see all the Gruul decks pivot to Paw Patch Recruit. Like earlier, was it Acute Melon was saying oh, Dimir has the advantage in this matchup. This is basically over. And I'm like, yeah, I think Dimir is still favored in that matchup, but it's not by much. And now with all the Gruul decks playing Paw Patch Recruit, that card is very good against the Esper and Dimir decks. I think it's closer than most people think. They think that it's just a buy. But, he said it, you're a mid-range deck, so he's going to beat up on the lower curve decks, like Gruul and Esper and all that. But he's worried about the decks bigger than him. There's a bigger fish that's going to eat him, right? That's Domain. And suddenly, I think, his deck that Selesnya deck, Cage deck, was doing well when Domain was basically absent from the format. But as soon as Aether Drift got printed and Ride Down or Ride whatever, that 2-mana Doomblade that exiles they just picked up, that draws them a card off Up the Beanstalk, that suddenly put Domain back on the map. And that's bad for all the mid-range decks. I don't want to be playing a mid-range deck when that card suddenly got printed in Aether Drift. If I was testing Selesnya Cage and that card got printed and I know Domain's going to be in a bunch of big good players' hands, I think I would be off it. I would be trying to play an aggro deck or maybe Domain myself, I don't know. Or play Omnitel. Reed Duke's awesome. Reed Duke's a great dude. Yeah, he's super chill. I mean, he's just the Mr. Nice Guy, right? Never really has a bad word to say to anybody or whatever. But that's, I don't know. To me, those kind of pros are fine, but they're so milk toast. Do you know what I mean? They're very like, I want to hear him say something, you know, provocative. He has come close a couple times. He wrote an article about why casual players should care about competitive Magic and stuff like that. And he got kind of, you know, a lot of people kind of gave him shit and said, well, you're a pro, you know, of course, you're just like, you know, filling your own pocket. Yeah, sure, you want people to pay attention to the thing that you're into and keep your career going. But no, they're missing the point. Like, he was making great points, and he's absolutely right. I've said it many times, the same things he was saying on my channel. Because, you know, there's a lot, I mean, for content creation, casual channels are king. I mean, for Magic, the biggest channels, the biggest content creators in Magic are casual channels. It's not even close. I mean, Professor's the biggest one, right? Still on YouTube. Does he have 1 million subs now? I don't know. But Magic's not a huge game. I mean, our biggest content creator on YouTube doesn't even have 1 million subs, I think. Unless that's changed, but milk toast. That. Look that up. I think that's how you spell it. I hope it is. I think it still is. It just means like middle of the road, vanilla, like unexciting, very bland, meek, timid, assertive. Yeah. Afraid of confrontation, that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm not trying to say Reed Duke is like, you know, a coward. That's almost, milquetoast means somebody who's more like, who doesn't want to stir the pot. Do you know what I mean? That's what I meant by that. So he, you know, which is fine. He's obviously, it means he's not going to offend anybody, but it also means he never takes really, you know, I don't know. He never really comes out and says like kind of anything. He doesn't even wade into any drama or anything else. And I think for the most part, you shouldn't, but there are some issues in every walk of every aspect of life that you have to wade into. You have to. You can't just stick your head in the sand with everything. And, you know, a lot of content creators do it in the name of money. And, you know, I don't want to alienate any viewers and all that stuff. But anyway, I think it's important to stand up for some stuff. Let's move on. Reed Duke's a great guy is all I'm saying. But that's milquetoast, yeah. Very neutral. Switzerland. Yeah, exactly. Plays Vintage Storm, does an incredible job. Yeah, his content is solid. I enjoy, I don't really watch him very much, but I used to watch his streams. I read several of his articles. I always point new players to his, wow, look at all these Hall of Fame pros. 4-2, 5-1. Raph Levy, Gabe Nassif, Finkel, 3-3. Come on, Finkel. Seth Manfield, Jim Davis, no. Jim Davis has this reputation of always going like 9-0 on day one. He's like first place, like multiple Pro Tours in a row. He did this. And then, oh, they're going by the different teams or countries? Must be the team, right? Kenta doing Will Shuhei, no. Okay. Love Shuhei, he's awesome. But anyway, talking about the content and stuff, yeah, I always point new players to Reed Duke's Level Up or Level 0 series. Like, if you're a new player, you've learned the rules of the game, you like this game, you can see this game is awesome. I wanna really get good at this game. This game's so much fun. Getting good is gonna be great. It's gonna be an adventure, right? And where do you start? That's the best spot. That's where I point a lot of people to and say, look, go read these articles. If you want to love this game and be a student of the game, if you want to go deep, you've got to become a student of the game. You've got to study the game to an extent. And that means you don't have to write an essay yourself, but you should definitely read other essays written by people much better than you. That you will learn a lot. You do this with everything. Do this with weightlifting. Do this with, I've read lots of books about that kind of stuff, or cars or other stuff. More physical stuff, I actually have never read a book about how to build a car. I did the thing. But other aspects of life. Okay, Matt Nass is awesome. 6-0. Domain Overlords, no! I wanted him to play the combo deck. He's a big combo player. He came up with the Krark Clan Ironworks deck in Modern that got it banned, and he crushed like 3 GPs in a row, like 2,000 player tournaments. First place, like 4th place, first place, with the same deck. And people knew, you know, this deck was a good deck, and he was still crushing people, even through all the hate and everything. Logan from Croatia's here. All right. So it's Domain versus Esper Pixie. So Domain not super favored, especially in game 1. But post sideboard, I think it's actually very close. I think Domain might actually be favored. But let's see here. He's playing the 3 temp locks in the main. No pest control. 3 temp locks is going to be pretty good. And of course, the 4 rides end. 2 Day of Judgment and Sunfall. It's crazy how far Sunfall has fallen. No pun intended. That card it's still one of the craziest Wraths in Standard if you can cast it. But just being 5 mana is too slow in this Standard. Since rotation, Sunfall, like Bloomborough came out, all the Gruul decks, the Dimir decks, the Esper decks are so low curve. 5 mana is just too much. You know, when that card first came out, this was the criticism I made of it, and I was wrong. The card immediately saw play, and I was like, wow, I thought it was going to be too expensive for Standard. But it makes sense now that, you know, yeah, it was wrong then because the format was much slower. Now, or sorry, it was right then. Now it's wrong because the format is so much faster. You see them transitioning to, yeah, Day of Judgment, Temp Lock, and Split Up. Split Up's actually very good too in those decks. I always see this one of Overlord of the Baelmerk. I've seen this in a couple decks. Is it that good? One copy? Super weird. I don't know. I guess maybe it is. But Esper Pixie, they're playing triple Kaito, 2 Spell Pierce in the main. That's interesting. 1 Momentum Breaker. They're not playing the 2 mana the 1 mana artifact that gives -2/2. Destroy Evil in the main is a very weird choice. That's strange. Over a Go for the Throat? That's a very weird one, but that's going to be amazing in this matchup. That's almost certainly just in there for Domain, full stop. Like, that's why they're playing that card in the main deck. They want to be just that much, little bit more, you know, way to answer that ley line, way to get that, you know, Overlord when they go to Zurit. That's the only way we're losing. Destroy Evil in the main. That might tip the scales in their favor here. Yeah, Sunfall just a little bit too slow, but actually, I don't know if Jester's in here. Jester was the one who's like, Sunfall's awesome, and I was like, I don't know, like, we have 4 mana Wrath, like, we have Temporary Lockdown. Are you gonna really play like a 5 mana, or no, we had Farewell at that time, right? We didn't have Day of Judgment yet. And I just thought it would be too expensive, and I remember Jester being like, no, it's gonna be good, and it was good. I was wrong initially, but now things have turned around with rotation and everything else, but okay, let's see. If I have to bet here, I'm going to put my money on Esper Pixie. I think, especially with that Destroy Evil in the main, this dude came prepared to beat Domain. So, I don't know what the commentators said. I don't really care. I could do commentary if I could sit at that desk right now if they'd let me. And not make a fool of myself, I think. But what am I hearing? Is this the music in the background?
1 or 2% as well. You know, you see Tony Porterland playing cards like double Spell Pierce.
Do you hear this music?
If your game plan is curve out aggressively, keep up Spell Pierce just to make it so that your Domain opponent can't cast Day of Judgment on time, that might be enough to kind of put it over the edge.
Okay. The music. Did you hear that? They didn't have music before, did they? 2 Baelmerks to draw. Yeah, interesting. His own video game? No way, Hot Sizzle. What is it called? Yeah, right, Waft Turtle. Yeah, he was nuts, Matt Nass. He's built a bunch of combo decks. It wasn't the first one he built, but it's definitely the one that made him kind of, everybody just go, God, what the fuck? Like, he's a savant. It's crazy. And it just didn't exist. He made that deck. It was not a deck. It came from nowhere. He made it. Other people tried to iterate on it, but he always had the best version. Just crushed everybody. Yes, Stan, I will. I'm waiting. Come on, show me the basics.
I can smell them. They're in your hand. Show me. Matt Nass, don't disappoint me. Show me those John Avon Unhinged basics.
John Avon Unhinged for the win. Come on. Okay. He's playing Domain, though. Like, he's got, like, very few basics in his deck. We'll see some at some point, I'm sure. But Esper, I think we've already seen this guy's basics. He's rocking the Unstable. Very solid choice. Unstable basics. Unbasics are the original full arts. But I'm not a fan of Unstable, and the reason that Unstable is slightly below Unhinged is because of the real estate. The Unhinged has the smallest frame. You get like 98% John Avon right to the face. The unglued basics are, you got crusties around the edge. Can we clean that off? I don't want to see that. I want to see the beautiful art. You know what I mean. The worst masterpieces they ever made were Amonkhet. Why? Because they restricted the art to like a tiny little window, and you're like, is that Nicole Bolas in there? I can't. What the fuck? Can somebody? What's in the art? Do you know what this is? It's like I'm looking through a peephole. Brutal. Storybook Brawl. He made that? You mean he worked at the dev, right? When you say he created his own video game, I thought you meant just him, a solo dev. But yeah, Storybook Brawl was, LSV worked there, and I think Huey Jensen worked there before he went to WotC. Was that Matt Nass that made it? Like, he was the main dev? I did not know that. Maybe, and I assume that's how those other guys got involved with it, right? I didn't even know that. Yeah, smart dude. Love to hear that. Love anybody who creates anything. God, you create a thing that everybody can enjoy, that's even better. I just create shitty content on Twitch. And YouTube. Too slow. Go check it out. Beza. Not bad. Drawing a card off it is very nice. Gaining the 4. Making them fish. Yep. No treasure, though. It's a good start for Matt, keeping his life total high, progressing his board. But the problem is the flyers and the hopeless coming back to hand. He's going to get his hand chewed up here. So he's got to think about what is the most important thing in my hand. He's got a ley line. He's got, I wish I could see. He's got a Day of Judgment. He's got an Overlord and a Zur. No ley line. Okay. Oh, it's a Sunfall. Okay. So he needs a land badly here. He wants to set up Overlord of the Mistmoors into untap with 5 mana, Zur, activate, bang. That's like the game right there. Now, he has to obviously play around this town ain't big enough from the opponent, but after that, there's not much that interacts. And so, land is the most important thing here. He needs to find land drops. So the Hopeless Nightmare chewing up his hand, he discards Day of Judgment. That, makes sense. Well, kind of interesting that he didn't toss Sunfall there, but yeah, I don't know. He wants the token? That's an interesting one. I think I might have tossed Sunfall, because, you could draw the 5th land, but at least if you don't, you can still go for a Day of Judgment at some point? That's interesting. I see fish tokens? Hell yeah. Oh, you love the fishing rod, right? So many rides in. Did he expect a lot of vehicles? No, it happens to be good against any creature, as it turns out. But Ride's End is so good in this deck because it costs 5 mana. But remember, this is Magic in 2025. The cards don't actually cost what it says in the corner. Come on, boomer. What do you think this is, 2003, when the cards actually cost what they say in the corner? Or on the side, if you're playing with Time Spiral? Smoldron, what's up? Best standard counter. Oh, the Spell Pierce, you mean? Yeah, Spell Pierce is obnoxious, I know. Okay, he's playing Mercadian Masks Basic Swamp. Come on, Matt. You can do better than that. Mercadian Masks Basic? So maybe it's, you know what? I don't judge. Maybe it's a nostalgia thing. It's like when you see somebody's really ugly tattoo and you're like, oh God, what is that? That's my grandfather who raised me from a child because my parents died in a fire. And you're like, it's beautiful. What did I say before? I love it. It's so good. Your tattoo? Yeah, I see it. Your grandpa's face. Okay. You know what I mean, right? When I see somebody's basic, I'm like, Matt, I'm like, okay, it's okay. It means something to him. It was some personal thing that happened around that time when he was playing Magic. So those Mercadian Mask Swamps, they just, they speak to him. So, all right, I'm going to let it slide. You got it, Matt. Am I wrong? By the way, correct me if I'm wrong. That is a Mercadian Mask Swamp, right? If I'm wrong, please somebody correct me. I think it's Mercadian Masks. I'm like 9 out of 10 sure. No, it shows some personality, absolutely. But there's, and the best part, if you ever want to strike up a conversation with a Magic player, ask them what basics they go to and why. Almost everybody's going to have a story behind it. They're going to have a story about how they started playing that in that time, or it was the first lands they ever got, or I don't know, or some competitive player, these are the lands I won some big tournament with. That's all it takes for people to just be like, I love this land, you know. But anyway, objectively speaking, there's only one correct choice, and then it scales down from there. We all know what it is. Matt Nass goes into full turtle mode. That means he's getting ready. He's cooking now. He's cooking. That head is getting hot. Got to keep the airflow circulating. Make sure you don't let your head get too hot when you're, yeah. You want to get the blood. He's getting that blood flow. Getting that blood going like this. Up into the old cranium. It's an old magic trick from the dojo back in the day. You guys don't know. You Zoomers don't know. Ooh, immediately surveilling to the yard, picking up another one. So he's got 2 cards in hand here. Guru lands, yeah. If you're Elon Musk and not a piece of shit, you would probably play Magic and you would play with all gurus. I know the Japanese pro, he always plays with Guru Basics. The Guru Basic Island, the last time I looked, was over $200 for one basic. You want to be hardcore like hero Iron Man of the, you know, or not Tony Stark of the Magic, you know, F&M, show up with mono blue all Guru Islands. Your deck is worth more than everybody's legacy deck there. That's great. Come on, Matt. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so he's out of turtle mode now. Neck is extending. He's getting ready to strike. We'll see. There's the Zur. Yup, there it is. Ah, there it is. Turtle mode extended. He's gonna swing. Yeah, he needed that Zur to go off. So he found the 5th land here. Yeah, he's obviously swinging with Overlord as well. He's debating whether or not he's going to swing with the tokens. He's at 13? I would swing with... Yeah, exactly. I don't think I'm swinging with the tokens. I think I want to make sure... Because they can stun with Kaito... Kill. 5 mana means they can double bounce, right? If he wants to, this town ain't big enough, bounce 2 things on Matt's board, he can. You're gaining the 6 life here no matter what. I think you're gonna win the long game. How many cards does he have? He has 2 cards. The other guy's 4 cards. The other guy has nowhere to run. Spell Pierce, Storm Chaser's Talent, and a black card. I can't tell. Oh, attacked Zur. Oh, or sorry, attacked Kaito. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Attack him with both so that, yeah, the guy doesn't block. Okay. But the life is huge there. Now he's very, very commanding position. This is almost impossible to win now for Esper. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Well, you know what? I'm going to play this tournament on Sunday, and I'm playing after this Pro Tour has happened, day 1 and day 2. If Domain does really well, I'm going to be expecting a ton of Domain. And I'm going to play the Omni combo deck, because Domain is in really bad shape against Omniscience combo. Game 1 is unwinnable. Like, straight up unwinnable. If they're lucky, they play 1 Tranquil Frillback, and even then, they have to... It's turn 4. Like, if I win the die roll, I go off on turn 4. They don't even have a chance to exile my graveyard. But post-board it gets interesting, but they're too slow. You can take your time, find the answer to the Rest in Peace, and that's it. You win. But yeah, Esper has no way to come back here. Okay, let me catch up. I think we had the full mana symbols. Am I? Oh, so okay, come on, guys. Somebody correct me. Does anybody know? It's in the graveyard now. That was a Mercadian Mask Swamp. I'm almost positive. I'm gonna look up Mercadian Mask Swamp here on Scryfall. God. This game's over. Games format sets. Mercadian Masks. Swamp. That's one of them. 2. Oh, I think I'm wrong. No, what? I need to see it again. I think I'm wrong. Oh, I might be wrong. No, I don't think that's Mercadian Masks. Still watching the Pro Tour, yeah. Yep. No. In paper? No. I guess, I don't know. Is there a chance I play it in the RC? That's months away, and a whole new set is going to drop before then. So I'm not even bothering with ordering anything, no. I'm probably going to borrow most of the cards because MTGDG is going to be there with a couple other guys. Nanoplasm, lives in Montreal. So hopefully I'll be able to borrow whatever I need. And I'm very lucky to be able to do that. Magic is not a cheap game, and I just have a great community. So it's great to be part of a community. And that's the thing. Like, if you're part of a community, I'm sure there are people in here who could help each other out with stuff like that. Just they know each other by virtue of the fact that you're both in my channel. It's great. I had literally a mod from my channel convinced me to play in an RC queue with him and his buddy. They flew all the way to Vancouver from Montreal, got to meet them in real life, this guy from my channel, had fun, went to dinner, played in the tournament, ended up getting top 4, qualifying for the RC that's back where they came from in Montreal. So now I'm going to see them in May to play in the RC. I took one shot at an RCQ and I got the invite. So I'm going to go to the RC now, and I'm like, okay, well, it's been years since I played competitive Magic. The last GP I played was 2019, Bangkok. And before that, it was Japanese GPs and Chinese GPs. I was living in Asia for like 15 years, so I didn't play in any GPs and stuff in North America. Sucks that I was living in Korea and they were too small to have GPs. Okay, is that not a Mercadian Masks Island? Hold up. Oh, fuck. Fat fingered it. No, I am wrong. That is not Masks. What is it? Is it Urza's? Some Urza's thing? It's Urza Saga. Okay, God. Those are the sets I never played. I was close. Somewhere around there. Yeah, Urza Saga. Okay. Interesting choice. Yeah, that's not something you... And all the lands are from the same set, which I like. At least keep it consistent, right? But must have some special meaning for him. Interesting. Yeah, it was awesome, Stan. I was like... So really, kudos to MTG for doing it. I was like, oh, but I don't even have cards. He's like, I'll give you the cards. Tell me what deck you're going to play 2 weeks before. I'll make sure you have all the cards. And I'm just like, okay, then, all right. Like, he just did everything. And again, going back to our foils discussion, when he gave me, I told him I was going to play mono white control. This was a few months ago, and I thought it was pretty good. And he gives me the deck, and I go through it, and a few of the cards are foil. And I'm like, oh boy, some of these are foil. It's like, I know, dude, I need to, you know how hard it was to find the third, whatever, one of the Bezas was foil. One of the Overlords was foil, I think. And I was like, I know. I'm like, it's just, I hope we don't get in trouble because of this, And he's like, it should be fine. I double checked. I kept the foils like pressed down under books and just tried to make them, you have to do this. Because if you play foils and your deck isn't all foil, you could have an issue with a card that is literally considered a marked card. You will get a game loss. They will make you replace that card. And it's a whole thing, do not play foils in a big tournament. But, I see some of these players, well, Matt knows he's playing only paper or no foils here, it looks like. Same with the other guy. But already I've seen multiple people on camera that had some foil, some not. One person looked like all the cards of a certain type were foiled and that was it. Ooh, you're really asking for trouble with doing stuff like that. At least if all the foils are random, then you can say to a judge that it's random and I'm not like getting value. There's 3 copies of this. One of them is foil, Another foil is a totally different card. Only one of my lands is foil or whatever. It's a basic. But if like all of your lands are foil and nothing else is, that's sketchy. If all of your leyline bindings are foil and nothing else is, that's sketchy. Or, whatever it is, your Sunfall, you gotta be careful. Don't play foils in a big tournament. Right, Scotland?
That's Scotland. You know about foilless, don't you? Welcome to the squadron. You're a goddamn legend.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the follow. Anyway, trying to give people advice. I feel like in this day and age, especially after COVID, really, post-COVID, a lot of stuff shifted, Magic included. A lot less, paper play. Arena saw a huge spike in popularity. So you have a lot of players who started playing after, Arena kind of came out. They qualify on Arena maybe, or, and they don't have a lot of paper experience. Or they only play at their local shop, which is very small, and they don't, play against other very good players and learn from them. So they don't know, and then they show up with their deck that's like, they think they're repping the foils, and, you get in trouble, but no problem, Scotland. Anyway, we're trying to guess the basics and everything. You guys got it, the Urza Saga Island that Matt's playing. I love seeing what basics people play. It's very interesting. I love, it says a lot about somebody. And if you ever, like I said, you want to know about a player and you're sitting at your tournament, ask them, hey, I love your, what kind of basic is that? Oh, it's a blah, blah, blah. Oh, interesting. Why Urza Saga? Just ask them the thing and watch what you'll hear some story about. My dad played Urza Saga before our home was destroyed and we became refugees, and this was the only deck I could take with me. And you're like, oh my god. Oh, really? Jesus. Oh, wow. God, I regret asking about his basics. That stupid streamer told me to ask about his basics. Oh, and then what happened? Your house burned down. Oh, no. And those were the only basics that survived? Oh my god, kill me now, please. You're just like... when asking about somebody's basics goes wrong. There's a Baloth. Interesting. The Baloth's obviously coming in for the Hopeless Nightmares and everything, but sometimes you just jam it. 4/4 with the life gain is relevant here. Big body. They're gonna go for the throat it. Okay. Foil go for the throat, no less. Looks like most of his cards are foil though. I think those lands are foil. Saw them shine a little bit. Am I crazy? It was like just before he put them down. Oh, maybe it's the light. Those aren't foils. I think there's some reddish colored light that's reflecting on the sleeves. Yeah, I don't think the go for the throat. It looks almost like it's foil there, but it's not. Anyway. We see some blocks here. The Otter's a 3/3. Not putting Overlord into combat, even though obviously could easily do it. It's large. Oh no, that Overlord's not animated. What am I saying? Yeah, that's still just an enchantment, right? That's why I like, if it's not a creature, keep it off to the side or whatever. Like, it shouldn't even be in the same row as the creatures, in my opinion. Matt's going to try and trade with this guy. Big 3? I would probably just... So he's expecting another spell here. He's in the tank. He's going back. Okay. Yeah, he's got another spell. Kaito coming in. Yeah. Bouncing that token. Kaito very good here. You need the cards. Need to start pulling ahead. Matt has no up the beanstalk, so you're going to be pulling ahead of him on card advantage. The Overlord's sitting there all alone, nowhere near entering play here. 2 mana up, we're not going to see any more plays this turn. He's doing his Kaito thing, but I would be very surprised if he didn't leave 2 mana up and pass. You got to leave up the this town ain't big enough at this point. Because if Matt has Zur, he can just, he Zurs you, you're dead. Yeah, passes with 2 mana up. Double Leyline in hand. What else does he have? Land. And 2 lands? Ugh, awkward. Not a great draw for Matt here. Obviously, he's going to Leyline Kaito. And then I think he's got to just pray that the other guy doesn't have up the beanstalk. But even worse, the other guy's got the Destroy Evil in his hand. So the other guy gets Kaito back probably on end step. But Matt has a second Leyline here. So on end step, you're going to see Buddy go for Destroy Evil on Leyline. Matt's going to let it resolve. And then Matt's going to Leyline Kaito before passing the turn. And yeah, keep that Kaito off the battlefield. Nice. So now the other guy has no pressure. Dreams of Steel and Oil and Hopeless Nightmare. Matt only has Plains in his hand. I don't know if the guy's seen the Plains, but he might burn one of these cards. You just burn Hopeless Nightmare, obviously. Dreams of Steel and Oil's dead here because the guy's got no cards in his hand, the opponent. So the Tony with the Dreams of Steel and Oil basically has now 2 cards in hand. Not amazing. Fear of Isolation's awesome here, though. Obviously, he can buy back whatever he wants from the yard, so he could buy back Destroy Evil, next turn kill Leyline, but he doesn't have a land drop here to do it all in one turn. But I like Fear, Bounce... Well, yeah, that's interesting, actually. Maybe just Hopeless Nightmare, and then activate, get back the Destroy Evil? Oh, he casts Dreams! Oh, dude, he only has 1 card. Why wouldn't he hope? Oh, he Hopeless Nightmare to play around a second Baloth? That's why? Yeesh. Okay, I guess. Not amazing, but whatever. He can Hopeless Nightmare still if he wants, obviously. But yeah, he activates, gets back, get lost. There you go. Or Destroy Evil. That's what we thought he was going to do. And then, oh, the Zur off the top. Oh, no. It's over. It's all over. Oh, no. The Zur off the top. Stoic, what's up? If I didn't need to worry about basic land costs, I'd probably use Dominaria United Stained Glass. Oh, those are nice, yeah. Are they expensive? Neon Dynasty, the Japanese art ones? Were they like a secret layer land or something? From Pioneer era? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, use what you have. How you doing, by the way? Whatever true retro frames. Yeah, I like the retro stuff. For me, it's a nostalgia thing. I love the old border. I love that they're doing the retro stuff with a lot of cards, giving it the retro treatment. I like that. I get it. It's not for everybody. I'm a Magic boomer, but yeah, in Pioneer era, sure. Yeah, you were listening? Yeah, I've ranted about basics before. Obviously, these are the kind of silly rants that don't mean anything. Like, I hope people know you can play whatever you want. You don't worry. Who gives a shit what other people think? If you like playing whatever lands, play them. I recommend being consistent with your lands. At least play all the same, like from the same set or the same series or the same cycle of lands. Don't play like one of each basic with some of them are white bordered, so they're all from different sets. Some of them are full art. Like, people do that stuff just to be, you know, ridiculous or whatever. I don't know. Okay, now has to destroy. Yeah, he was gonna leyline. Oh, he finds a second one. He was gonna get the leyline binding that had Kaito under it, stunning the Overlord. But there's still 2 flyers in play. This is on Matt's. No, this is on his next turn. So Matt gets to untap with double flyers here. Overlord ticks to 1. Overlord's still a creature, but no stun counter yet. Oh, it has 2 stun counters on it? No. He animated it? I don't know what happened there. He combined the impending and the stun counters somehow. I don't know. Killing Kaito. Yeah, get to eat 1. Oh, analyze the pollen. Nasty. Gonna tutor up a creature here. Yikes. That's gonna be another Overlord, probably. Could get Zur here, but I don't think you need Zur. I would just get Overlord. Yep, and there you see Overlord slamming it. Nice. Oof, what a top deck. Top decking Zur into the pollen was huge for Matt. I think he was a dog this game, but he top decked like a champ, and now he's very, very well positioned. The Zur was huge. Enchantments go rar, yeah. They were alt arts. Oh, interesting. Okay, and they're expensive? I didn't think the Dominaria United Stained Glass line, they're beautiful, but I didn't think they were that expensive, are they? OG Cave of Koilos, yeah. Something about it makes you happy. There's none on the board, are there? But yeah, the old Pain lands, I love. Shivan Reef was the other one for me, but Caves of Koilos too, yeah. Yeah, I totally understand that, Orange, yep. And even those like Mirrodin era cards and stuff, like some of them just give me these weird vibes. It's so weird how nostalgia and memory works. I mean, this is why indoctrination is so powerful, right? And you can have people who are like astrophysicists, but they're religious. And you're like, how do you even reconcile that? You're intelligent enough. Your whole job is thinking critically, yet you still believe in like this spiritual thing. And a big part of it is because that's how they were raised. They were raised to believe this. Like, they can't get away from the indoctrination, even though they're very intelligent, very, well-reasoned, critical thinkers. Like, indoctrination is so powerful. It's why so many cults and religions and everything you gotta get to the kids. Get kids to believe whatever, and then it's very hard. It's almost impossible to shake that. Anyway. $5 each? Holy shit. Wow. I didn't think they were that high. That's wild. Yeah, that's too much because, it's, depending on the deck you're playing, you could be playing like a dozen basics sometimes. Yeah, Stan, you're probably right. Yep, that's probably true. But I like to think, I love technology. I love, scientific advancement, new interesting things that are happening all the time. I quite like. And so I stay abreast of them. And I feel like because of that, I'm never truly going to be left behind the way like my parents kind of were. At least my dad is very internet savvy, and which is great. He sees the potential. He loves downloading stuff. It must be hard, like in his mind, it must be unbelievable at some points. He must think, wow, like, I grew up in the days of like, vinyl records and the radio and stuff. and then 8 tracks and cassette tapes and now I'm in an age where I can download an entire like 100 artists and all of their music on this one little thing right here. It's crazy. You know, like, can you imagine? I mean, I grew up in the 80s. I remember cassette tapes and then CDs and DVDs, and then, you know, the iPod came out and there was, you know, yeah, all that stuff. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, I'm glad he's a little bit internet savvy. He still doesn't know a lot of stuff, but my mom is just like, someone help me with this. I don't know what's going on. I think I'll never be like that. I don't know. What technology could come out that I wouldn't be like, if it's cool, I'm going to be into it. I don't care if I'm 80. You know what I mean? I'm going to be wearing the VR goggles at 80, breaking my hip in VR. It's going to be great. VR, I don't know if it'll ever get there. They've got to make VR to the point where it doesn't make people sick. And then VR might actually be something. But until that happens, nothing they put out in VR is ever going to be mainstream. It's just too disorienting. We need some kind of drug being injected that like it makes your brain like not recognize it or something. I don't know. But unhinged are expensive as hell. Yeah. Right, exactly. Yeah. And as long as you're raised from birth to believe this, then it becomes very hard to shake later, right? The Big Bang, there is a place for God. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. We can't prove that that's not true. But just because you can't prove something's not true doesn't make it true. That's the reality, right? So you're not wrong, right, SP? But yeah, like people using that as an argument, it doesn't make sense. There's a name for this. You know, I don't know what it's called. Where you basically, yeah, by process, you say something else. If you can't prove that it's not true, then it must be true. That's a fallacy, right? But anyway, the MP3, yeah. Right, SP, yeah, like something I can't think about. I don't know. Whatever it is, unless I'm physically like not able to do it, like if it's something that requires me, I don't know. Maybe I go deaf when I'm 70 and I can't hear, so I can't use this thing, or I don't know. Maybe that's, but barring that, I'm going to be doing it. I'm going to be, you know, yeah. I think all of you will probably too if you're in here right now. Maybe. Well, yeah, like, I mean, change the way you think. That would be interesting. I mean, again, yeah, who knows? But I can't imagine. It's not, I don't know, actually, maybe, yeah. I mean, if there's some vehicle that comes out, like, it's not like somebody living pre-car and then suddenly cars are everywhere and they were like, I don't trust these cars. I'm not going to learn to drive a car. I'm willing to engage with any machine, any technology that comes along. Like, as long as it's, you know, something I like, I guess. I don't know. Hitchens Lemma? Yeah, okay, something like that. Yeah, Stan, right. Thank you. Good call. If that's what it is, I don't know. I know there's a name for it, but... Yeah, right, exactly. People tried using Grand Architect Theory. Yeah, sure. There's a lot of theories I quite disagree with that are silly. Another one is, you know, human nature theories, like stuff like... what is it called? The thin veneer. The veneer theory, where, you know, civilization is just barely being held on as long as people don't succumb to their basest instincts, which apparently we all want to murder and rape and destroy other people's lives. That's what we would be doing if it wasn't for the thin veneer of civilization, of society, keeping us all together. Like, what? If there, like, the only people who think like that are people who would do stuff like that. That's all you're doing is saying what an evil, shitty person you would be if you didn't have to go to jail for it. Or, you know, like, what was that TV show? The Purge? Was it called The Purge? Where for like 24 hours there was no crime and people could just do whatever? Like, that's insane. Most people would not be doing, the vast majority of people would not be doing anything to each other. It's been proven so many times. Every major study they've done on something like this, they put a bunch of people on a raft and they have limited rations. And are they going to turn on each other? You know, what's going to happen? Nope. They all work together. They try their best to survive. They try their best to help each other. Even when the people running the experiment are kind of encouraging them to not do that, they still do it. That other experiment that got totally discredited, the Stanford prison experiment, same thing. I mean, look at the animal kingdom. There's many, many instances of different species working together all the time for the betterment of all of them. And you could say, well, they kill each other. But no, predators eat other animals. Yeah, because for survival, they're not like murdering for pleasure. There's very few animals that do that, you know? You see it everywhere. Nature wants to work together and coexist. nature doesn't want to destroy all other nature. That would go against its nature, right? That's the way I see it. Humans are inherently good. I've traveled around the world. I've seen lots of different cultures and people and whatever. There are bad people and good people everywhere, but good people far outnumber the bad people. It's not even close. All right, Domain taking it down. Matt Nass. We weren't really watching because I think, well, the first game was kind of over when he got that Overlord swing and everything. That was this game, sorry. He had the big swings there. Matt Nass, 7-0. Shit. Nice. The Purge was funny to watch. Yeah, it was silly. And then they made a bunch. Yeah. Oh, and that's fine too, Stoic. No, I totally understand. I'm just saying, like, not you, but somebody pre-car who exists. Like, you could make a choice to not drive. That's totally fine. But somebody who existed before cars who wouldn't learn to drive because it was like a new technology they didn't want to engage with is kind of what I was saying. But yeah, a brain chip. I would if it was safe. I would if it was a performance enhancement that was guaranteed and there were, can you imagine the kind of regulations that would have to be in place before anything like that was legal? That's pretty good cosplay, actually. I like that. So I imagine if anything ever something like that ever became commercially available and viable financially for somebody like me, like if I could even afford, that sounds, like it would be just way out of my league, but absolutely I would. Yeah, absolutely. I've never thought about that, but how far do you go before you're not a human anymore? You're just a machine. I mean, altering the brain is pretty fundamentally changing something about you, but can you imagine what if you have horrible bipolar disorder or some other like something, you're on the spectrum, schizophrenia or whatever, and they can put a chip in your brain that fixes it for forever? This chip will just sit there. It's we've tested it a million times, blah blah blah, totally safe, just like a pacemaker, just like many other things we implant people with. Can you imagine if we could cure some mental disease? Absolutely, you would get it. Severe depression or whatever else issue you had. God, I would do it. Like laser eye surgery. My parents will not get laser eye surgery. They can't justify it. I can show them all the evidence in the world that it's so safe. My wife got it. My brother got it. My parents are like, I'm fine. I don't mind my glasses. I like my glasses. And it's like, you don't know. It's like you say you don't like chocolate ice cream, but you've never had it before. How can you know that it won't be much better with, it's like, come on. Anyway, we gave up trying to convince them to do it. My brother even offered to pay for it one time. My parents were just like, nope, will not do it. My mom's just like, I don't want a laser in my eye. And it's like, I get it, but your imagination is running away with you here. They're not like, it's probably not even going to hurt. It'll be sore the next day. My wife, I couldn't believe how advanced it was. In Korea, by the time she had it done, she was good like 2 days later. My brother, when he had it done, was like 10 years ago or 15 years ago. And it knocked him out for he had to spend a week just in the dark and like letting his eyes slowly recover. Korea, it was like you're in and out. They won't let you drive home. But, the next day, 2 days later, she was fine. It's crazy. But the Akali experiment, is that the one with the life raft? Yeah. Oh, really, Stoic? Okay. Stanford experiment. No, but it came out much later that it was all rigged. No, they weren't compliant. The people running the experiment pushed them to do it. They told them to do it, and the prison guards were like, I don't want to be an asshole to this guy. He says he's a musician. I actually want to hear the song he was gonna play or gonna write or whatever. They had been chatting. They were like friends with the guards, and the people in the cells were friends or got to immediately know each other. And the people running the experiment pushed them. It's all on recording. This all came out much later. The whole experiment was a sham. So no, it had to stop because, yeah, they were doing whatever, but that came much later. They had to be coached into doing that and coaxed and coerced. That's what made it, not a real study. Totally debunked. The best deck, Old Dirty, how you doing? The best deck so far? I mean, it's the same as all the best decks for the last month. I think, all the best decks look good. Domain looks good. Esper Pixies looks good. I think Orzhov Pixie looked pretty good. But I only saw one match. I mean, it's too early, Old Dirty, right? We have to wait for Sunday. On Sunday, once we have all the data from all the standard matches, and we can look at the matrix and say, oh, look at the win rate across the board here. This one match was really good for them, but their win rate against these other 3 decks was terrible in the top decks. But it's mostly the same stuff. I mean, Gruul Aggro's been Gruul Aggro forever. Nothing really changes. They put Paw Patch in the main now. They're playing more Paw Patches. Esper Pixie is again the kind of the newest probably deck, but it's just a kind of an offshoot of Dimir, right? But they just get to jam the Storm Chaser. But again, Dimir, like the version that the other guy's playing, Macnamara, is just Dimir mid-range with the package, so the decks aren't that different, but yeah. Right. If there's guarantees though, Stoic, I'm not just saying, all right, inject me with whatever, I'll take it. Like, of course not. But if it's ever viable and available, it's gonna be safe enough. It's gonna be so safe that, like, there's nothing, like, again, you think, what, somebody's gonna remotely hack into your brain chip or whatever? Well, obviously they would make a chip that is not, it's offline, you know? You're not, like, I don't know. But it's interesting to think about. Yeah, I am. The Maid laws are great, yeah. Yep, absolutely, Stoic. And Canada's one of the best places, probably the best place in the world to live for that kind of stuff. I had somebody really disagree with me and argue, and eventually left my Discord because we got into a debate, and I said, no, like, I'm on your side. I say people should have a agency over how they die if they are terminally ill. And this person was trying to convince me that the whole process was a sham and that they were passing way too many people. Do you know how many people get approved for this every year? It's like, tons of them, at least half of them, you know, have other options. And it's like, no, all this is doing is showing you how many people out there really need something like this. And they don't, we have a whole, there's so many checks along the way that you have to pass to get approval for something like that. That's all that's necessary for all this stuff. Cryptocurrency. You want to make cryptocurrency not a total clown show? Regulate it. Why do you think it's such a clown show? Because it's not regulated. You know, when things are less regulated, they're worse for the average person. This is why things happening in the States right now are so dangerous, and the deregulation and convincing people that authority is not to be trusted. Like, they don't know what they're doing. You know how much government waste there is? Like, yeah, every government wastes because it's hard. You know how hard running a country is? Of course there's going to be waste. Every company I ever worked at had a certain portion of the budget allocated to just waste. When I worked at the mall, the Gap, Blue Notes, all the places I worked had a certain portion of the budget because they knew internal theft was a problem that they were never going to fix. It's never going to go away. We allocate 10% or whatever. It's just, that's internal theft. It's just, we call it loss. Just loss. It's either internal theft or external theft. It's this much part of the budget. It's loss. We just write it off every year. This kind of shit. Governments have to do this. It doesn't mean the government is a bloated waste that is spending money all over the place. There needs to be more regulation to stop government waste, not less. It's like, it's batshit. But people who want less regulation are the ones who want to trample all over everything, right? You want to drill for oil in the national parks? Deregulate it. You want to, you know, destroy the environment's only the tip of the iceberg. But anyway, let's not go too deep on this. It's trying times in a lot of people's lives. So let's just enjoy the games. Dawson playing Up the Beanstalk. This town ain't big enough. I hate the name of that card. I can't stand it. Yeah, right, Stan. Yep, applications. I mean, it's how it all starts, right? Yeah, we've got to take some volunteers. I mean, okay, that's a different question. Maybe that's a better question, Stan. Would you volunteer to be the first wave of people to get it? That part I would probably say no, you know what I mean? But by the time, if it became safe and actually like laser eye surgery, I would absolutely do it. You know what I mean? Yeah, SP. I know. Can't convince my parents to do it. It would improve their quality of life. My dad keeps losing his glasses and shit. I'm just like, Dad, just let them shoot a laser in your eye. It takes 5 minutes. What year do you think this is? People don't like go blind from that. Are you nuts? So annoying, but won't be an wrong chat. Orange is multitasking. Yeah, and otter tokens are very good. I mean, I remember when that card got spoiled and I called it out on the podcast. I was like, I think Storm Chaser's talent is so good. Right now, there's no deck that wants this card, but a 1-mana card that makes 2 pieces of cardboard is always going to be good. Look at Novice Inspector and Voldaren Epicure. Even the most unassuming ones can see play in the right deck. And Storm Chasers is even better than that because it's like, yeah, 3 spells in 1, right? You get to, you know, buy a card back and then turn it into Shark Typhoon. It's kind of crazy. Or not Shark Typhoon, but you know what I mean. Make a bunch of dorks. But you used to volunteer? No shit. I knew a guy who did that in Korea. He said it was mostly good because you could be part of the placebo group that basically nothing happens to you and you just get paid. He did it. Yeah, I knew a guy in Korea. He was an actor like me, but he, I guess, you know, did other stuff to make ends meet or whatever. But he said it was easy. He's like, I literally stayed in the hospital for 2 weeks, played PlayStation. They gave me like $5,000 or whatever. I was like, whoa, I could do that. But he's like, I've done it a couple times, and one time I must have gotten the actual thing they were testing, and I got like, you know, diarrhea and whatever. Like it was pretty bad for a few days. That's it. I'm like, I can deal with that. I get diarrhea just without even getting paid for it. No. But you know what I mean? I don't know. But yeah, you're a poor student. 8K. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, but like again, that for the most part, it's good, but you know, and that's the thing. They're not testing something that's going to kill a bunch of people. Like before it even gets to the point where we're doing human trials, it's gone through so many generations of mice and other animals, maybe even primates, you know, they're depending on what they're testing. So but you might have some adverse effects. The only thing people worry about is way down the road having some adverse effects, but that is so unlikely. It's like, yeah, it's wild, but Elon's monkeys keep dying. Yeah. I wish Elon's monkeys would start dying, but they don't seem to be. That's harsh. I shouldn't say that. I don't wish death on anybody, but there are some horrible human beings out there that, let's just say, I wouldn't be sad if they disappeared from the earth tomorrow, you know what I mean? Anyway, bouncing some stuff here. 8 life. It's getting precarious for the Gruul player here. I don't think he can power through this now. I think Esper's gonna win this game. Oh, but that's, yeah, many years ago. But space rocket, yeah. Wait, the Elon space rocket? What are we talking about? I mean, actual monkeys? Not as it turns, yeah. Nice stoic, yes. Yeah, you meant actual monkeys. Is he? Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. Is he experimenting on monkeys and their brains? What? SpaceX is not experimenting on monkeys. Tesla's not What company is he in that is doing that kind of shit? Anyway, just like AI needs to be regulated. I mean, it's scary as shit. AI could be a miraculous technology, an absolute game changer in so many. It's already doing things in the medical industry and other industries that's incredible. But man, it needs to be regulated. We all know it needs to be regulated. Everybody knows. We've all seen Terminator 2, right? Come on. Neuralink. Oh, that's right. I heard about this. Neuralink. Yeah. He is involved with that. Okay. I didn't hear about them all dying though. Geesh. Yeah, see, that's... I think you'd start with mice and stuff. I don't know if they did. I don't think you go right to monkeys, but that makes me really sad. It sucks. Yeah. I mean, I don't think, again, how many people are dying? I mean, so they had an incident 20 years ago, and I imagine, you know, as the consequences of an incident like that, all of the standards have to go way up, because now they're, you know, OSHA rules are written in blood, right? We all know that. Safety laws are written in blood. All the safety features on your car, from the headrests to the seatbelt to the brakes to the air, everything's been written in blood. We know why we have DUI laws and all these other laws, right? And yet now I think, you know, again, people want to go back. It's like they want to get rid of this shit. And it's like, what? These laws were written in blood. You're not old enough to remember. So now you think we don't need them? They're just going to have to get rewritten in more people's blood. Do you understand what's going to happen here? It's crazy. Okay. Ooh. So, using the trigger from the land, Rockface Village there to trigger the challenger. Finding... Did he rip the Druid? I guess he ripped Druid there. Swinging. Hold on. The wifey. They calling me. Hold on. So another thing that happened today, I don't know how many people were in here earlier. There was an earthquake that just happened on stream, 4.8. I live in Vancouver, Canada. I've been here for 5 years. I've never felt anything. My brother's been here like almost 30 years. He said he's felt stuff before. But my whole house just went like this, like my desk and everything. I was like, what the fuck? On stream. I'm gonna have to make a highlight of this and post it on the Discord. It was wild. That just happened today. That happened about, I don't know, 4 hours ago, 3 hours ago. Yeah, crazy. I've never felt that here. I felt a minor earthquake in Japan one time, but that was it in Okinawa. But I'd never felt one here. That was scary. Yeah, that's right, Stan. Yeah, exactly. Or even vaccines. I mean, if you're not the right kind of person, you can go into anaphylactic shock or something. Like, I had a person in my channel who said they are the kind of people who can't get vaccinated. And this was during COVID when I first started streaming. And they were just like, it fucking pisses me off. Like, I go in public, people not wearing masks and stuff. I could die very easily if I get sick. You know, I'm like he would say about his, you know, immune system and stuff and why he couldn't get the vaccination or whatever. But anyway, vaccines is another topic that gets people so triggered. It's crazy to me. See, that graveyard layout, not... Anyway. But anyway, there's a chance. There's always a chance of these things. You consult with your doctor, you take all the precautions. And I mean, if you do go into shock, it's not a big deal. You're in the hospital. They'll save you. It happened to the guy in my channel. That's how they found out he was, you know, had this allergic reaction or whatever. But it's such a tiny fraction of people. And again, you do it in a hospital, you're going to be safe. And that's it. You're good, you know? Don't go to the pharmacy or your local little place to get a vaccine if you know there's a chance you could go into shock, right? But updated standings, no, we're still waiting here. Round 7, so this is the last round of standard. We're going to get an updated standings list after this, I'm sure. But dredge players, yeah. The best way to do it is 3-3-3-3. That's how I do it. Horizontal rows, 3-3-3, overlapping just the same way you overlap the lands or the other cards. Look at the way the guy on top, Dawson, their lands are the... Oh my god, is the camera swaying again? The camera's moving again. Jesus, they have to stop doing this. It's circling. It's like it's doing this. What the hell? But anyway, the way he's got it organized, except 3 cards like that, and then another 3, and then another 3, you can get them so close that you can still see their names, and so you know which cards they are, and you can see how many at a glance you have in your graveyard. It's the perfect, and it conserves the most space. Because the way he's doing it, that doesn't work if there's another player right next to you playing another match at a GP or at a big tournament or whatever. This is a pro tour, they've got all the space in the world, but or on the feature match table they do. But, you know, you play in any tight shop. I've been in shops where it's like, I'm rubbing elbows with the dudes next to me. I've got, like, barely enough space for my playmat. So 3x3 is the best graveyard layout I've found, and I've experimented with many. Right, Winter? Isn't that ridiculous? I said it earlier, it was swaying back and forth, and I was like, that's gonna make people nauseous. That's crazy. Anyway, they keep not seeing it. I don't know. Keep your card organized. Interesting. Yeah. They're playing the Bits PT on a boat. Yeah, that's right, Chubb. Dude, we played bars? Yeah, me too. Wait, Winter. Oh, in Korea. Yeah. I've spoken to you before. I believe. Do you know? Yeah, I know you. I've gone through the same discussion, I think, the last time you popped in here. That's right. Yeah, in Korea, but I don't know you from Korea, do I? I can't remember now. In Korea, we played in a bar. I discovered 4 dudes. 2 of them were buddies of mine, or people I knew anyway. And they were playing Magic. I didn't know they played Magic, and they were just playing in the middle of a crowded bar. And I was like, don't you guys worry about, you know? And they were like, yeah, but whatever, it's not a big deal. None of their decks were sleeved, or some of them were sleeved. I think 2 of the guys didn't have sleeves on their deck, and they were playing like shock lands and stuff. I was just like, oh, dude. And I had to step in. Mother Hen was like, no, honey, no. Let me, listen, stop this. Stop all this. We play every week here. Like, let's, don't do it here, for fuck's sakes. Crazy. Yeah, you played with me, Winter. Okay, I forgot. Oh, that's right, on base and stuff we were talking about. Yes, that's right, on base. Yeah. I'm talking about in Phillies. I don't know if you remember Phillies, the bar in Haebangchon. That's where the guys I know were playing, in Phillies. For those of you, most people don't know, it's a little tiny pub, crowded, really awesome, like great vibe and packed and good prices, good food. But they would have a table. There's like 3 tables, and then it's all standing bar and everything. And they're just playing on one of the tables. Like, oh, dude, you remember it? Yeah, great food. Yeah. But it's closed down now. Canadian guys used to own it, and they sold and they moved. The old owner, one of them lives in Canada now. 2 of them are there. One of the Aussie guys who owned it is still there. I think he's another buddy of mine, Darren. Or Daryl, I mean. Sorry, not Darren. Jesus. Daryl, the Aussie. It's been a long time. But yeah, they had to shut it down. It's too bad. Chili King. Oh, I don't know. In Itaewon? Maybe. I don't remember. When I left, I think it was still there, but that guy was there forever. Yeah, Chili King. That was good, yeah. Itaewon's totally changed. Itaewon completely transformed. But when did you leave Korea? Because I left in 2020, and even at that point, Itaewon was totally changing. And then after I left, that Halloween thing happened was crazy when I read all about that. 2015, oh, that's, yeah, well before me. Yeah, Itaewon was becoming very gentrified. A lot of the little hole-in-the-wall places started disappearing. Chili King was still there, though. They renovated, and they stuck around, because he had quite a reputation and stuff, right? So he still did good business, but it's just the rents. The building owners started just jacking up the rents on all the buildings as they start seeing, you know, more ritzy places come in and more foot traffic, and they know things are getting more popular. They start raising the rents, and then the only places that can afford to be in there are these like ridiculous cafes that charge like $8, $9 for a latte, and like dumb shit, you know, yeah, speakeasy bars that are super glitzy and nice, but you're paying like $20 for a cocktail. We used to sell to a lot of those places. I remember going to some of them. Some of them were wild. Yeah, great place for drinks and food. Yeah, there was a bar in not Itaewon, but it was like right next to Itaewon. And I can't remember the name of that area now. Oh shit, I can't remember the name of the area. Bogwangdong, I think it was called. It was right next to Itaewon. They had an awesome lamb skewer restaurant, but there was a speakeasy there that had the craziest elevator. It was like, it looked like basically an old phone booth on the street. It was like right on the, like next to the building on the sidewalk or whatever. And you'd go up to it, you go in the phone booth, it's an elevator, you push the button, it goes down, the door opens, and you're in this super glitzy underground like speakeasy. It was super nice, and the only reason I was able to go in there is because we sold booze that they couldn't get anywhere else, so they had to get it through us, the importer. And I would go do a delivery of a case of bottles and walk through this place, and you know, they were very strict about delivery times. We could not deliver after 5 p.m. and this kind of stuff. They don't want some greasy foreigner walking in there with jeans and, you know, a tank top in the summer all sweaty and this bike helmet in my hand. Yeah, it was funny. Kibler I haven't seen yet, Jub. No. Oh, Woodstock. Those are old school. Soul Pub went away a long time ago. Yeah. This is like the only way people can expropriate money from people. People are idiots who like flexing conspicuous consumption. Yeah. In a lot of ways. Yeah. I mean, it's a fascinating phenomenon, and it's been studied before. Like, why do celebrities and even dictators and stuff, they get so ridiculous? Like, they get so eccentric. It's like the emperor's new clothes, right? You can't, it's like they stop seeing themselves for what they really are because they're surrounded by people who kiss their ass. So if you're a celebrity or you're super rich or you're a dictator or whatever, you're almost in a mini fiefdom, right? And everybody around you in your orbit is either trying to get something from you, living off your largesse, or for whatever reason wants to curry favor with you, so they kiss your ass. And then you start thinking every idea you have is great. I'm some kind of genius. This must be, I'm special in some way. Like, everybody loves me and agrees with me and tells me I'm right all the time. And then you get celebrities doing really weird shit because they think that it's like they get disconnected from reason or something. I don't know. There's a weird effect that happens when you're either super rich, super famous, super powerful, something like that. Like, look at Gaddafi, look at Kim Jong-un, and like dictators and stuff do really weird shit all that sometimes. You're just like, what the fuck? It's I don't know. I think it's partially the power going to your head or what, but celebrities, look at the crazy stuff that celebrities get suckered into. It's unbelievable. Rich people and celebrities get sucked into snake oil stuff all the time. And it's a big part of it is, I think, because other people are just like playing them, and also they are convinced that they're always right. Their instincts are 100%. You know, it's like, what? You got lucky to get rich. You don't even realize how lucky you got. Now you think you did it all yourself? Like, give me a break. You think you're some genius? Elon Musk is a perfect example of this, right? I mean, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, had all the advantages in the world, had a bunch of rich people like help him out along the way, got lucky a couple times, and that's it. Now he's literally running the US. It's unbelievable. But peacocking? Showing up. Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. Peacocking. I like that. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So billionaires suffer from this as well, right? Because imagine you like again, it's approach it logically. I can imagine the scenario they're in. I used to work with very attractive human beings. I was an actor and I did I worked with the models, like cover models. I've never done anything like that, but I literally worked with dudes who were like GQ cover model, like fucking the most perfectly ripped body, tall Brazilian guy. Marcial is the one I always talk about. Marcial, super nice guy, great guy. I know you're all waiting for me to say he's an asshole or something. I've worked with people like that too, but some of them are really nice, down to earth, nice people. But like the girls, some of the girls, I can tell they get so much attention, like gorgeous, like it's a man is one thing, but a gorgeous woman, like in the prime of her life, just has the whole world in the palm of her hand. It seems like they would go places and just get so much attention from people, and just constant like staring, and of course, people hitting on you. People want to buy you stuff all the time, and like you don't have to pay for anything. You're fucking beautiful, this kind of thing. And some of the dudes, like Marcial and stuff, I remember hanging out with them, and just like, I just was like, oh my god, I don't even know if I would want that much attention. It's like, it's awkward. It's fucking awkward. He just wants to be left alone after a while, I think. But oh man, it's funny. But anyway, the Hyundai commercial, yeah, sure. I used to do stuff like that, but working with those kind of people, and you see like what it does to somebody being that attractive, just going through life, like everybody just giving you whatever and wanting to make you happy and like currying favor with you and this kind of thing because you're attractive, and it's weird. And then what it does to you, like there are people who were like totally self-absorbed assholes, yes, of course, because they, again, because of this, they live in a bubble. They're complete idiots about most things, but everybody just tells them nice things all the time, so they don't realize how way off they are on stuff. But it's kind of funny anyway. Everybody's got different dynamics in their life, right? So I mean, being super rich or super attractive, people would say, well, that's a huge advantage. Yes, like, yeah, I get what you're saying. But it can also be a curse. It's also got a dark side that can fuck your life up. There's a lot of very attractive, talented, great people who kill themselves. And rich people who are depressed and like who are into all kinds of substance abuse because nothing does it for you anymore. What if you're Elon Musk and you've done it all? You've bought it all. There's nothing that you can't buy or do. Like, at some point, you're just, now he's high as shit, that guy. He's on ketamine like 24/7, I'm pretty sure. But anyway, what do you do? Matt Nass crushing. Oh, I want to hear this actually.
And so far in our feature match area.
Thank you.
Oh, god damn it, Matt.
Very cool, Matt.
I hear him say thank you and that's it. Whoops. Someone with more money, I know, dude, 400 billion. No one individual human should ever be allowed to amass that much wealth. They should immediately be put into lawmakers should just go, oh, somebody passed that line? Okay, we need a new tax bracket here. Can we write one up? Yeah, if you're over this much, it's like 80% tax. Just make it a huge number. They'll be fine. That's it. That's all it takes. The more money you make, the more you pay in taxes, not the other way around. Warren Buffett and Bezos going on the record and saying, I don't pay tax. I pay 0 tax. And I have so much money still coming in because that's the way the laws work. It's like, what? That is backwards. Anyway. Great Pro Tour stream. Great convos today, by the way. I'm sure many people want to just shut up and pay attention to the games, you idiot. We don't care. Let's all bury our heads in the sand and play our hobbies. Everything's going to be fine. I'll be at the LGS jamming domain as the world burns down around me. Anyway, Outlaws. Yeah, Rest in Peace is a hell of a drug. That Standard needs a card like that, though. I'm glad Rest in Peace exists. I'm glad a lot of... You need these pressure valves, right? Especially when we go to a 3-year rotation in Standard. Decks are getting more and more powerful. The sets are more powerful. The decks... with a bigger card pool, just by virtue of the fact that there's more cards legal in that format, Standard's going to be closer to Pioneer than it's ever been, right? It'll be interesting. But Bernie was like that. Bernie Sanders? You mean who's Bernie? You spelled Bernie with a Y, so it's probably not Bernie, because I'm pretty sure Bernie Sanders is the kind of paragon that we need. Paragon of virtue. Should make a magic card out of Bernie Sanders. He's the only one with any integrity in the entire strata of politicians in the States. More and more graveyard stuff, yeah. But that's what's nice, Dazza, right? As long as they have that pressure valve, then they can push it, right? Like if I have a nice shut off valve on my computer that I know as soon as the temperature gets this high, it's gonna shut it off or whatever, I can safely push that. I'm gonna overclock it. You know what I mean? Well, let's get as close as we can, because if it hits it, okay, now we know, we back off. You know, in design, it's got to be the same way. If they know they have a good pressure valve, that allows them to bump that power, because as long as they don't go too crazy, that pressure valve should keep it in check. That said, you don't want everybody to always have to put, you know, multiple rest in pieces in their sideboard or whatever. But I think it's totally fine to have very powerful, not only reanimation stuff, but very powerful things to reanimate. We have Atraxa. We have Omniscience in Standard. That's crazy. Atraxa's like vintage cube level power in Standard. Like, that's one of the best reanimation targets they've ever printed. Better than Griselbrand. So, you know, and you don't see a single reanimation deck. Not one. I mean, my Omniscience combo deck is the only kind of reanimation deck. But yeah, very much a combo deck. That's, well, reanimation is combo, right? What am I saying? But so we have one graveyard-based combo deck, I guess is the best way to describe it in Standard. Esper Pixie, come on. I think all the Omniscience players got trounced, and we're not seeing any of them in the top standings. It's ugly. Bernie Sanders, you think what? He made millions and he's not like a man of the people anymore? I think he pays a ton of tax and stuff like that still. He releases his tax forms, but he's a senator. He gets paid a lot of money. I mean, he makes 6 figures and he's been doing it for many, many years. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's a millionaire, but I think he's very much the kind of millionaire that's like totally fine. I don't think he's doing a lot of insider trading and like, you know, evading his taxes by creating shell companies and then claiming loss so that he can declare it as a loss on his tax forms. And essentially he's paying 0 and then he's making a bunch of money off his dividends. You know, my wife has a corporation. I know that sounds like a big deal, but she has one small Pilates studio and she just opened a second small Pilates studio a year ago. So very small. But when she established her business, I pushed her to make it a corporation. And at first she doesn't understand why. Why it's so much cheaper to just start as a sole proprietor, you know, proprietorship it's called, like for tax purposes. And I'm like, because honey, I'm like, you're a corporation. You know how many loopholes we have for like saving money? And, you know, I'm doing the same thing big corporations do on a much smaller scale. So you could say that ethically, I'm a hypocrite. Right? Like but my wife and I aren't rich. We're not billionaires. I would happily pay lots of tax, but we try and put everything under her business. We try and write a lot of it off. That's us trying to take money back from the government that we should be paying in tax essentially, but we're putting it through a corporation. And because the laws are the way they are, the money that the corporation makes does not get taxed anywhere near the money that you or I or her makes. Your sweat, blood, and tears is very highly taxed. Corporation money has almost no tax. In fact, there's many ways that you can actually get it down to almost nothing. It's crazy. So yeah, it's a no-brainer for me. Like you pay that initial, you know, a bit more money. It's a few $1,000s or whatever. Totally worth it. Very, very quickly paying itself off and then just going to the moon, right? But yeah. The business has to be viable and there's all that. That's separate. But I'm saying, you know, if you have a good business, if you expect the business to be profitable, you know, I think, and you live in North America, you should definitely be looking at incorporating. I had a corporation in South Korea as a foreigner. I was able to start a corporation with 3 of my friends, and then one guy kind of joined as another guy sold off his shares. But you know, there were 4 of us that basically started a company. All you needed was $100,000 in the bank, and you could apply for it. So we did. We all put our money together. And we applied for the license. We became a corporation. My business partner became the CEO because he could speak Korean fluently. He's a German guy, but he had been there for a long time. And he became the full-time worker. The rest of us had our other jobs. I was an actor still. My buddies were university professors that I got into business with. And we ran that company and it was great. And because we were a corporation, yeah, we got to do all kinds of ridiculous shit. We bought a car. We bought, you know, we rented office space, all kinds of other stuff. We had a great accountant too after a while. Initially, they tried to overcharge us and rip us off because we're foreigners, but that's business over there. It's very tough to be a corporation in a country where you didn't grow up and you look totally different to everybody who lives there. you get treated differently. Even in business, it's crazy. But anyway, a lot of stories. I'm playing by the rules, and but I complain about the rules, and then I play by them. You know what I mean? And this is how every politician ends up becoming corrupt, right? I mean, they say they're gonna clean up this and that, and then they get in the position, and everybody's like, here's a bunch of money. Like lobbyists and all kinds of special interest groups and stuff, right? And then how it's hard to say no to all this goddamn money, right? It's how do we change the laws if everybody making the laws is taking all this money? It's crazy. Yeah, LLC, yeah, sure. Yep, you could do that kind of thing. It also protects you if the business goes bankrupt. Again, this is, my wife has a Pilates studio, and every person who comes in there, when they agree to start classes, they do sign a form saying if you're hurt, we can't be liable, blah, blah, blah. But we are engaged in a business where, I don't know, some accident could happen, somebody could try and screw us, and they sue us for millions of dollars. And we're screwed. Well, if you're a corporation, we can just declare bankruptcy and that's it. It will not affect our personal credit or finance or anything. There's advantage. It shields you from legal, from banks going after you and stuff like that as well. Okay, so let's check this game out. This is Ben Stark. So this is the Orzhov Pixie deck playing against Esper Pixie. So this should be interesting. Orzhov Pixie playing a bunch of Templocks in the deck. Oh, we've already seen their opening hand. 4 lands, Liliana, Unholy Annex, Unholy Annex. Love to see Unholy Annex making a comeback. That card disappeared from Standard after looking so good when it came out. Very interesting. But, yeah, so you do it if it makes sense, Winter Jolt. I think there's a lot of advantages to starting a corporation, but... Yeah, I don't even love these style of decks, but they're definitely interesting. There's a lot of play to them. A lot of the bounce and the value and everything. People love like those kind of decks, I guess, for Pixie, right? Oh, research, interesting. Fraud lawyers. So you did a search on DC? You mean Washington, DC? Major trend at the beginning of February this year. What are you researching though? I mean, it's Washington DC, and what were you like looking into for this? Like you were searching people who work in DC, politicians, or just everybody? And what were you looking for exactly? Like trends in what? People like lawsuits related to fraud? Or what? Okay, so what was the trend? Trend in what? Like more cases of fraud and more lawyers filing cases, or what? Lawyers getting fired? Lawyers getting, like, what's happening? I need more info. So, sack the Pixie. Lily goes up. They both discard. Get lost. That's another thing you should always do if you ever have a symmetrical discard. Always discard face down. Wait for your opponent. Okay, you ready? We both reveal. So many times I'm like Liliana plus, and I'm waiting, and I see my opponent discard. I'm like, okay, well, that changes what I was going to do. It's like, don't ever discard at the same time as another player if it's symmetrical discard. Since the US aid got hit. Oh, yeah. You mean lawsuits against the government and stuff. Yeah. Oh, fraud because all the grants and everything got taken away. So you're saying, so what? So people are claiming fraud? You think it's BO1, Daza? Yeah, I know. Lily's another card that hasn't seen play in a long time. Drop shipping. Yeah, it's crazy. I've never seen it like this. Canada, I go to the mall, I go to the liquor store or something, and there are shelves that are empty where there used to be American booze, and there's just a sign that says, please consider buying Canadian. Because of the tariffs and stuff, they just stopped, and a lot of provincial leaders, the premier of our province is like, yeah, fuck, they're gonna do this to us, fine, we'll do it to them. And then the liquor stores are like, well, we're not making any money on that anymore, we're not ordering anymore. So now there's like just shelves that are empty. It's wild. I've never seen it like this, but I've never, I wasn't around. I don't know, what was the last time we had a trade war this crazy? I don't think it's ever been like this between America and Canada. It's weird. Really, in BO1, huh? Oh, what they did was fraud. Ah, okay. So because I don't know what you're saying. Yeah, I understand now. Oh, wow. Yeah, crazy. Huh. How many tons? Oh, man. Like, specialty booze, something like ice wine. They can't make ice wine in the US. Most of it is made in Canada. Some of it's made in Europe. There have to be very specific temperature drops and like all these other things, right? Maybe you can artificially do it. I don't know if it'll be the same, but like ice wine's a big one. That's going to take a huge hit because that's all produced in Canada. Cars, we make all of your cars for you. GM and Ford both have huge plants in Canada and Mexico, of course. And, you know, Canadian booze, though, there's whiskey, there's a bunch of small craft stuff, but tons of beer, tons of Canadian beer gets sold in the US. But vice versa, it's like American brands in Canada. We have lots of our own, but like a lot of American brands I enjoy. Tito's handmade vodka, from Texas, my favorite. Super expensive. Can't even find it now because the liquor store doesn't have it. They won't stock it. It's crazy. Right. But that's a different thing. This isn't a trade war. There's tariffs levied because they're in actual war. Like they're there was a lot of stuff done back then, but that's a different context, so totally different, right? It's like executive orders. People are like, yeah, look at FDR did all these executive orders. It's like FDR, that poor bastard was the president when it was like the country was in a major depression. He coming out of the depression and world wars and stuff, totally different time. Yeah, he probably had to do a lot of shit that was like, whoa, extreme times. We're not we weren't in those times. We don't need extreme shit now, but you're seeing people do it. It's like, what? If anything, it should be extreme stuff going the other way, but a very different time, right? I feel like, but yeah, I know what you mean. Labatt is huge. Oh, interesting. Yeah, probably because it's just across the border. Yeah. Anyway, it's just crazy because we've been allies for so long. I mean, Canada has come to the US's aid time and time and time and time again. The only war we didn't support was Vietnam because we're smart. And the US lost that one. But all the other things, we've had their backs. We provide, and there are people in the States who think that Canada is just piggybacking off the US, which is not true. Like we get a lot from the US, but I think we give a ton to the US. The US benefits greatly by having an ally like us on their border that they can absolutely know is rock solid behind them. Not anymore. They've effed us. They've effed everybody. Like that's what happens when you screw all your friends over. You're gonna have no friends left. It's crazy. Crazy. Anyway, let's stop talking about it. Please. See, I don't like the way Ben has his permanence here. That triggers me. Get the enchantment and the planeswalkers out of the way. One of them's a creature now. Come on, dude. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, George W. Bush got a lot of flack. He was an idiot as well. But, I mean, he did a lot of damage, but it was the evil assholes around him. Cheney and Rumsfeld and all those guys. I mean, the Patriot Act, the Homeland Security, Citizens United, that probably did more damage to anything than Trump has ever done until now. His first term, nothing came close to the reason Trump got elected was because of Citizens United and those kind of things. Making money not, like, nobody has to be accountable. We can just funnel money into super PACs and stuff. What? That changed everything. That changed US politics in a huge way. Paved the way for somebody like Trump to come along. Because Russia just goes, and China and whoever else just can dump money into this guy. This is our horse in the race. Let's just let's fire up the old social media bot farm, and just pump out all the shit that makes, the other person look bad. Let's go. And it worked. Biggest coup de grace in the last 200 years. Russia to the States, just totally owning them. Oh, devastating. Worse, more damage than any nuclear bomb could have ever done is the social media, like them just destroying them on the cyber front, right? And funneling money into politics. It's crazy. Anyway, it's pretty, these aren't conspiracy theories. This is all pretty much out there. It's fact. Especially when you see the way, Putin and Trump act with each other. It's wild. It's so obvious. But, Anyway, Canada. We're atrocious. I know. We're horrible people up here. Anyway. Yeah, this is I think the biggest piece of the puzzle that most people don't realize is the social media stuff. And most people getting their news from TikTok and Twitter. And Facebook. It's devastating. It's caused so much damage to society. From conspiracy theory shit, anti-vaxxers and all this crap, and politics. I mean, even in European countries, they had to throw out one of the, where was that country? There was some super far right guy who didn't even invest anything in the election. Somebody latched onto him on TikTok or whatever and just blew him up, and he ends up winning the election. Like, what? And they were just like, wait, this guy's not even a real politician. What the fuck? You know, and people can say Zelensky was a comedian before he got into politics, but he legitimately won an election. It wasn't a sham. He didn't use some TikTok algorithm to try and steal, you know, make a bunch of young people suddenly know his name. And, you know, I don't know. He legitimately won an election. Like, people elected him, which is awesome. And he's been great. But that what country was that? Was that Romania? Yeah, wild to read about that. I mean, people laughed when Elon Musk bought Twitter. Anybody who is laughing doesn't understand anything about Twitter and what that guy wants. It's very obvious, and that has paid in spades for him. He's turned it into the most insane propaganda machine I've ever seen. Like, you know, the Nazis did it in World War II. It was called, there's a German word for it. It's super long. I can't remember. It was the thing that you had in your house. It was like a radio, but it only had one station, the official government station. And they would essentially just pump propaganda into people's houses, even in 1920s and 30s. It was, you know, this is the same thing again. It's just they're using the internet now, but it's the same thing. And, you know, one channel on the radio, no dissenting opinions, no, you know, anybody, like the free speech guy, he clamps down on all kinds of people who criticize him. And, you know, it's like, it's insane. Anyway, Reagan, but he actually legitimately won an election. Again, I'm not saying actors can't become politicians, but you have to do it legitimately. Some guy can't just come in overnight and just, with no backing of anybody, just a TikTok following, suddenly get elected. That's insane. That can't be allowed. I don't know. There has to be some kind of process, some tests, some hurdles you have to jump over to be viable as a candidate, I would like to think. I don't know. It's probably a great prep. You're right. I was always told lawyer when I was in university. A lot of people said I should go into law, and my mom worked in the government. She had, you know, loves politics, very politically minded and stuff, and said lawyer is probably the best background, but because it teaches you to critically think law. It's just like when you're studying law, you should take a philosophy course. It's, you know, it's literally just about arguing and breaking down arguments and what is the definition of a good and bad arguments, and it's all that stuff. It's interesting. It's really dry, some of it, philosophy, but it's probably a good base if you're a lawyer, and then that makes you probably a good base for a politician. But I just want somebody who's at least highly educated. That should be a prerequisite, I think. And I don't know what we base that on, but anyway. Performance, yeah, right. You guys are agreeing. Yeah. I know. Yep. And yeah, you're right. I mean, anyway, but it's the same kind of thing, right? We're talking about the same principles and stuff. Like, yeah, it's propaganda. So anyway, you know, when my parents, I was just on holiday with them and we were talking, they love talking about this stuff, and I talk about this stuff with them. They kind of wonder how it got like this, how it got here. And I try and explain social media and the impact it's having. They don't understand that to the extent that a lot of us do, who are maybe younger or more in touch with that stuff. And so trying to explain why this is the poison that's like destroying a lot of this stuff and making a lot of this stuff happen. It's hard to explain to them. I think even people born post-internet have trouble knowing what to trust. Like if you're what are they called? The alpha generation or whatever? I think, okay. I think it's got to be weird, right? Growing up in an internet world, like an internet-only world. It must seem like everything is kind of ephemeral and so prone to change randomly, and right? It's more chaotic. So what do you trust? What do you listen to? What do you know? There is no one thing that everybody watches. Like people used to all watch the news in the evening, and there was like two or three big broadcast news channels. That's it. Now when you have infinite number of information sources, like where do you go for your information? It's almost like choice paralysis, where you're like, I don't know what is right here. You know, and then they don't teach critical thinking and stuff in school. They you know, education system gets hacked away was the first thing that a lot of dictators do. You're seeing it happen in the States right now. They're going after the education department. You want people to be dumb, right? And then, yeah, you can tell them anything and they'll probably believe it, or it'll be at least as true as anything else in their mind. Silly. Education's super important. Pisses me off. I was a teacher for a couple years in my life. and I loved it. I love teaching. But it wears on you a little bit, but man, you really feel like you're doing a job that makes a difference, and you really want to do a good job for these kids. Like, I want to, like, try and give them just the best, you know, everything that I can give them, like impart as much useful knowledge as I can. You just have this innate, I imagine it's like having kids. Parents want to probably do the same thing. It's the same impulse, right? To like try and give your kid the best life and give them the best, you know, everything else. But you know, people homeschool their kids. I think it's the worst thing you could possibly do for a kid is homeschool them. It doesn't matter how smart you think you are. The social aspect they're also missing. You know, there's so many factors at school that shape a person's personality and make you well-rounded. I think you can't omit that. But yeah, people are nuts. I don't know. Ooh, no more lies out of the board. Nice. Stark 7-0 here. I love it. So they're joking around. I want to hear them play.
Always admired is the composure of the.
Let me listen to this a little bit too.
However long they have.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I mean, even the new players to the Pro Tour.
You can hear the I like hearing the cards flick. I like hearing how they handle their cards. Ben Stark's pretty precise.
One is Pro Tour in Paris playing
Cobblade.
one of the most famous standard
Yeah.
decks of all time.
Which was?
Cobblade.
Oh yeah, it's where you gave a burst stick, right?
Yeah, Squadron
Yeah,
Hawk,
or a
all
batter
kinds of
skull.
goodies. It's an incredible
It
deck
was
for
a
that
stick at
tournament.
first, and then they printed new Phyrexia.
I played it. Didn't make day 2.
Boo. Overlord of the Belmerk returns.
Yeah. 4 cards.
Plethora of options.
Yeah, you hear the snap snap? That's how I also play my cards. It's a very, yeah, see the stacking? That's how I do my graveyard. I usually do 3-3-3, and then as soon as it starts getting too many, 4-4-4. That's the way to do a graveyard. It's the most space efficient and gets all the info at a glance. You can see everything, nothing's hidden.
Interesting me to just absolutely slam them and just think this.
Yeah,
is
I was
the
saying
card I want
3-3-3.
against
As soon as the graveyard gets bigger, you start going 4. If you're playing a dredge deck, you could even go deeper than that, depending on how much space you have. But you do it like that. That's the best way to do graveyards. So even when it's only 3 cards in the graveyard, I'm starting the rows every time. Even if I'm not playing a graveyard deck,
Ultimate on that. Then
everybody
we're
should do it.
online.
And you could even be you could tighten it up and put like the second row of cards right under the name row on the top.
So it does look
So
like
you can save
Ben is
space
trying
if
to
you have
set
to,
up
etc.
BSB's a turn
It's a good habit to get into.
to be able to draw.
Trust no one and ask questions in a way, Winter. I think trust no one is a little dangerous. I don't like going that far because there are people you should trust. Trust experts. I mean, there's trust somebody who intersects with knowledge and, you know, good intentions and whatever else. Like there are people, because you have to trust people. You have to trust doctors and dentists and your mechanic. You have to trust a lot of people, right? But it's about who to trust. Like, be discerning, right? Too many choices, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Or is the lamb exiled?
Oh, really? Too many teachers is never a problem. Too few is a problem. Yeah, no more lies out of the board, yeah. Omni or Blue-White? No, I'm waiting, SP. Still waiting. Haven't seen it. For Balemerk, I know, dude. A lot of very expensive standard cards right now. Balemerk also seeing play in Modern, so especially expensive.
Oh, maybe this was Tiny Bones joins up instead of Tiny Bones the pickpocket.
Yeah, no.
I believe Ben has both in his deck.
Dawson flicking them cards.
Tiny bones, tiny bones.
Yeah, it's kind of a Ragavan-esque card. Being able to cast non-land permanent card from that player's graveyard.
Yeah. So yeah, the pickpockets in the sideboard.
Yep.
Tiny Bones joins up.
Yeah, Tiny Bones joins up is just basically Hopeless Nightmare number 5.
Yeah.
In this deck.
Yeah. Free to play on Arena? Yeah. Arena's solid. I mean, there's obviously issues. There's visual glitches and crashes and other stuff can happen. I recommend playing it through Steam and not downloading the client directly, but it is a solid experience. Like, I mean, it's a great way to engage with Magic. Limited is great. Fire, you know, draft fire all the time at all hours of the day and night. I don't like the EV on a lot of the events and drafts, and like the fact that best of 3 draft isn't ranked and it's the EV sucks, and I dislike that. But
And the face-up card.
I also think there are too many formats on Arena.
So this town and destroy evil has some ways to interact, but pretty tempting from Ben's side to just go Enduring Innocence into Tiny Bones and then give yourself the option to cast the Momentum Breaker. The Momentum Breaker's
Yeah, and you don't have to spend anything. Yeah, neither have I. Well, I've spent a little bit. When I first started streaming it, I was like, I'll just buy some gems to kick this off, and then I think that's the only time. I think I might have re-upped once, but I understand why the main format for drafts and events is BO1. On Arena, yeah, I that's what I just said, right? Yeah, like I wish Best of 3 was like Best of 3 is real magic. Even on Arena, Best of 3 should be the main focus. But they don't even call it. They call it Standard, and when they call it Standard, they're talking about Best of 1. And then they have Traditional Standard. It's the backwards. It should be Standard is Best of 3. And then Standard Best of 1, or Standard Singles, or Standard something else that's Best of 1. They should make that the other name. Standard, when we talk about Standard, it's always Best of 3. But not on Arena. It's called Traditional Standard. Like, come on. But of course, they're trying to make money, and Best of 1 makes them more money than Best of 3, right? Best of 1 lets people engage with more games more quickly. Having Draft be push people into Best of 1 makes them so much more money than if Best of 3 had the same EV, good EV, and was ranked, right? So everybody knows. But
where do you think that's going to be aimed at?
You play both, yeah. And I mean, Best of 1 can be good if you're trying to figure out something really quickly, I think, like, or if you just don't have time and you just want to play some games. Like, I love that Best of 1 exists. I think a lot of people hear this rant that I've given many times on this channel and think that I want to get rid of Best of 1. That is not what I'm saying. But oh, Tiny Bones, the actual creature. Oh. Huh. So there's a Kaito, a Tidebinder. He could Tidebind the Tiny Bones. What does he get?
I'm pretty sure he's over the
Pixie. Okay.
There you go. Gets another
Pixie.
this time. Didn't go for the automatic Tidebinder this time.
Yeah, Corey's saying Tidebinder. I was thinking Tidebinder. Very interesting. Gotta reorganize that graveyard. Yeah, gotta go to Rose to 4 now. Yep. Perfect. That's exactly how I do my graveyard. Love it. Yep. I said you could get tighter. You could put it, if you need more room, you could start, because there was big gap between the name rows there. That's the best way to organize your graveyard, full stop. I got it from watching players better than me. This guy knows what's up. That's the best way. Ben Stark's sloppy ass graveyard over there. But let's see. Best of 1, yeah, and Best of 1's great for just people who don't have time, right? Oh yeah, and I mean you gotta play Best of 3. That's real magic. When you play it in real life, it's gonna always be Best of 3. And that's why you don't ever call a deck 60 cards. Every deck is 75 cards, always. A 60 card deck is not, like, it's not even, because the 75 cards are your special teams in football. It would be like playing a football game with no special teams, like literally, or playing, any sport with no subs, like hockey. You're only playing with your first line. All the rest of the players on the team don't matter. Like, what? Or your first 2 lines. Like, sideboard is the deck. It's just this weird appendage of the deck, but it's part of the deck. It's not something else that just gets cut off. Because then you have issues where in Best of 1, you'll run into somebody playing a main deck sideboard card, and that just is terrible magic. Like, that just feels like, you can tell this is not supposed to even be here. Like, we're not playing the game in the right way here. You know what I mean? So weird. I hate that about Best of 1. But for time purposes, it should exist. It needs to exist, and there's lots of people who that's how they want to play. They want it quick and fast, and that's great. But competitive Magic, you'll never see Best of 1 because that's not what Magic is. Magic is 75 cards so that you can adjust to what your opponent's doing. Magic is it would be like a UFC match where the coach says, okay, instead of trying a new thing, okay, he's doing this, so we got to do this now. But you can't. The rules say you can't change your technique. You got to use the same technique. So he chose the better one this time. I guess he's going to win this fight. It would be like illegal for either UFC fighter to like switch up to go from a striking game to like go to the ground game, or I don't know what. Maybe this analogy doesn't make sense, but It's, you know, Magic is the 75 cards are there to make up for the variance. You need to be, you know, otherwise there's two ships passing in the night kind of decks, or one deck's a combo deck, the other deck has no interaction, and they just can never win that game because it's best of one. Like, that's why we don't best of one. Like, if you want to actually see who wins the match, you got to play with sideboards, and putting the right things in your sideboard is a big part of the deck, right? Having good sideboard plans. Anyway. Dude, be proud of the graveyard culture? Yeah, that's right. He's Canadian. But that is, like, for those of you watching, I know I keep harping, but really, I'm trying to, like, this is important. These are good habits to get into. The way you organize your board, the way you organize your graveyard, the way you draw your cards, how you shuffle your cards, how you organize your lands, the list goes on, right? You ingrain these things so you don't have to think about it in the game. He just can do it, and he just does it automatically. He or she knows that there's, you know, I can see everything. I don't have to worry about missing something in my graveyard, forgetting something. Just how you should do it. Ben Stark famously, you know, when he won that Pro Tour, you watch old video of him playing in it, and he would recite the mental checklist out loud to make sure. He would literally be talking to himself, playing, and being like, okay, untap. Okay, he's got 2 cards in the graveyard, 3 cards in hand. I know he's got double white, only 1 black. Like, he's saying it out loud, and you're watching him like, holy shit, this guy looks like a lunatic. No, that's what you do. Do it out loud. Don't be shy. That's what helps him do it. He doesn't miss anything. He would just, like, say it. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this. You can probably find it on YouTube. But, he's not doing it now. But it was high pressure. Maybe if he gets to the top 8, we'll see him do it again. Drains? Come on, dude. After blocks.
There are 5 steps of combat.
What?
Ben's just like, it used to work this way.
Yeah, you can do it on the damage step, but then as soon as you go to second main phase, you lose the mana.
Back in my day, damage went on the stack.
Yeah, what is he saying?
Creatures and damage would still go through. Yeah, I would think what Ben's asking here is no. You know, like if you go to
Dawson's just like, this guy doesn't know how the phases work. Yeah, he gets priority in damage step.
So Ben didn't play a land, so maybe that was a real cost here.
Sure. Because, yeah, he's still holding on to the 2 lands in hand.
So he didn't play a land pre-combat because he thought, what? Thought he could float a mana? Or something? What just happened there? That was bizarre. Huh. Ben's graveyard, yeah, sloppy. Hard on the opponent to sideboard, yeah. You mean hard for them to sideboard against you? Or like you went hard on them post sideboard? I mean, yeah, sideboard should be silver bullets, like stuff that's just devastating against certain strategies. Rest in peace against Reanimator, or, you know, sweepers against aggro or whatever. Yeah, you recite what phases. Me too. I'll be very clear with my opponent, especially if I have effects on those phases. I will say beginning combat, blah, 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 like do this, okay. We're going to declare blockers, yeah, okay. Damage, always damage, damage, damage. Effects before damage, that's a big one. Right before damage. Upkeep's not a big one, but a lot of times as my opponent, you know, I go to my end step and I say, okay, I'm going to pass the turn, but stop on your upkeep. And I say stop on your upkeep in the same sentence as announcing the end of my turn, so that my opponent just doesn't go untap, draw. And then I'm like, you know, some people are so horny about drawing. Oh my God, thirsty draw kids. I don't know what to call them. I love drawing cards, but I'll literally untap. I'll sit there for a minute and my opponent's just like, is he going to draw the card? What is he doing? I'm like, it's upkeep. I'm thinking, you know, I don't need to, I'm not so excited about drawing my next card here. What matters is what's on the board right now. I don't care what's on top. You know, some, like newer players especially love drawing cards. When I teach new players to play Magic, they always skip the upkeep step, right? They just go right to draw. And you're like, whoa, okay. So you, at the beginning of the turn, remember there's like a part of the turn where we can still both interact and then you draw. and like try to explain to them not. And they're like, okay, come on, but you're not. And I'm like, no, I could have something, or even, you know, think about doing something. You just have to do it, right? When I came back to the game, I would never say beginning combat. I would just go, okay, I attack with these guys. And I remember people going, hold on, go back. You have to say beginning, you're going to go to combat? I'm like, yeah. And I'm going to attack you. And they're like, before you attack me, I think my wife just got home. You know, I'm going to do this. I'm going to play Flood Pit Drowner, tap your guy, right? Old, like, you know, noob me when I first came back to the game and was like, just all I had played was as a kid, you know, 6-7 years ago. I didn't play as a competitive player, but all the people around me were competitive players, and I learned very quickly how to, you know, behave. And I felt like such an idiot at first. I'm like, oh, right, yeah, sorry, combat, right, combat. I untap all my creatures. Ugh, awkward. I'm an idiot. You learn very quickly. Don't just rush in to declare attackers. Say beginning combat, look at your opponent in the eye. They give you the nod. They say whatever. Okay, I attack with this, this, and this. You know, like it's... You gotta be clear. The clearer you are when you communicate, and that's not just verbally, but with the way you array your cards on the battlefield, the clearer you are, the better. It just removes all doubt, all uncertainty. Nobody can cast any shade on you for doing anything shady or anything, right? Like, it's just the way to be. But there's a lot of angle shooters. I mean, we've had many cheaters in Magic, right? So anyway, somebody who plays very clearly like this and not sloppy is you're better. And Ben Stark's got the snake going there with the graveyard. It's bananas.
You know, if it does come down to Matt winning as well and both players being 8-0. Yeah. If they do play, you know, right in the morning.
Are these guys on a clock? They're still on a clock, right? Yeah, in these rounds.
Doesn't have to play against Domain right away.
You betcha.
Yeah. The Enduring Innocence, or whatever it's called, is a very tough card for the Esper decks to beat. It's very good against them. Oof, and he's at 3. Just barely hanging on. Ben gonna take this down. Damn. It looks like such a shitty deck, this Orzhov deck. It just looks clunky and bad. Like Liliana on 3, and like you've got some little bit of card draw, but Demon, like I haven't seen a single demon. It's just playing Unholy Annex just randomly. But I guess it gains so much life that you don't care. You've got Enduring Innocence, Beza, Resto, and oh, and that new black enchantment that gains you life, right? But what's the speed at here? Oh, 3, right, over there. I'm used to looking on the left there. Okay. Trump just fired the top US general. Oh boy. Coming for the maple syrup, huh? Jeez. Yeah, made him great at it. Wait, what are you talking about? Ben Stark's stream? Oh, great at streaming. Yeah. Because he would elaborate on this stuff. Yes, absolutely. It's who I aspire to be. Is somebody. That's how I do my content. I try and just give as much info as possible all the time, and it's hard to talk nonstop for 6 hours, 8 hours, 24 hours. It's very tough. I'm not trying to make you guys feel sorry for me. I'm just saying, I love it. I love doing it, but it's hard to do. I think a lot of really great pro players are not good at the talking part, and it's not about because they're not good. It's because that they're not good at something else. They're not good at maybe the communicating. Ben Stark's great because he's very literal. He's very matter of fact. He's just like this and this and this, and it's just like so. And because he knows so much about the game, you're just like, okay, yeah, that's probably true. Like when he talks about limited, I can't disagree with him, but he'll say things, and I think other players would normally like be like, really, that's not what I'm doing, but he must be right, so I must be doing it wrong. Ben gets it, 8-0, Ben Stark. Damn, very nice. Okay, it is 6 o'clock. I'm gonna have to shut her down here, I think, unfortunately. I love watching this with you guys, though. This has been awesome. I'm going to be back, though, tomorrow. And we're going to keep watching. I'm going to be doing another bit of watching, but also I hope my hard drive gets here and I can get the new PC up and running. But, damn, Ben Stark doing the work, huh? Interesting. It's been a long time since Ben Stark's done anything in, the competitive Magic. He's literally asking about the phases in the turn. The other guy must be like, this motherfuckers. Is this guy trolling me? Sorry, what do you want to know? Can you do something during the damage step? I'm sorry, is this guy's a Hall of Fame pro? What the hell? The judges stuff. everybody, and then he beats him. Then Ben Stark beats you, and he doesn't even know the rules. And you're like, what the hell just happened? God damn it. Old man didn't know the rules. I still lost. Because it's Ben Stark. Shit. Let's see. Pull box giveaways. I don't know. This dude loves Mountain Dew. I love it. I love the vibe. Triple 3 Jackson. Let's give him some love. Give him a follow, and I'll be back tomorrow for some hot magic action, hot card on card action, hot singles in your area. They're worth $70 because they're mythics from Duskmorn. Yes, that's right. The overlords are in your area. I'm gonna spam some emotes here. Bam. Stan Chow. Take it easy, guys. See you tomorrow's SP. Ben 4 for the win. That's crazy, right? A talker at the poker table? Ooh, that I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't know. I know he's a big poker player, but I could see him not. I mean, it's totally different when you're making content and you're trying to, like, help people, like, process what you're doing. Like, why am I doing the things I'm doing? Blah, blah, blah. This is what, you know, I think is good and bad. Da, da, da. But poker? I don't know about that. Unless he was doing, like, a poker stream where he's, like, trying to help people get better at poker or something. But thank you, Stin. Take it easy, guys. Have a good one. I will see you tomorrow. I hope to see you tomorrow. If I don't, have a great weekend. Remember, on Sunday, I'm playing in a tournament on Sunday in Standard. So join me for that. I might even play the combo deck. Peace.